I'm a Hokage in Tokyo. Chapter 1 Chapter 001 Uchiha in Tokyo. Uchiha. Uchiha, Uchiha Ming. My name now is Uchiha Ming, am I in Naruto? In a double bed in a private hospital in Nakano District, Tokyo, a black-haired boy with a bandage on his head murmured with a look of confusion and panic. The Uchiha family name is well known in the ninja world, but the ending of the family is also very tragic. Uchiha Ming, a minor character whose name does not appear in the original work, may also end up with his whole family. But looking out from the window of the bed, the modern streets are bustling with traffic, and steel buildings are rising. The fashionable clothes of men and women in the 21st century are very different from the impression of the ninja world. Could it be that I have traveled to the world line after Boruto? At this time, more memories came out from the depths of my body, and the memories of my past and present lives were intertwined. The boy felt dizzy for a while and it took him a long time to recover. This is indeed the island country Tokyo. The world history, geographical environment and cultural customs are very similar to those in the previous life, but some places have changed. For example, since the war, many famous creators in the field of literature and art are different from those in the previous life, and there is no classic manga Naruto. So this cannot be the ninja world in the future timeline, but a modern Tokyo in a parallel world. It turned out to be just a coincidence. I just happened to have the last name Uchiha. In this life, my family and I are ordinary people. We don't train shuriken at home or suddenly spit fire. The relatives with the last name Uchiha who lived in the village in Shizuoka Prefecture are also country people who make a living by farming and making handicrafts, not ninja groups. After sorting out his memories, the boy finally put his mind at ease and smiled. He saved his life. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary worker. Although he liked the manga Naruto very much, who would have thought that he would be in the ninja world full of dangers and wars in the peaceful days, and he was still the Uchiha clan whose names were registered in the Hades book. In the previous life, there was actually no Uchiha surname in the island country. In this life, the last name Uchiha seems to be just a coincidence in the parallel world. I didn't expect that 15 years after traveling to this world, I would actually awaken my memories of my previous life. But how did I get myself into the hospital? As soon as this thought came to Uchiha Ming's mind, he felt a needle-like pain on his left cheek, with a cold breath that penetrated into his bones, paralyzing half of his face. Midnight, black car accident. Dismantled apartment, crime scene, test of courage. Woman in a white dress. It turned out that the night before I was promoted to high school, I was wandering outside and suddenly rushed to the main road. I was hit by a passing black Toyota Century and flew more than 2 meters away. At first glance, it seemed that Uchiha Ming was just looking for death because his head was caught in the door panel in the middle of the night, but in fact it was not the case. Uchiha Ming's home is in Yaoi-cho in the southern part of Nakano District, Tokyo. A few days ago, a murder occurred in a cheap apartment building in Shimonakano, not far away. A woman was followed home and killed by her old lover. When Uchiha Ming, who is 15 years old this year and will be a high school student tomorrow, talked about this online, he accidentally revealed that the crime scene was not far from his home, and then he was urged by several unscrupulous netizens to go to the scene to take a few photos. After several questions, ridicules, and provocations from netizens, the young and energetic him actually went to the crime scene in the middle of the night. Then he saw that ghost thing. In his memory, Uchiha Ming bypassed the cordon at the door of the apartment and sneaked into the apartment. He originally planned to take a few photos at the door to get the job done. Before leaving, he pushed the door for some reason, and the door opened, and he saw a ghostly woman in white. The thing made a strange gesture, and the next moment, Uchiha Ming felt that his body had lost control, and he left the apartment with his hands and feet like a puppet, and came to the side of the road, waiting quietly without saying a word. When the car came, he rushed forward as if committing suicide. Chi! The last echo was a sharp and piercing brake sound, and the memory ended here. Fortunately, the car braked in time, and after being knocked down, Uchiha Ming only suffered a minor injury on the back of his head. After the hospital examination, he was given some medicine and bandaged for 2 days of simple recuperation before being discharged. But this also unexpectedly awakened the memory of his previous life. This world still has such a ghost thing. Although the ninja world is dangerous enough, Tokyo in this parallel world is not a good place either. The stinging on his cheek became more severe, making Uchiha Ming even more unbearable. He quickly picked up his phone and took a closer look at his face. The screen of the phone showed the handsome face of the black-haired boy, with bright eyes, a straight nose, and handsome features like a statue. It was a face worthy of the surname Uchiha. It was just that there was a flaw in the white wall, and a little finger-sized black spot appeared on the left cheek, vaguely resembling a woman's lip print. This was not a birthmark, nor a bruise caused by a car crash. Hiss, this mark was not left by that ghost thing, was it? I was controlled to crash the car before but didn't die, and it will probably come back again later. Uchiha Ming, who is familiar with the routine of horror movies, looked at the black spots projected on the phone and suddenly felt powerless. Although it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the daytime and the sunlight shone directly into the ward through the window, Uchiha Ming still couldn't feel any warmth, but instead felt a creepy feeling. Since there are evil spirits in this world, there should also be onmyoges and exorcists. But where can I find them right now? I can only go to a monk. Should I go to Sensoji Temple to ask for a talisman during the day? Just as Uchiha Ming was desperate and thinking about all sorts of things, a light screen suddenly appeared in his mind. ID, Uchiha Ming. Level, Genin. Skills, Sharingan LV1, 0/10, Fire Style LV1, 0/10, 3 Body Technique LV1, 0/10. Is this a system? Wait a minute, why does this homepage look familiar? Isn't this the Naruto game I was playing in my last life? Is this a drama? Is this true? Isn't this an illusion caused by the accident? Uchiha Ming was doubtful and tried to form a tiger seal. Unexpectedly, the next moment, some energy in his body suddenly became active, and a heat surged up along the esophagus and rushed out of his mouth uncontrollably. A bunch of sparks more than 10 centimeters long coughed out directly from his mouth. Cough cough. Uchiha Ming was choked and coughed repeatedly, and a blister was burned at the corner of his mouth, but his face showed an excitement that was difficult to conceal. Uchiha Ming quickly looked at the other end of the double ward. Lying on the bed was an old man in his 60s or 70s who looked a little thin. His cheekbones were protruding and his face was blue. He was sleeping at the moment and had no idea what happened in the ward. Take a deep breath, Uchiha Ming slowly closed his eyes, and then opened them. In the boy's scarlet eyes, there was a black megatama rotating around the pupil. Is this the Sharingan? And the previous fire breathing, I not only awakened the memory of my previous life, but also got the system transformed from the previous game. Uchiha Ming looked at the screen of the mobile phone with interest, admiring the strange eyes. Sharingan can be said to be the most growth-oriented blood limit in the ninja world. After the Sharingan evolves to the limit, it can obtain the power to reach the peak of the ninja world. This power is enough to shake the whole world even in modern society. Susanoo, which split the mountains and oceans with one sword, chopped down the Tokyo sky tree like harvesting wheat with a light wave. The Chibaku Tensei and Tenkai Genshin appeared in the sky above Tokyo at the same time. Just thinking about this scene made Uchiha Ming a little excited, but the sudden pain on his cheek quickly brought him back to reality. It seemed to remind him not to get carried away. Although it is great to get the system, I am now entangled by evil spirits. A single Megatama Sharingan is only an observation eye, and has no bonus to combat power. The LV1 fire style cannot even use the sea-level Great Fireball technique. With my current ability, can I fight against that evil spirit? After having the system, Uchiha Ming felt a little more confident, not as nervous as before, but he was still a little nervous to deal with the evil spirit he encountered before. The LV1 fire style is still a little weak. Ho ho! Suddenly, on the other side of the ward, with a few rapid sobs, the old man twitched like he had epilepsy, sweating like a pulp. He opened his mouth wide and made a choking sound. Is this old man in a nightmare or has a sudden illness? Call the nurse first. Uchiha Ming's thoughts were interrupted by the old man. Just as he was about to press the call button on the bedside, he saw a half-meter-long black tentacle covered with tumors extending from the old man's mouth. Then more and more black tentacles came out of the old man's mouth. What kind of monster is this? Uchiha Ming's vision was enhanced by the Sharingan, and his vision was excellent. He could see clearly that there were several black tentacles and several tumors on the tentacles. He was surprised and a little nauseous. He was a little dizzy. Since he had just opened the Sharingan, he couldn't control it well, so his eyes returned to normal. When he looked over again, he could no longer see any black tentacles, only a faint black mist shrouded the old man's head. Opening the Sharingan again, the vision seemed to disappear in an instant. A filter was installed in the room, and some things that were not seen before appeared in front of him. Dozens of black tentacles stretched out from the old man's mouth. The tentacles were as thick as fingers and about half a meter long, and they had tumors like octopus tentacles, dripping with unknown sticky liquid. Some of these tentacles were tightly wrapped around the old man's face, and most of them were twisting in the air, baring their teeth and claws, which made people feel goosebumps all over the floor. The old man suddenly jumped off the bed and staggered towards Uchiha Ming in the ward. Oh no! It was obvious that this person was not friendly. Uchiha Ming quickly lifted the bed sheet, covered the old man's head and face wrapped by black tentacles, and then ran towards the door of the ward. Chapter 2 Chapter 002 This world is so dangerous. The old man possessed by the tentacle monster tore off the bed sheet. At this time, Uchiha Ming had slipped to a place only one step away from the door. Just as he was about to escape, a thick black tentacle emerged from the old man's mouth, popped out like a frog's tongue, and wrapped around Uchiha Ming's left wrist. Damn it! Uchiha Ming could only turn back and pull the black tentacles on his wrist a few times. The force from the other end of the tentacles was not strong enough to pull Uchiha Ming over, but it was tightly tied to his wrist, and he couldn't break free for a while. At this moment, more and more tentacles came out of the old man's mouth. But these tentacles did not eject like before, but twisted their limbs in the air. Uchiha Ming keenly realized that this tentacle monster was going to abandon the old man as its old host and use the entanglement in his hand to the tentacles on the old man were transferred to his own body. No one could accept being possessed by such a monster. Since they could not escape, they could only bite the bullet. Uchiha Ming formed another tiger seal, and the chakra in his body was condensed in his mouth and tongue. At this time, the entire body of the tentacle monster almost escaped from the old man's mouth, and the tentacles twisted and twisted like a large ball of black wool, and the tentacles wrapped around Uchiha Ming's wrists became tighter and tighter, and then shrank, and the tentacle monster rolled into a ball and shot out, attacking Uchiha Ming's face. Fire escape! Uchiha Ming, who had been prepared, opened his mouth and spit out a fist-sized fireball hit the bullseye, and the flames ignited the tentacle monster in an instant. A wave of heat rolled in the ward, and the tentacle monster was burned to ashes in an instant, without even a trace of ash left. The half of the tentacle wrapped around Uchiha Ming's hand also fell off and fell to the ground, twitching a few times and disappearing. Kill completed. Checking rewards Ninja Jade *10 Hearing the system kill prompt sound, Uchiha Ming looked inside at the door of the ward for a while, carefully patrolled the ward up and down, and only walked into the ward after confirming that it was safe, and helped the old man who fell to the ground. Although the old man's breath was weak, it was still stable, and his complexion was better than before. Carefully helped the old man onto the bed, covered him with a quilt, and Uchiha Ming sat on his own bed, still a little palpitating. This world is so dangerous. First, there was the evil spirit that could manipulate other people's bodies to commit suicide, and then there was the tentacle monster that parasitized the human body. I encountered two supernatural events in one day. I was so unlucky. This world should not be like this. I had never experienced anything unusual in my life in the past 15 years. In addition to publishing some unfounded urban legends, the news media had never admitted the existence of monsters and ghosts. But did the authorities really know nothing about this? Uchiha Ming did not think so. There is a saying that if you find a cockroach in the house, there must be more cockroaches hiding in the corners of the room. There must be more supernatural events behind the evil spirits and tentacle monsters. With the control and supervision of all aspects of society by the modern state machine, it is impossible for them to be unaware of it even if they are idle. The island country's officials can maintain the superficial stability of society and make ordinary people unaware of it. They probably have some trump cards in their hands, such as the Supernatural Countermeasures Department composed of monks and onmyoges, which specializes in handling such special events, but it has not been made public. Ordinary people have no channels to contact the relevant departments, otherwise they might be able to use the power of the authorities to solve their own troubles. The stinging pain on the cheek began to occur again. Uchiha Ming gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He opened the system and checked the harvest this time. Ninja Jade *10. The Naruto game that Uchiha Ming played was a card collection game for collecting characters. Regardless of the rarity of the game characters obtained, the initial level is Genin, followed by Chunin, Jonin, Kage, and 6 paths, a total of 5 levels. The character level is linked to the skill level. If 3 LV1 skills are upgraded to LV2, they can be promoted to Chunin and unlock subsequent skills. In addition to improving the proficiency of skills through training, they can also be upgraded with one-click Ninja Jade. It is the item dropped by killing the tentacle monster before. 10 Ninja Jade can fill the proficiency of a LV1 skill. It's not necessarily useful to pray to the gods now. Instead of waiting for the evil spirit to knock on the door in the middle of the night, I might as well try to kill it during the day. My fire escape can kill monsters, and it should also work on evil spirits. Fire escape level 2, 0/100. Uchiha Ming thought viciously. He had no choice but to fight to the death after being targeted by the evil spirit. After upgrading his fire escape to level 2, his courage increased a lot. €. Nakano Police Station, Nakano District, Tokyo. A middle-aged uncle in his 40s with stubble and a somewhat depressed look, holding a report in his hand, looked incredible. The murderer of the Shimonakano apartment homicide committed suicide at the police station last night, or strangled himself to death. How is this possible? Kamihara Yuji is a police officer at the Nakano police station. He has been in charge of a murder case these days. The case is not complicated. It is just the emotional entanglement between a prostitute and a down-and-out customer. The murderer had surrendered himself after the murder, and there were witnesses and physical evidence. The case was clear and the case was about to be closed, but there were twists and turns. The murderer committed suicide in the detention center. Although he was not a famous detective or an ace police officer, Kenhara Yuji was also a veteran with 20 years of experience in the industry. He knew it was impossible for a person to strangle himself to death. But the superiors were indifferent to this. After all, the dead were marginalized people in society, and they had already shown the intention of hastily closing the case. But Kenhara Yuji refused to give up. He wanted to investigate further. He looked at his watch. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon. There was still time. He drove to the scene of the crime. Soon he arrived in front of a dilapidated 2-story apartment. This is a 2-story apartment with a civil structure. According to the information, it was built in 1997. In order to resist earthquakes, the island country has a service life for residences. The civil structure is 22 years and the reinforced concrete structure is 47 years. This apartment is undoubtedly close to or even exceeds the service life. The rent can be imagined, which is incredibly cheap. However, the apartment was too dilapidated and not many people rented it. In addition to the murdered Miyuki Ogura, there were only 2 tenants on the first floor. After the murder, the 2 tenants immediately showed their intention to quit the lease. Kamihara Yuji parked his car on the street and just got out of the police car when he suddenly felt a resentful gaze staring at him. Kamihara Yuji immediately raised his head and saw a woman in white flashing through the window of the leftmost room on the second floor of the crime scene. "It was wrong. Are you asleep?" Yuji Kanhara felt cold all over, a drop of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He leaned against the car with a very ugly face. How could such a thing happen? He must have been working on the case overnight these days and didn't sleep well, so he had nerve exhaustion, which made him see it wrong. Yuji Kanhara lit a cigarette, took a few puffs and threw it on the ground and stomped it out. "It's not necessarily wrong. There might be someone in Ogura Miyui's room now." He suddenly ran to the crime scene. Maybe it was related to the case. Yes, that's it. Yuji Kanhara has already leaned towards the second possibility in his heart. After crossing the cordon, the whole corridor was dark, and almost no sunlight could penetrate. Yuji Kanhara climbed up to the second floor alone and came to room 201 where Ogura Miyui rented. The room was locked, but Yuji Kanhara asked the landlord for a spare key yesterday. When Kanhara Yuji took out the key and prepared to open the door, as he approached number 201, an unprecedented sense of crisis came over him like a tide, making his hands tremble a little, and the key almost fell to the ground. The last time this feeling appeared was 3 years ago during a routine street inspection. A seemingly harmless office worker, while handing over his handbag, took out a folding knife without warning and stabbed him. This time the warning was much stronger than the last time. Kanhara Yuji's eyes had become sharper. He took out the police pistol Nambu M60 and held it in his hand. "Checked the bullets, okay. Checked the safety, okay. Let me see, is it a man or a ghost?" Kanhara Yuji held the gun in one hand and inserted the key into the lock with the other hand, turning it, click. And then held the handle to open it. Cha-cha-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. And at this moment, the sound of crazy nails scratching the wood came from behind the door of room 201. "There's something in there." Kamihara Yuji's heart was pounding, almost jumping out of his throat, but his body's reaction was faster than his mind, and he took several steps back. No, he couldn't go forward. The strong instinct of his body told Kanhara Yuji that he couldn't go forward. Opening the door was an indescribable horror for him. It was like standing in front of a cage with a hungry beast with bare hands, hearing its grunt, and the door of the cage was still ajar. "Let's just forget it." At this moment, the handle of room 201 began to turn from the inside. Click! Click! Kamihara Yuji was almost suffocating, but he still gritted his teeth and raised the police gun in his hand, pulled the trigger with his index finger, and aimed at the door. No matter what it was, ghost, monster, or demon, take a few bullets from me first. The door opened a crack from the inside, as if some monster was about to come out from inside. Suddenly, a tall and strong figure flashed before Kanhara Yuji's eyes. A strong and sturdy arm stretched out, grasped the handle, and pushed the door of room 201 back. The palm with thick joints tightly grasped the handle, and it did not move no matter how it rotated inside. After more than 10 seconds, the movement in room 201 finally calmed down. Amitabha, the donor should not be here. The area behind this door is not a place that mortals can step into. The tall figure turned around and was a monk with thick eyebrows and big eyes and deep wrinkles on his eyebrows. He was wearing white clothes and a red cassock that exposed his right shoulder. The whole person looked righteous and inviolable. Kanhara Yuji subconsciously turned the gun muzzle to aim at the monk, but hesitated again. The monk did not change his expression in the face of the black muzzle of the gun, but just bowed his head and chanted the Buddha's name. "Master, who are you?" Kamihara Yuji felt like he had just walked through the gates of hell. In this situation, he found that he felt very close to this monk who suddenly appeared. It was too offensive to point a gun at him. My name is Dai Lu. Chapter 3 Chapter 003 Buddhism is explosive. This monk was transformed by Uchiha Ming through the transformation technique of the three bodies technique. The prototype is the monk of the fire temple who got a box lunch as soon as he appeared in Naruto. Anyway, there is no Naruto comic in this world, so Uchiha Ming used the character's name and appearance without hesitation. After making up his mind to solve the evil spirit problem by himself before dark, Uchiha Ming simply slipped out of the hospital. He wandered around the nearby streets and transformed into an inconspicuous middle-aged office worker in the stairwell of a crowded supermarket. Then he walked a distance and transformed into the monk Dai Lu in a small alley without a surveillance camera, and took the tram to the crime scene. Buddhism is extremely prosperous in the island country. Even in an international metropolis like Tokyo, there are dozens of famous temples and ancient temples. It is not surprising to see a few monks on the street. The closer he got to the crime scene, the more severe the pain on Uchiha Ming's cheek became. Just when Uchiha Ming was about to go upstairs, he saw a police car driving over. A middle-aged police officer who looked a little depressed got out of the car, walked up the stairs, and quietly followed behind. Then he saw that after Kanhara Yuji failed to open the door, the things in the house were eager to open the door, but he was stopped at the critical moment. "Master Dai Lu, didn't you see the cordon outside? Why did you, a monk, appear at the crime scene? Which temple are you from? Which temples are there in Nakano district besides Koenji?" Kanhara Yuji thought about it and subconsciously used the tone of interrogating the criminal. "It is because you say I'm a monk, so I am here," Uchiha Ming said meaningfully. Kanhara Yuji frowned, thinking of the weird things that happened at the door of room 201 before. His face was a little subtle. He did not understand the meaning of the master's words. But what unclean and inhuman things are there in this world? After all, Kanhara Yuji has not seen it with his own eyes, and what happened before can also be explained by someone hiding in room 201 pretending to be a ghost. But thinking of the creepy horror before, this reason can't even convince himself now. "Master, are you here to help the dead Ogura?" Kanhara Yuji asked tactfully. This help has multiple meanings. When someone dies in an ordinary family, they will also find monks to chant sutras to help the dead soul, but Kanhara Yuji's hidden meaning is to ask Dai Lu if he is here to help the dead soul of Ogura. It has to be said that the Japanese are hypocritical. "Well," Uchiha Ming nodded indifferently. "As the saying goes, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make." He was forced to come to exorcise evil spirits. He knew nothing about these things. The more he talked, the more likely he was to be exposed. Uchiha Ming pressed his hand on the handle and exerted a little force. The door that had opened automatically before seemed to have malfunctioned now did not move at all. "Why do you have to keep people away from me, Lady Donor? Please forgive me for offending you." Uchiha Ming poured chakra into his feet, then kicked the door open. Kamihara Yuji widened his eyes behind him. This master was too wild. As soon as the door opened, a hair-raising breath came towards him. This hair-raising feeling made Kanhara Yuji feel like he was in a morgue. At the entrance, there was a large pool of dried blood. "I think this is where Ogura Miyui was killed." Kamihara Yuji carefully looked inside from outside the door. He was mentally prepared. Even if he saw something at this time, even if it was Ogura Miyui, he would be shocked. He would not be surprised if there were ghosts in the house. This is a single-person apartment of only 20 square meters. The entrance is next to the bathroom, and the bedroom is just 2 steps away. The ceiling is dull and yellow with faint mold spots, and the tatami feels like it will creak when you step on it, but the rent is cheap enough to cover up all the shortcomings. The house is cluttered with beer cans, lunch boxes, and snack wrappers, and it can be seen that the owner is a very sloppy person. Unexpectedly, there is nothing in the house. Kamihara Yuji looked at DLU with some doubts, but DLU still looked calm. Amitabha. The next thing is not something that mortals should touch. Please stand here, I will be back soon. Master, why do you say that? It is already the third decade of the 21st century and the fourth year of Reiwa. Even if there are really demons and monsters in this world, they cannot get away with it. If Master DLU can really save the dead, it is a great merit, and there is no need to hide it. Besides, two people can support each other if they go in, which is safer. Kamihara Yuji raised the gun in his hand. Then please wait a moment. Uchiha Ming frowned, but finally agreed. Uchiha Ming raised his hand knife and chopped on the door, wood chips flew everywhere, and in less than 3 or 5 strokes, the whole door was dismantled and thrown outside. In horror movies, it is common for the victim to enter the room, and then the door automatically closes and can never be opened again, and the victim is trapped inside. So can't dismantling the door avoid this problem? If something unexpected happens later, even escaping through the door can save a procedure. I am really too steady. Donor, come in. Uchiha Ming took the lead and walked into room 201. Kanhara Yuji hesitated for a moment and finally followed him in. The first step for Uchiha Ming to enter the room was to turn on the light. This single-person rental room was not big to begin with. Under the dim light, everything in the room was visible. The center, corners, and ceiling of the house were all normal. Kanhara Yuji checked the room a little bit. This room could not hide anyone. Who was the person who was twisting the handle in the room before? At this moment, the lights in the room suddenly flickered. The unprecedented sense of uneasiness once again captured Kanhara Yuji. The sense of crisis of facing the beast unarmed once again came to mind, but this time it was even stronger. A woman in white clothes and a pale face suddenly stood in the corner of the room. Her pupils were grey and she was staring at the two of them viciously. Ogura Mayui. Looking at the face of the woman in white, Kanhara Yuji couldn't help but exclaimed. It was exactly the same as the corpse and the photo he had seen before. Kanhara Yuji aimed his gun and looked at Master Dailor with a pleading look. Master Dailor remained calm and chanted the Buddha's name. Amitabha, you suffered a lot in your life and you can't rest in peace after death. The female donor is really suffering, but you don't have to be afraid anymore. I will help you to go to the Western Paradise. From now on, all the pain and sorrow in the world have nothing to do with you. Namo Amitabha, Dodagatat. As Master Dailor was reciting the Sutra of Rebirth, the evil spirit's face became more and more ferocious. The face that was originally quite beautiful now looked like a beast, which was chilling to look at. But the chanting did not stop, like flowing clouds and water. Under the influence of Master Dailor's calmness, Kanhara Yuji could not help but calm down. Master Dailor seemed to be an enlightened monk. Perhaps reciting the Sutra of Rebirth could eliminate Ogura Mayui's resentment. Let her become a Buddha honestly. He began to look forward to it and couldn't help looking at the evil spirit. In fact, Uchiha Ming was a little nervous, but there was no way out now. He bet everything on the level 2 fire escape technique. He stared at the evil spirit while chanting the spell, looking for the opportunity to attack. Gagana, Zhituogia 1/2 Osvaha. Master Jilu, do vengeful spirits also have shadows? Kanhara Yuji came with a trembling voice. How can I know this? This is the first time I have encountered evil in my previous life. How can I know if the ghosts in this world have shadows? Uchiha Ming's eyes couldn't help looking at the solace of the evil spirit's feet. There was indeed a shadow, and the shadow suddenly twisted and deformed strangely, stretched, and extended to the two of them on the tatami. Seeing that the situation was not good, Uchiha Ming jumped back flexibly and flashed directly from the bedroom to the outside of the house, but Kanhara Yuji failed to dodge, and the shadow of the evil spirit connected with his shadow. The evil spirit's grey pupils flashed with undisguised malice, and he pinched his neck with both hands. Kanhara Yuji also raised his hands and pinched his neck. So, this is how he committed suicide. Kanhara Yuji rolled his eyes, and a strong sense of suffocation came over his head. At this moment, he heard a sharp shout. "Female donor, it's time to go." Amitabha! Bang! A huge fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter flew from outside the house and hit the evil spirit with a bang. Sparks flew and heat rolled, making Kanhara Yuji feel that his hair was burnt. But the next second he found that he could move, and Kanhara Yuji rolled and crawled out of room 201. Seeing Master Dailu, Kanhara Yuji hurriedly said, "Master Dailu, be careful of the female ghost's shadow. If you are entangled by its shadow, your body will be controlled." "I see." Then Master Dailu's face changed, and then he made seals with his hands, chanted Amitabha, and spit out a huge fireball, which blasted into the house. It seemed that a grenade was thrown into the room again, and the huge explosion and scorching light and heat came again. After the fire escape was upgraded to LV2, Uchiha Ming could already use some sea-level fire escape ninjutsu such as the Great Fireball technique. The lethality was greatly improved compared to before, which was also the reason why he dared to come to exorcise the ghost. "Master Dailu, did you blow up Xiao Kang's ghost, and save him?" Kanhara Yuji looked at Master Dailu with a complicated expression and asked with difficulty. "Is this how you monks save the dead? Shouldn't he knock on the wooden fish and chant scriptures, so that the ghosts can wash away their evil spirits and ascend to Buddha peacefully in the Buddha's light, or take out the Buddha's staff and shout Amitabha, dance vigorously, and beat the ghosts to heaven with one stick? This painting style is too different from what I imagined. Could this Master Dlu be retired from a battlefield?" Uchiha Ming did not hear the killing prompt sound, which means that the evil spirit was not killed. But the stinging on the cheek was relieved a lot. It seems that the evil spirit was not feeling well under the 2 fireballs, and may even have been seriously injured. Alas, the female donor's resentment is too deep, and its soul is still entangled in this apartment. This won't work. If it turns into a haunted house, it will be troublesome. This room must be completely purified. Master Dlu said compassionately. Chapter 4 Chapter 004 Extraordinary power is so terrifying. "Master, do you mean to burn this room? Wouldn't that be too?" Kamihara Yuji naturally heard the implication of Master Dailu, but arson is a serious crime in the island country. Setting fire to a house means life imprisonment. As a police officer, he subconsciously wanted to object. "Don't worry about me, my benefactor. It is also a merit for me to be able to save a dead soul and let her escape from the sea of a suffering and come to my Buddha. I am willing to do it even if I am tired and suffer a little." Kamihara Yuji was a little amused. "Master Dailu, that's not what I meant. Even if it is to save the dead soul of Xiao Kang, you want to purify this house, you should also get the consent of the landlord first, right? Why don't you go back to the office with me first, cooperate with the investigation, and invite the landlord to discuss it? How about it?" "I have no idea. I am not willing to deal with the government." Master Dlu glanced at him calmly and said. "In an emergency, we must make decisions. The female donor's soul cannot be left and must be dealt with as soon as possible. Purifying this house is also a last resort. This trip is also to help the landlord accumulate merits. I estimate that the landlord will understand the righteousness and agree to it after knowing it. He will not blame me for a mere material gain." Although he had thought of seeking help from official forces before, seeing that the fire escape was effective against evil spirits, there was no need to deal with them. "I have made up my mind. You might as well evacuate other residents of this apartment to avoid being affected." Seeing Master Dilu's firm attitude and his unwillingness to accept objections, Kanhara Yuji could not help but hesitate. Although Master Dailu is a little different from the imagined great monk, he can spit out a large ball of fire from his mouth right under his nose. The power is no less than that of a grenade. It is definitely not a trick like the fire-breathing performance in the circus. He is a genuine extraordinary person. It was the first time to confirm the existence of ghosts and the first time to see extraordinary people use magic. Kanhara Yuji's worldview was shaken and he was a little confused for a while. In this regard, Master Dailu is a professional, maybe I should listen to him. And if Master Dailu really wants to do this, I can't object. With the extremely weak M60 in the south of the country whose penetration is deliberately weakened, how can I resist Master Dailu's artillery? Forget it. Finally, Kanhara Yuji had to give up and ran downstairs to evacuate the residence. Uchiha Ming looked at room 201. Since he knew that the evil spirit could control the shadow to operate other people's bodies, it was really a bad idea to run into the dark and cramped room to fight it. Since the evil spirit has been wandering around the dead apartment, it may have transformed into a ground-bound spirit or something like that. Burning down the house may be able to eliminate it. This is his first time to exorcise evil spirits, so he is not very sure about this, but it is a possibility anyway. He can only try it out and burn down room 201 first. Uchiha Ming retreated to the door and began to make seals with both hands. Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin, just like before, the seal is the seal of the Great Fireball technique. The two previous Great Fireball techniques were only hastily triggered with the minimum amount of chakra, but this time Uchiha Ming's movements were quite easy. He sent as much chakra as possible into his mouth, and after accumulating the maximum amount, Uchiha Ming opened his mouth and spit out. Amitabha! Great Fireball technique! With a loud boom, the wall opposite the door of room 201 was blown away directly, and the raging fire rose up and scattered in every corner of the house. The flames licked the ceiling upwards, half of the room was engulfed by the flames, and billowing smoke rose into the sky. Just like being hit directly by a rocket launcher, the power of this great fireball technique was several times greater than the previous ones. Uchiha Ming sprayed clusters of sparks from his mouth at the door of room 201 again, igniting the unburned places. Soon, room 201 was like a sea of a fire. And at this time, Uchiha Ming finally saw what he wanted to see. In the rolling flames, the evil spirit finally emerged, but this time it looked very embarrassed. Compared to the almost substantial spirit before, the current spirit has become transparent and illusory, but its eyes are still the same as the first time, cold and sinister, and there is no change even when it has been forced into a desperate situation. Uchiha Ming looked at the shadow of the evil spirit vigilantly, guarding against it using the weird ability before, but the evil spirit was so weak that it didn't even have the ability to use evil magic, and flew straight out of the fire and rushed towards Uchiha Ming. Amitabha! A huge fireball finally swallowed up the pair of resentful eyes. Kill completed, checking rewards. Ninja Jade *10. Shadow Imitation Technique LV1. Hearing the kill prompt, the stinging on his face completely disappeared, and Uchiha Ming finally felt relieved. The flames shot up to the sky, and the fire grew bigger and bigger. Room 201 had burned through the ceiling and spread to other places, and thick smoke billowed up to the sky. At this moment, Kanhara Yuji returned. Master Dailu was standing in the middle of the fire, ignoring the rolling heat waves, looking thoughtful. Ahem, Master Dailu, I have taken all the residents out, and then I saw the apartment on fire. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, and I found that you hadn't come out yet, so I rushed up to see the situation, ahem. Seeing Kanhara Yuji coughing repeatedly due to the smoke, and stammering, Dailu shook his head. Donor, it's really rash for you to rush up like this. Unlike this poor monk, how can ordinary people resist the ruthlessness of fire? Looking down from the broken wall, the fire has attracted the attention of the nearby streets. Some people are running and shouting, and some are calling the fire station. In the history of the island country, due to the dense population and the buildings are basically all wooden structures, there have been many tragic fires. The burning of a city and the death of thousands of people are real things that happened. The most famous fire in ancient times was probably the Myareki fire in the 17th century, which burned most of Edo to ashes over 2 days and 2 nights. A little closer is Lee Mei, who has countless acquaintances in Tokyo. Therefore, the island nation attaches as much importance to fire as to earthquake. The ghost of the female donor has been purified by the fire of this poor monk, and has become a Buddha. There is no point in burning it. If innocent people are really hurt, it will be my fault. Let me take the fire with me before I leave. Dlu raised his right palm in front of him and made a Buddhist salute, and raised his left hand high with one finger pointing to the sky. All the flames on the floor, walls, and ceiling seemed to be pulled by some force, retreating like a receding tide and sweeping over Dlu, circling and wrapping him up. Kanhara Yuji saw the flames rising up like lotus and Buddha's light. The tall body of Master Dailuo was completely wrapped in the sacred flames, as if he was wearing a burning flame robe. His expression was solemn but with a trace of compassion, looking like a saint and Buddha. Amitabha. After a Buddhist chant, the flames suddenly dispersed and extinguished, and Master Dailuo disappeared together with him. The fire that had swept over and almost burned half of the apartment to the ground was gone in an instant. Kanhara Yuji only felt dazed, as if in a dream. Extraordinary power, so terrifying. Chapter 5 Chapter 005 Uchiha Immortal Gate. Nakano District is a smaller district sandwiched between Shinjuku District and Sujina District. To the south is Shibuya District, which is only 3 subway stations away from Shinjuku. Nakano District has convenient transportation and has attracted quite a number of young people to rent here. Near Nakano Station is a large-scale office building complex, and it is also in time for at 5 or 6 o'clock, during the rush hour after get-off work. Uchiha Ming squeezed the train to rush home with difficulty. Uchiha Ming's home is a one-family house in Yaoi-cho 2-chome in the southern part of Nakano-ku. A one-family house with a separate door and a single house looks like a villa, but in fact it may not be as comfortable as a high-end apartment. First of all, the stairs and corridors will consume a lot of actual usable area, and it is also very hard to clean up and down in daily life. If it is a one-family house with a yard, typhoon prevention, insect prevention, and weeding are even more troublesome. Uchiha Ming hesitated at the door for a long time. He was in a complicated mood after awakening his memories of his past life. However, Uchiha Ming was from a single-parent family. His mother died before he went to elementary school, and his father was busy with official duties and often went on business trips. They were less and less together, and their relationship with Uchiha Ming became more and more distant, so it should not be noticed. He received the news that Uchiha Ming had a car accident, and rushed to the hospital to see him overnight. The doctor said that there was nothing serious, and he went back to work the next day. After changing his shoes, Uchiha Ming walked directly into the living room. Uchiha Ming's father, Uchiha Senman, was sitting on the sofa. When he saw Uchiha Ming, he waved to him. "Ah Ming, you're back. Come sit here for a while." Although the Uchiha in this world and the Uchiha in the ninja world are not the same clan, they have one thing in common: they are rich and handsome men. Uchiha Senman is also a famous handsome man in the community. He has black hair like ink, sword eyebrows, and star eyes. At the age of 36, he doesn't look like a middle-aged man at all. Although he works in the Metropolitan Police Department, he wears a pair of glasses and looks very bookish. His black hair, which is slightly too long due to neglect, is simply tied up and hung in front of his chest. The whole person looks gentle and polite. Uchiha Senman is also a top student of the University of Tokyo. He is the first person in his hometown village in Shizuoka Prefecture to be admitted to the University of Tokyo. With excellent appearance and academic qualifications, he successfully entered the Metropolitan Police Department after graduation and settled in Tokyo from the countryside. The only flaw in his life resume is that his wife passed away early. Although he is a widower, he is in very good condition. He has been introduced to many girls, but he has rejected them all. His wife has been dead for nearly 10 years, and he is still single. It's just that Uchiha Zionman is very busy at work. It is common for him to go on business trips for 10 days or half a month. He is rarely seen. It is very rare for him to go home today. I received a call from the hospital saying that you have been discharged. Didn't the doctor say that it is best to stay for 2 more days for observation? Uchiha Zionman asked with a concerned tone. I am fine, so I will be discharged. Uchiha Ming knew that too much talk would lead to mistakes, so he didn't say much. Uchiha Zionman asked Uchiha Ming. Now that I see that you are fine, I feel relieved. But you just came back from the hospital. Do you want me to ask the teacher for leave to rest for 2 more days before going to school? No need. Asking for leave right after the start of school is indeed easy to leave a bad impression on classmates and teachers. I will go to class tomorrow. Uchiha Zionman nodded and said nothing more. At this time, his mobile phone suddenly rang. After picking up the phone and listening to a few words, Uchiha Senman, who was a little careless at first, suddenly became serious. What? Fire? Okay, I'll go there right away. Something happened. I have to rush to the Metropolitan Police Department. I've ordered sushi. Eat it yourself later. Don't wait for me. Uchiha Senman stood up, picked up his clothes, and walked to the door in a hurry. Didn't he even know that his son didn't like sushi? After a hasty meal without any taste, Uchiha Ming returned to his room. Unlike the rooms of ordinary male high school students, Uchiha Ming's room was very clean, the floor was spotless, and the quilts on the bed were folded neatly and exuded the fragrance of laundry detergent. On the desk opposite the bed, there were all kinds of teaching materials piled up as high as a person's head. Uchiha Ming closed the door, sat down at the desk, recalled what happened today, and then opened the system. ID, Uchiha Ming. Level, Genin. Skills, Sharingan LV1, 0/10, Fire Style LV2, 0/100, 3 Body Technique LV1, 0/10. Sharingan, Fire Style and 3 Body Technique, these 3 skills are the basic templates of the Uchiha clan game characters in the game. When Uchiha Ming was playing the game, he collected not only Uchiha characters, but also ninjas from other families. After crossing over, he inherited the basic skills of the Uchiha clan, which made him wonder if it was a butterfly effect caused by the surname Uchiha after crossing over. There are also Ninja Jade *10, Shadow Imitation Technique LV1 in the system backpack. In the game, killing monsters can indeed drop Ninja Jade, so when killing tentacle monsters and evil spirits dropped Ninja Jade, Uchiha Ming was not surprised, but he was a little surprised when ninjutsu dropped, because that game did not have such a setting. How could an evil spirit drop such a thing? Although the ability of an evil spirit to manipulate other people's bodies through shadows is very similar to shadow imitation, it is not a ninjutsu. I can only regard this as a change that occurred during the time travel and forget it for now. Fighting monsters and leveling up is certainly the kingly plot, but I don't really want to deal with these monsters. I have lived in Tokyo for 15 years in this life, and I have never heard of news about monsters eating people. It is not easy to find their traces. Besides, who knows how deep the water in this world is? If you encounter a big monster and capsize, it will be the end. Although it was safe to deal with the tentacle monsters and evil spirits, we cannot expect all the demons to be this level. The Great Tengu, Tsuchigyumo, Shutendaji, Yamata no Orakai, and the notorious monsters in various island legends that could call the wind and rain quickly flashed through Uchiha Ming's mind, and he became more and more afraid. Since there are evil spirits and monsters, there must be extraordinary people such as onmyoji, priests and monks. I just don't know how strong they are and how they will view me, the only ninja. More importantly, I don't know how much the official knows about these monsters. Although in many popular light novels and comics now, the official is just a background board, allowing the protagonist and the villains such as monsters, demons, and aliens to fight in the city without any reaction, and even don't know what happened. Uchiha Ming can't expect that the official in reality is also a background board. For supernatural beings, the official cannot be completely ignorant and uninterested. The authorities can suppress those legendary monsters and ghosts, and prevent them from making trouble in the city, and even without any news, their strength must be more terrifying. Although I don't think that I will be taken away for slice research after being exposed, it is definitely necessary to be controlled and examined by the authorities. Uchiha Ming naturally declined. The most terrifying thing is to be taken away as cannon fodder to fight monsters. Before understanding the structure of the extraordinary world and the official attitude towards extraordinary people, I must not expose myself. The monk Dai Lo who was transformed by the transformation technique before was just a vest. There is no Naruto comic in this world. There is only a name. Even if the police officer wants to search, he has no way to start. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Since human society has developed to this point, the threat of monsters should not be that big. It is not my turn as a ninja to save the world. It is better to be more cautious. Set a small goal for yourself. Open the 3 Megatama. No, open the Mangekyo and go out to exorcise monsters and dominate Tokyo. Uchiha Ming does not think that his single Megatama Sharingan and LV2 fire escape can fight against the army. But it is different with the Mangekyo. With the Mangekyo, even if facing those legendary big monsters and modern state machines, at least there is enough power to protect yourself. Before that, keep a low profile, collect intelligence, and practice skills in the training ground. There are several function icons at the bottom of the system homepage, and the first one is the training ground. Except for the training ground, the icons are all black and locked. There is no response when clicking with the mind. It may be an accident that happened when crossing over. When the game was converted into a system, many of the original functions were lost. There are 10 more ninja balls, add them to the Sharingan first. When Uchiha Ming opened his eyes again, 2 Megatama appeared in his eyes. Sharingan LV2, 0/100. Chapter 6 Chapter 006 Training Ground. 4 huge and stern faces on the cliff silently stared ahead, as if guarding something. This is the landmark building of Konoha village, the Hokage Rock. From a bird's eye view, the entire Konoha village radiates outward with the Hokage Rock as the center, with well-arranged buildings, prosperous streets, bustling crowds, and a peaceful and serene scene. On the top of the Hokage office building in front of the Hokage Rock, Uchiha Ming faced 2 Konoha ninjas with blurred faces and green vests with a cautious look. Suddenly, a Konoha ninja raised his hand and threw a shuriken at Uchiha Ming. At the same time, he and another Konoha ninja held a kunao and rushed towards Uchiha Ming from the left and right with the momentum of horns. With his double Megatama Sharingan rotating, Uchiha Ming clearly saw the flight path of the shuriken, and he turned his head slightly without panic, and the shuriken passed by his cheek by a hair's breadth. He made a quick gesture with his hands, and with a puff, 2 clones appeared, and they rushed forward without hesitation to meet the attack. Facing the 2 clones, the 2 Konoha ninjas were slightly stagnant before launching the attack. Taking advantage of this gap, Uchiha Ming's hands flew, and he formed seals in the order of Ziyin Suzhou Mao Yin, and then he opened his mouth and spit out flames, which flew all over the sky like fairy flowers. Sea-level fire style, Phoenix flower technique. Directly turned the 2 Konoha ninjas into firemen. The Konoha ninjas did not wail, but turned into light spots and disintegrated on the spot. With LV2 fire escape, it's still very easy to deal with 2 blank genin who don't even have ninjutsu. Uchiha Ming stood on the Hokage building, looking down at the entire Konoha village like a Hokage, with a happy and relaxed look on his face. He thought about it, and the next moment, the background of the Konoha village Hokage Rock disappeared instantly, and then he appeared in the sand village surrounded by the desert, with yellow sand all over the sky and round houses like balls and pillars. The architecture of the sand village is obviously based on the residential houses in the North African desert in reality. The thick walls can effectively cope with the huge temperature difference between day and night in the desert. The rounded building shape and narrow windows are to avoid the erosion of wind and sand. Uchiha Ming admired the exotic style with interest for a while. Not long after, the scene changed, and he appeared in the Thunder Village under the blue sky and on the mountains. There is also the Rain Village, which is shrouded in rain and fog all year round and has high-rise buildings. The background of Uchiha Ming kept changing like a slideshow, and finally stopped, returning to the Hokage building in Konoha Village. The training ground that Uchiha is using now functions like meditation, and the consciousness can enter the training ground for various trainings, and the time-honored synchronization, the experience and proficiency accumulated after exiting the training ground are retained. The training ground can provide various venues for practice, all of which are famous scenes in Naruto, and can also generate NPCs for human-computer simulation battles. The NPCs for simulated battles are not very intelligent, but they are still qualified as training targets, and can also accumulate practical experience. The training ground can be said to have helped Uchiha Ming a lot. After all, the momentum of fire escape is quite terrifying. Water and fire are ruthless. If you are not careful, it may cause a fire. Uchiha Ming does not want to set his house on fire. The most important thing is to keep it completely confidential. If you practice ninjutsu in the training ground, you don't have to worry about accidentally leaking secrets. Exiting the training ground. Please select the skill to practice while hanging up. 3 Body Technique LV1, 0/10, Hanging Up. Hang up for 24 hours to gain 1 proficiency point. After training all night, the mental strength is almost exhausted, and the fatigue accumulated after exiting the training ground has also returned to the body. Uchiha Ming stretched and looked at the clock. It was already 3 o'clock. The time in the training ground was synchronized with reality. Uchiha Ming was only a freshman after all. He had to go to class and sleep. It was impossible for him to stay in the training ground for 24 hours a day to practice ninjutsu. Although the efficiency of acquiring proficiency by hanging up was not as good as training in person, the time for sleeping and attending class could be utilized. 24 hours to acquire 1 point of proficiency, it doesn't seem much. It takes 10 days to upgrade a skill from LV1 to LV2, but if you work hard, you can accumulate at least 300 points a year. After a year, you can upgrade the 3 skills of Sharingan, Fire Style, and 3 Body Technique to LV3. As long as you work harder, it is not impossible to open the Mangekaya before graduating from high school. This is Uchiha Ming's current small goal. I quickly took a nap. When the alarm rang, it was already 6:30. I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. I still had some dark circles under my eyes. Uchiha Ming took a cold shower, brushed his teeth, washed up, ate some bread, and took the Yamanote Line JR to school. Bunkyoku Jinggyuji Private High School, Class B, Grade 1. I'm Uchiha Ming, I'm glad to meet you all, please give me your guidance in the future. After writing his name on the blackboard, Uchiha Ming turned around and introduced himself gracefully. He was wearing the spring uniform of Jinggyuji Private High School. Under the dark black Western-style jacket, he wore a snow-white short shirt and a beige wool vest. The straight and slender black trousers made him look taller. Uchiha Ming had a slender figure, and more importantly, he looked good in anything. His handsome face had already made the female students below star in their eyes. The new classmate turned out to be a handsome guy at the school idol level. He brought the average appearance of the boys in the class to the top of the whole grade. The instructor of Class B of the first year, Ichiro Kinjo, is a middle-aged man who has begun to go bald. Uchiha classmate missed the opening ceremony yesterday due to some accidents. Today is his first time to come to school. You should take good care of him. Do you have any other questions? I. Several girls have already raised their hands impatiently. Uchiha classmate, what are your hobbies? My hobby is reading. Uchiha Ming replied. Uchiha classmate is the 15th in the entrance examination and the second in our class B. Kinjo added. Private Jinggyuji High School has enrolled a little over 300 new students this year, divided into 8 classes, with an average of less than 40 students in each class. Wow, he is still a top student. The girls looked even more enthusiastic. The boy wearing thick glasses in the first row from the left couldn't help but curl his lips. This class monitor is the 4th in the entrance examination and the 1st in the class. How come you girls call me a nerd when I introduce myself? It's all about the face. Uchiha classmate, do you have a girlfriend? This time the question was asked by a girl with her hair dyed light gold. She had an average to high face but was very delicately made up. She was handsome and good at studying. I thought there were only a few sour apples in this class, but I didn't expect such a big surprise. Although we will be separated into different classes in the second year of high school, we have a whole year to spend together, so maybe we can get the moon first. I don't think high school is a good time to fall in love. As students, we have more important things to do. Teacher, is my seat the empty table by the window in the back row? After getting a positive reply, Uchiha Ming didn't give others a chance to ask questions again. He took his school bag and sat down. Uchiha, this surname is not common. It's really interesting, isn't it? The boy in the front row turned around and put half of his body on Uchiha Ming's desk. In front of Uchiha Ming was a slick-looking boy, with a pointed face, shifty eyes, and hair waxed. He was not wearing a men's suit like other boys, but a lavender jacket that looked expensive. The culture of surname and clan name in ancient Japan was very different from that in the mainland. Surname was an honorary title bestowed by the emperor on ministers, similar to the honor of titles and official positions, so it was impossible for common people to have surnames. Clan names were clan names maintained by blood relations, not limited to wealthy nobles, but also common people could have surnames. However, with the development of the times, surnames were too common. In order to distinguish them, Miao characters appeared. Miao characters were new surnames separated from the main family, equivalent to the family name of the branch family, and paid more attention to bloodline inheritance. For example, Oda and Tokugawa were actually Miao characters. Later, with the Meiji Restoration, the civilian clan name permission was introduced. With the promulgation of the decree, the surname, clan name, and surname were combined to form the surname in the current sense. According to the memory of this life, the ancestors of Uchiha were craftsmen who made a living by making round fans. They originally had no surname, let alone surname. After the Meiji Restoration, based on their own skills in making a living, they created the surname Uchiha with the word Uchiwa for round fans. You are. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tanaka Hikaru. I really envy people with rare surnames like you. Unlike me, when I walk on the street, I often hear someone shouting Tanaka. When I turn around, I see that they are shouting someone else. Tanaka Hikaru raised one hand to support his head and winked. If you shout Sato, half of the people on the street will turn around. If you shout Suzuki, the remaining half will also turn around. Uchiha Ming made a joke. Sato and Suzuki are the first and second largest surnames in the island country. The two laughed at the same time. Before, I saw you were not polite when answering questions from girls, so I thought you were hard to talk to. Now you seem to be a reasonable person. It seems we can be friends. Uchiha smiled and nodded. He is a very friendly person. Tanaka Hikaru is a very talkative person. Although he is also a freshman, he is quite familiar with Jinggyuji High School. He can easily talk about all kinds of gossips, and Uchiha Ming listens with great interest. It was Riwa who asked you if you had a girlfriend before. She dressed like a hottie. But, Uchiha, what you said just now, do you really not want to have a girlfriend in high school? It feels a little early to fall in love in high school. What era are you thinking from? It's the Reiwa era now. It's common for junior high school students to fall in love. Tanaka Hikaru shook his head disapprovingly, and said with some regret, what a waste, not only a waste of youth, but also a waste of your face. If I grew up like you, I should have made promises with several girls in elementary school to get married when I grow up. Uchiha Ming was a little amused. After the island country implemented a relaxed education, there were 2 classes in the afternoon, and school generally ended at 3 or 4 o'clock. In his opinion, the island country's high school students thought about falling in love and praising youth all day long, and it was because they had too little homework. What kind of love do serious students have? He, Uchiha Ming, would never do such a stupid thing. Chapter 7 Chapter 007 Undercurrents. Uchiha, come up and do this problem. In the 4th math class in the morning, the math teacher, who was about 25 or 26 years old, had short hair and a bit of coolness next to the blackboard, called Uchiha Ming's name. Uchiha Ming stood in his seat and looked at the math problem on the blackboard. A3k, a 3k plus 1, a 3k plus 2, the elements in each 3 sequence form a group that satisfies the above relationship. Every 3 numbers can accumulate a remainder of 1, A3 to A2022 is exactly 677 groups. Then the thinking of solving this problem should be like this. After thinking for more than a minute, Uchiha Ming walked to the blackboard and wrote the process and answer on it. Correct, Uchiha, but don't doze off in my class next time. There are still some omissions in your problem-solving process. Here should be. The math teacher picked up the chalk and wrote on the blackboard. Because he trained too late yesterday, Uchiha Ming was a little tired. He squinted a little and was discovered by the math teacher with sharp eyes. Soon, the bell rang. Math class was the last class in the morning. The students were already hungry. The math teacher had no intention of delaying the class and announced the end of the get out of class immediately. Uchiha Ming didn't even make breakfast by himself, let alone a lunchbox. He went to the cafeteria with Tanaka Hikaru. Uchiha Ming ordered a beef set meal, touched his hungry stomach, and ordered a large tonkatsu ramen. The beef set meal was stir-fried beef and onions, plus a poached egg, a bowl of miso soup and a bowl of rice. The large tonkatsu ramen was topped with 2 large pieces of pork, piled with minced garlic, chopped green onions and bean sprouts, exuding the aroma of animal fat. This meal cost Uchiha Ming 1,200 yuan. It would be more expensive if he ate outside the school. Tanaka Hikaru sat opposite Uchiha Ming with a fried tempura set meal. Seeing that Uchiha Ming ordered so much, he was a little surprised. Uchiha, you are a meat eater, you can eat so much. Because of practicing chakra and ninjutsu, Uchiha Ming's appetite has also increased a lot. He first picked up the ramen to finish the pork, and then sucked the ramen into his stomach in big mouthfuls. After eating the noodles, he filled his stomach. Uchiha Ming spoke. Maybe it's because I'm in high school and I'm growing faster. I've been eating a lot more recently. I used to eat half of it. Growth. Hehe, you just dozed off in Mr. Inu's class. Was it last night? The little expression on Tanaka Hikaru's face is simply amazing. Don't think of me as so wretched. I just played games a little late and didn't get enough sleep. Uchiha showed a look of disdain on his face, and continued to eat rice with big mouthfuls, and ate another beef set meal with the remaining bone soup of the pork bone ramen. I almost made a fool of myself in math class today. I can't train so late in the future. It affects my daily schedule. And I can't give up studying, otherwise I will have less time for practice. Uchiha Ming swallowed a piece of fragrant and greasy beef, licked his greasy lips, and thought to himself. Although he has opened the Sharingan, Uchiha Ming does not intend to give up his studies. His deviation value is very good. Judging from the results of the entrance test, although he is still a long way from the top universities like the University of Tokyo, he is still very sure to get into the top 10 universities. Uchiha Ming is not a very smart person, and he has worked hard to achieve such results. The island country is also a country with fierce academic competition. In private high schools like Jinggyuji High School, the academic pressure is also very high. If his grades suddenly plummet after entering high school, his parents will definitely be contacted. Studying is like sailing against the current. If you don't make progress, you will fall behind. To maintain your grades, you must spend time studying. However, in this way, the time to open the 3 Megatama may be postponed. Uchiha Ming drank the last mouthful of pork bone soup, still a little reluctant to finish it. He swept away both sets of meals, except for a bowl of miso soup. He was not used to drinking this kind of thing, and he could not understand the island people's preference for miso. Unfortunately, the set meals in the cafeteria all came with miso soup. The only difference was that Restaurant A had tofu miso soup, and Restaurant B had kelp miso soup. At the same time, Tanaka Hikaru, who was eating and browsing his phone, seemed to have seen some interesting news and could not help but read it out. A gas pipeline exploded in an old apartment in Shimonakano, causing a violent fire. This on-site video is quite interesting. Tokyo is so big, with a permanent population of more than 10 million. It is not surprising that gas explosions and fires occur. Uchiha Ming said calmly. General fires are not news, but look at this video. Tanaka Hikaru handed over his phone. The pixel of the video was not very high. It should have been taken by a nearby surveillance camera. I saw a violent explosion in the first room on the second floor of a shabby cheap apartment. Even a big hole was blown in the wall. A raging fire gushed out from the gap and soon engulfed half a floor. The flames shot up to the sky. If the video ends here, it is just an ordinary fire video, but the strange thing is that after the fire, it retracts back into the house like a special effects lens, and the fire disappears. How did the fire retract by itself? This video doesn't look like it was played back again. It should be PS. The PS technology now is really superb. Tanaka Kwang said in amazement. During the conversation, the progress bar has been completed. Tanaka Kwang just wanted to play it again, but the video showed that it has been deleted. Hey, why is the video gone? At the same time, in room 201 of the cheap apartment where Ogura Miyui was killed, a handsome man in a black suit with glasses asked the technician next to him. Have all the videos on the internet been cleaned up? The technician swiped the tablet in his hand and replied, Yes, Uchiha police officer, the technical department has blocked the source file link of the website. We are very familiar with announcing that the explosion was caused by the aging of the gas pipeline. If Uchiha Ming was here, he would find that this handsome man in a black suit was Uchiha Zionman. Behind them, a group of uniformed police officers who looked very capable were holding various complex and sophisticated instruments in their hands, sweeping around room 201. Suddenly, a police officer made a beeping sound with an instrument like a metal detector in his hand. Uchiha Zionman's expression changed slightly, it can detect specific reactions. The report sent by Officer Kanhara of Nakano Police Station does not seem to be completely false. Uchiha Police Officer, the autopsy report of the murderer involved in the case has also come out. Do you want to take a look? Uchiha Zionman quickly took the tablet from the technician. The cause of death was a typical mechanical asphyxiation death, and the autopsy did not find other possible causes of death. The strangulation marks on the neck of the deceased were completely consistent with the hands of the deceased. The skin scraps extracted from the nails of the deceased's hands only found the murderer's own DNA, which can basically determine that the murderer's suicide did not involve a second person. The murderer did strangle himself to death, not suicide. Is it really another supernatural death accident? It's only April now, and the death toll this year has exceeded that of previous years. Uchiha Zionman took out several documents from the briefcase he carried with him. It was the police report handed in by Kanhara Yuji, a series of interrogation records afterwards, and even a mental assessment certificate for Kanhara Yuji. Uchiha Zionman frowned and read the report word by word, his expression becoming more and more serious. The evil spirit that manipulates the shadow, and the monk who uses magic to spit fire, took away all the flames in the fire scene and disappeared with the wind. It looks like a fool's dream. Uchiha Zionman did not doubt the authenticity of the existence of evil spirits. Whether it was his personal experience or official archives, there were more incredible things than this. But the mysterious monk named Dlu who could spit flames mentioned in the second half of the report was a little unbelievable. If this is true, even though the existence of some non-human beings has been basically confirmed 15 years ago, this is a major event that can shock the upper class of the island country. This may be the first human supernatural being confirmed to exist. Since the first observation of supernatural events in 2007, all kinds of bizarre, mysterious, and strange supernatural events have occurred one after another, and the Metropolitan Police Department has even captured a special individual suspected to be a monster. Since the following year, the Metropolitan Police Department has been secretly conducting a thorough search of temples and shrines across the country, hoping to find the legendary person who has the power to exorcise demons. Extraordinary people like magicians and yin-yang masters. But in the end, nothing was found. Later, the scope was expanded to the general public, and many famous psychics and supernatural people were found. As expected, they were all charlatans. But this time it seemed different. Uchiha Zionman said to the technicians again, "Call up the surveillance video." Staring at the tall monk whose face was slightly blurred in the video, Uchiha Zionman issued instructions: notify the technical department to clarify the monk's face, compare it with the database for facial recognition, and see if his true identity can be found. Also, call all nearby surveillance cameras, and track him from the surveillance camera where he appeared in the apartment, until he was first seen. Notify the Intelligence Analysis Department to check the list of registered monks in all temples in Tokyo. Even if you can't find the monk with the Buddhist name Dailu, try to analyze which sect and which temple he is from based on the clothes he wears. And this officer Kanhara, has he been controlled? Send him to the Metropolitan Police Department in Chiyoda, I want to talk to him in person. Before 8 o'clock tonight, summarize all the information for me, and I will report to the higher UPS. Instructions were issued one after another in an orderly manner. Uchiha Zionman knew very well what kind of shock his investigation report would cause when he submitted it. After the monsters and evil spirits, is it finally the turn of the human supernatural to appear? There were no such ghosts when I was young. What will this country become? Uchiha Zionman rubbed his eyebrows and muttered to himself in a low voice. Chapter 8 Chapter 008 Uchiha's Meal Today. After lunch, Uchiha Ming lay down in the shade of the tree in the courtyard of the campus for a while, and came to the cooking classroom when it was time for the afternoon class. The first class in the afternoon was the home economics class once every 2 weeks. Home economics class is a group of 2. Uchiha Ming and Tanaka Hikaru were assigned to the same group as expected. The elderly and smiling home economics teacher distributed a large basket of white radishes, and Uchiha Ming's group received 4. Don't learn too profound things in today's cooking class. Let's talk about the basics of knife skills, peeling. The home economics teacher picked up a white radish, holding the knife in one hand and turning the radish with the other hand, and peeled the radish skin in circles until the whole radish was peeled. And the radish skin was still a complete long strip without a break in the middle. This is the so-called kasha peeling. Kasha peeling is not a very advanced knife skill. It is just an entry-level skill in the cooking world. It only requires a lot of repetitive practice to master it. But it is still too difficult for Tokyo high school students who are lazy and don't know how to distinguish grains. Some people broke the radish skin after peeling a little, and some people were even more unlucky and almost cut their hands. Done. Tanaka Hikaru put a small piece of unevenly peeled radish core on the chopping board. Uchiha Ming glanced at the trash can. Most of the radish, including the skin and flesh, had been cut off. Half a class passed, and only one good girl in the entire B class completed the kasha peeling and received praise from the teacher. Hikaru Tanaka took out a small notebook from the inside of his jacket, opened a page, took out a pen and wrote on it, Takasaki Tsuki, good at knife skills, should cook often at home, and may be a good cook. Uchiha Ming's eyes twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but whispered. What are you writing this for? I'm collecting information on all the girls in the school. I plan to divide them into 3 levels, A, B, and C. Hikaru Tanaka winked and said, although Takasaki Tsuki's figure is not good, her face is still cute. If she is good at cooking and making delicious food, that would be a big plus. Maybe she can be included in the A level. Uchiha Ming looked at Hikaru Tanaka speechlessly. It is said that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Who knows that you are still as frivolous and vulgar as you appear? If girls hear what you said, you can be socially dead in high school and completely lose your right to mate. He began to seriously consider whether to distance himself from Tanaka Hikaru. He was a handsome young man in his prime, and it would be unfair if he was misunderstood as a sultry pervert. The few radishes that were distributed were quickly wasted by the students, but the teacher didn't care and distributed another basket of radishes. Fortunately, radishes are one of the cheapest vegetables in Japan, so they can withstand such waste. Radishes, also called big roots, have been a blessing for the poor since ancient times. In ancient times, poor people paid rent and the imperial grain from the shogunate, and there was not much food left. Radishes were one of the few vegetables that could be stored until autumn and winter, and many poor people used them as staple food. In the modern times when materials are relatively abundant, radish is also the cheapest and most popular vegetable in Japan. The Japanese people have even developed various cooking methods according to the different water content and spiciness of each part of the radish. For example, the root of the radish is more fibrous and has a bad taste, so it is fried. The middle is neither spicy nor sweet and has a moderate taste, so it is better to stew it. The head of the radish is more juicy and sweet, and it is also a delicacy when it is mixed cold or made into a salad. Some people even eat the radish leaves together, believing that only by eating the roots and leaves together can the nutrients of the radish be fully absorbed, which is called the whole of one thing. Uchiha Ming hesitated to take action with the knife. He had an idea to verify, and raised his hand to signal to the teacher that he wanted to go to the bathroom. After walking into the bathroom and closing the door, Uchiha Ming's eyes switched to Sharingan mode. He took out his mobile phone and went to End Station, opening a tutorial video released by a well-known chef who was known as the Peeling Sage. After opening the 2 Megatama Sharingan, he had the ability to copy other people's actions and even physical skills. Uchiha Ming wanted to verify whether it was practical in reality. The double Megatama Sharingan was close-tossed, staring closely at the hands of the peeling immortal in the video. Every subtle movement was in sight. Less than 5 minutes later, Uchiha Ming returned to the cooking classroom. Tanaka Hikaru had already finished writing in the booklet and put it away. He picked up a radish and started carving it randomly as if he was playing, with a lewd smile on his face, looking like he was carving a woman. Picked up the radish and the kitchen knife, and used the knife skills copied from the Sharingan. Uchiha Ming's slender 5 fingers seemed to gently caress the skin of his lover, and his thumb gently fiddled with it. The rough radish danced lightly and flexibly in his palm. After just a few seconds, a long, thin radish skin was completely peeled off by him. Put the peeled radish on the chopping board, chop off the root head, leaving only the middle section, cut into the knife, and flick the palm of the hand. The radish rolled up, just like a rolled paper being pulled out, pulling out a long and thin radish slice, hanging on the hand. You can still see the skin clearly, which shows how thin it is. The kitchen knife flew up and down between his fingers nimbly, and after a few beautiful flower cuts, Uchiha Ming put the knife away with satisfaction. Sharingan is indeed magical. With Sharingan, any knife skills can be copied and pasted at a glance. Thinking of this, the Uchiha clan who have opened their eyes are all reserve chefs, and they are also good at fire escape. The kitchen of the Uchiha clan may be very interesting. Tanaka Hikaru, who was standing by, was already stunned. With a click, the radish woman in his hand was directly cut into pieces by him. Uchiha, are you so good at knife skills? You can peel such a big radish in just a few strokes, and it's so clean and neat. Teacher, come and see. Tanaka Hikaru's shouting quickly attracted the attention of the whole class. The home economics teacher walked down the stage, picked up the radish skin that was as thin as a cicada's wing and clearly visible with fingerprints, and couldn't help asking. Does this student have a cooking family? This radish's knife skills are better than the teacher's. My family is not in the cooking industry, but I am a little interested in this, so I practiced it for fun. This level of radish peeling is not something that can be mastered by practicing for fun. It is impossible to cut it so beautifully without more than 5 years of hard practice. This boy must have put a lot of effort in secret. Is he trying to develop into a professional chef but is afraid of being known by others and opposed by his family, so he refuses to admit it? At this time, the get-out-of-class bell rang at the right time. The home economics teacher thought about it and spoke more gently, "Your knife skills are very good. It can also be seen how much effort you have put in for this. I give your group an A and for this class. I look forward to your performance in home economics in the future." Just kidding, Uchiha Ming can't cook at all except for simple instant noodles or egg fried rice. This amazing knife skill is just a temporary copy, and he can only peel the cinnamon. If he is asked to cut and carve on the spot, it will not be much better than Tanaka Guang's knife skills. It seems that after returning, I have to use the Sharingan to copy some commonly used knife skills to avoid leaking the secrets next time. After class, Tanaka Hikaru came over with a grin. "Uchiha classmate, you are really a hidden talent. Thanks to you, I also got an A in this class. When I finish collecting and organizing my confidential information, I will let you be the first to see it." "Forget it, I am afraid I am not worthy of it." Uchiha Ming responded with a few words casually, and Tanaka Hikaru asked again. "Uchiha, are you interested in joining any club?" "I am in the Kyoto Club." "Are you interested in trying our club?" "The Kyoto Club is very cool." Chapter 9 Chapter 009 Kyoto Club. Kyoto Club? Uchiha Ming looked at Tanaka Hikaru with some surprise. He couldn't imagine his posture of bending the bow and shooting arrows. He said casually, "I am a little curious about Kyoto, but I don't plan to join the club." He thought that participating in club activities was meaningless and a waste of time. It would be better to use this time to study or practice ninjutsu. "Uchiha, have you forgotten that the motto of Jingyuji High School is both civil and military? In addition to academic performance, it also values a euro performance in club activities. The school requires students to participate in at least one club activity. So troublesome. Since you have to join a club, why not consider our Kyoto Club? I was promoted directly from junior high school and I am very familiar with Jingyuji. After school, go to the Kyoto Club first. If you don't like it, go to other clubs." Uchiha Ming thought about it and agreed, then. "I'll trouble you." He is not completely interested in Japanese-style club activities, but he is afraid that it will delay his studies and training. With a well-informed local snake like Tanaka Hikaru leading the way, it can also save some unnecessary trouble. The school dismissal time of Jingyuji High School is 3 p.m. like other schools. Now is the beginning of the school year, which is the best time for clubs to recruit new members. Seniors and predecessors distributing flyers can be seen everywhere on both sides of the school road. It looks very lively. Koshin. Koshin. Do you want to go to Koshin together? Sprinkle sweat, burn youth. Please come to the track and field club. The tennis club is recruiting new members, there are handsome seniors to guide you personally, and the instructor, Teacher Kyujo, is a beautiful lady. The archery club is deep in the school, along the winding path, at the end of the green shade. The archery club is different from ordinary clubs. The requirements for the venue are very high. Only in the corners of the campus can a large enough area be reserved as a dojo. Under the leadership of Tanaka Hikaru, Uchiha Ming easily found the archery dojo, and heard a clang at the entrance of the archery dojo. The sound of the strings was crisp, and then there was a pop sound of the target being hit. Take off your shoes at the entrance, and walk into the archery dojo wearing only socks on the paulownia wood floor. Uchiha Ming looked at the archery dojo curiously. Archery, like kendo, is a sport with a very Japanese characteristic. This was his first time in the archery dojo. Entering from the entrance, a row of more than 2-meter-long Japanese bows and arrows of various weights and sizes were placed vertically on the wall opposite. The shooting range was perpendicular to the entrance. The shooting range was estimated to be 30 meters long and 20 meters wide, and the area occupied 2/3 of the dojo. On the wall opposite the shooting range, there were several calligraphy and banners. From top to bottom, there were truth, goodness, and beauty and shooting right will hit the target, and at the bottom were the 8 shooting rituals that every archery dojo must have, that is, the 8 movements of archery and their introduction. A girl with a ponytail wearing a white top and black bottom kyoto uniform was drawing the arrow and pulling the bowstring in an elegant posture. Behind her were several freshmen who were obviously visiting and kneeling on the floor in an upright position. Kyoto doesn't require too much strength. Hold the arrow high. Kyoto archery relies on the muscles of the back to pull the bowstring down. It doesn't matter if girls are not strong. The arms don't actually need to exert too much strength. The girl with a ponytail pulled the bowstring behind her ears, and after completing the drawing, she aimed the arrow at the target. Just now a classmate asked me if myopia would affect archery. In fact, Kyoto does not require strict vision. Kyoto focuses on posture. If the posture is stable and the force method is found correctly, hitting the target will be a natural result. This is the correct shot. Just like this. The girl with a ponytail shot an arrow. Although it did not hit the center of the bullseye, it also hit the inside of the target. Her movements were like flowing water, and her archery posture was elegant and beautiful. The girl had fair skin and beautiful face, and her black hair was as long as her waist and tied into a ponytail and hung behind her. She had a pure temperament, and she was close to the type of Yamato Nadeshiko. This made her look more elegant. The first-year students who visited all applauded and cheered. Great, right? The girls in the Kyoto Club seem to be of a high level. The I1/2F uniform is the highest level bonus, just like the Shrine Maiden uniform, it can at least increase the charm by 20%. Tanaka Hikaru nudged Uchiha Ming with his elbow and whispered to him. The head of the Kyoto Club, second-year Yashiki, you can't tell she's wearing a chest protector now, but actually, tisk tisk tisk, I've seen her in casual clothes, at least D uniform. Black long straight athletic girl, Yamato Nadeshiko, with multiple attributes, Yashiki is undoubtedly an A-level beauty on my list. How about it, are you interested in joining the Kyoto Club now? Uchiha Ming has gotten used to Tanaka Hikaru's dirty remarks and is too lazy to comment, but he has to admit that the girl's movements when shooting arrows are very elegant. After releasing the arrow, be careful that the bowstring bounces back and hits your chest. Girls must remember to wear a chest protector. Yashiki's cheeks flushed, as if she was a little embarrassed. The Jinggyuji Archery Club doesn't have a long range, only a 28-meter short range. See the wall behind the target? It's called Azuchi. It's to prevent the target from flying out. Although the bow is not powerful, the arrow is still very dangerous. If there are people on the archery range, it is absolutely forbidden to take the bow. After the arrow is loaded, the arrow is strictly prohibited from pointing at people. It is absolutely forbidden to shoot facing others. Does anyone want to try it? We have lightweight bows for beginners, ranging from 6 kilograms to 10 kilograms. I'll do it. As for the public bow, there's no need. I have my own matching bow and arrow. Tanaka Hikaru stood up directly, carrying his own black quiver that was more than 2 meters high. It's Tanaka. Although Tanaka is also a freshman, he has already submitted an application for admission. It seems that you have experience in archery practice. Then you can come. Yashiki smiled reluctantly, his eyes flickering. She still remembered the obscene look that Tanaka Hikaru gave her yesterday. He was just like a scavenger. If the boys in the Kyoto Club were not really short of people, they would not have considered such a person. Tanaka Hikaru walked to the shooting range and took out the bow and arrow in the quiver. The fiberglass reinforced plastic and bow he brought with him were obviously much more advanced than the bamboo public bows in the dojo. After holding the bow, Tanaka Hikaru changed his previous frivolous and slick expression and became serious. From the initial step to the bowstring, he did the movements in a methodical manner. Although his posture was far less graceful than that of the 8 colors, it was obviously not at the level of a beginner. Uchiha Ming was secretly surprised. He thought that Tanaka Hikaru came for the beautiful girls in the Kyoto Club. He didn't expect that he had some basic skills. You can't judge a person by appearance. But can he hit the target? Pop! There was a crisp sound when the arrow shot into the target. Tanaka Hikaru's arrow not only hit the target, but also hit the center of the target. How's my archery? Cheer for me! Tanaka Hikaru put down his bow, posed in a showy way, and looked very proud. Uchiha Ming looked a little strange. Although the arrow hit the bullseye, something was wrong. Tanaka-san is really lucky. It's a pity that you are in the 3rd position, but you hit the 4th position target. You won't get any points. Yashiki showed a smile on her face. It's common to miss the target when shooting arrows, but it's the first time she has seen an arrow hit a target in a different position. It's really stupid. Tanaka Hikaru was also very thick-skinned, not showing any embarrassment. He shook his head and sighed, I was not in good condition today, and I was unable to show my true strength after years of immersion in archery. Forget it, today is not the time to shoot arrows. Uchiha, I will lend you my bow and protective gear, you try it. Chapter 10 Chapter 010 Shooting straight will hit the target. Is it okay? Senior, I will be the next one to draw the bow, but I am a real layman and I know almost nothing about the rules of archery. Uchiha Ming turned his head to look at Yashiki. Of course, everyone starts from the basics. Bashiki looked at Uchiha Ming, his eyes suddenly lit up. Uchiha classmate, since you are here to experience the Kyoto Club, do you want to try our Kyoto Club uniforms? Won't it be too much trouble? No, the uniform is one of the biggest features of Kyoto. How can you say you have experienced Kyoto if you have only shot arrows but never worn the uniform? It was really hard to resist the enthusiasm. A few minutes later, Uchiha Ming had changed his clothes and stood in the dojo. The white and black uniforms on the tall and slender Uchiha Ming looked particularly heroic. Some girls took out their mobile phones to take pictures of him. It fits as well as I imagined. I dare say that our Kyoto Club's uniforms are the best looking among all the clubs. Bashiki looked at Uchiha Ming with satisfaction and said proudly. It's 10 kilograms, just right for a new boy. Yashiki plucked the bowstring of Tanaka Hikaru, tried it, and then handed the bow to Uchiha Ming. Then he asked Uchiha to stretch his arms and chose an arrow of the right length for him according to his arm span. You need to prepare 3 things for Kyoto: bow, arrow, and finally a protective glove. The glove looks like a leather glove with the ring finger and pinky exposed. Like a ring, it is to prevent the bowstring from rebounding and scratching the fingers after shooting. Uchiha, the first step of archery is called stepping. Stepping your feet apart like me, you step too little. It's not easy to stabilize your upper body, and the arrow you shoot will definitely be skewed. Yes, I use the 1-foot stepping style, that's it, stand a little further away. No, it's wrong to put the arrow on your hand like this, it should be like this. Then raise the bow and arrow above your head, pull it apart, aim your sight at the target, and the arrow should be level with your sight. Your action, well, so. Looking at Uchiha Ming's awkward and clumsy movements, Bashiki I1/2D didn't know why, and he became more and more interested in guiding. Could it be that Bashiki Sr. has the problem of being a teacher? Under Bashiki I1/2D's hand-in-hand guidance, Uchiha Ming followed her archery movements step by step, but in the end he just imitated a weird one. Judging from the standard of posture, even Tanaka Hikaru was more qualified than him. However, there is no way. Although there are only 8 movements in the 8 methods of archery, each movement has many subtle details. Even if the eyes see and understand, the body often cannot keep up and cannot do it. Okay, that's about it. Finally, try shooting an arrow yourself. Uchiha Ming slowly exhaled a long breath and followed the steps taught before, stepping on the foot, framing the body, putting the arrow on, raising the bow, and pulling the bow until the bowstring was fully stretched and ready to shoot, with the arrow pointing directly at the target 28 meters away. Looking at Uchiha Ming's shooting posture that made many low-level mistakes and his posture was seriously out of shape, Yashiro shook her head in disappointment. This won't work. This arrow will definitely miss the target. But she quickly came to her senses. From the previous movements, Uchiha classmate was obviously a layman who was in contact with archery for the first time. Missing the target was inevitable, and hitting the target was an accident. It took her a long time to train before she hit the target for the first time. Don't expect too much from newcomers. As expected, Uchiha Ming threw the arrow high, past the target, and shot directly onto Azuchi. But Uchiha Ming did not show any disappointment on his face, but a thoughtful look. What a pity, it was just a little bit off. Tanaka Hikaru shouted. This made Uchiha Ming blush a little, because the distance between the arrow and the target was very obvious, and there was not even a trace. Even if you are selected for the archery, it is impossible to hit the target with the first arrow. Junior, your arm was too tight for this arrow, and the waist force was not right. There was enough power but a little lack of finesse, but Junior, you can shoot the arrow well for the first time, which is good enough. Uchiha Junior, you can try to practice again, I will correct your posture. Yashiki said with a smile, and took another arrow and handed it over. Who knew that Uchiha Ming shook his head, did not take it, but returned the bow to Tanaka Hikaru. Thank you, senior, but it's not necessary, because I will definitely miss now. Uchiha Junior, it doesn't matter if you miss. Kyoto is not about hitting the target. Kyoto is an art. In addition to the pursuit of hit rate, it also pays more attention to truth, goodness, and beauty, said Yashiki seriously. The correct posture is true, hitting the target is true, and beauty is expressed through the correct archery etiquette. The bow itself is full of beauty, but more importantly, the solemnity of the action and the elegance of the shooting posture bring beauty to the audience. Even if you shoot very accurately in the official competition, but the posture is completely wrong, you will be judged out if you play like this. Kyoto competition is not a bodybuilding competition. No matter how beautiful the posture is, it's useless if you miss the target. In shooting sports, it's enough to shoot accurately. What's the point of doing so many fancy things? Tanaka Hikaru couldn't help complaining. Yashiki's smile was a little bit off. When he was about to say something, he just seeing Uchiha Ming concentrating on staring at the banner of shoot directly and you will hit the target on the dojo, he subconsciously said. If you shoot straight, you will hit the target. If Kyoto is just as the senior said, you can hit the target if you shoot with the right posture, then it will be very easy for me to hit the target. Ha, is that so? Bas's smile, which had been forced enough, could no longer be maintained at this moment, and there was even a hint of anger on her pretty face. This is the anger that all insiders will feel when they see outsiders making comments and boasting in their familiar fields. You are obviously just a newcomer, not even a beginner, yet you dare to brag so much. Don't you have any self-awareness? Uchiha Ming saw Yashiro's expression and knew what she was thinking. But for Uchiha Ming, who possesses the Sharingan, this is indeed not bragging. After opening the second Megatama of the Sharingan, one has the ability to copy physical techniques. Even various physical techniques that have been honed for life and death battles in the ninja world can be copied. Of course, the archery posture used in competitions is no problem for him. The atmosphere that followed was naturally not so friendly. Yashiki did not invite him to join the archery club, but instead asked him in a polite but distant tone to continue watching the archery club's performance. Since the other party did not order him to leave, Uchiha Ming took off his uniform and returned it, then sat in the back row to watch again, and took out his cell phone. What era are we in now? Why are we still practicing Kyudo using traditional methods? Now that it is the internet age, of course we have to copy and paste. Chapter 11 Chapter 011 Bao returns. Damn it, how could there be such a person? Fortunately, he has a good-looking face and looks quite handsome in uniform, so I thought he was a promising talent. Is it true that birds of a feather flock together? Thinking of Tanaka Hikaru, who had secretly looked at her like a scavenger, Yashiki shuddered. She was drawing the bowstring when she released the arrow too early before she could finish the action. Off target. Looking back, I saw Tanaka Mitsuru sitting awkwardly against the wall with his legs apart, his eyes wandering around, while his follower named Uchiha was playing with his cell phone with his head down. Why do we have to play with mobile phones in a sacred temple? Base looked at the clock in the dojo. It was almost 5 o'clock. Although it was still early, she no longer had the heart to continue performing. She just wanted to get rid of those two people quickly. Putting away his bow and arrow, Yashiki said to the visiting freshman with a smile, "Today's performance of the archery club ends here. This week, the archery club will perform on time every day after school. Those who are interested in joining the club can go to me. Get an application form for admission." Perhaps moved by Yashiki's elegant shooting posture, almost all the freshmen who visited took watches from Yashiki and left the archery field one after another. Only Uchiha Ming deliberately stayed at the end, and Tanaka Hikaru also did not leave. "My two classmates, today's Kyudo club performance has come to an end. I still have to clean up the shooting range and the place. You can leave now." "Senior Yashiki, after watching your wonderful performance, I realized the profoundness of Kyudo and learned a lot. I feel a little itchy. Can you let me shoot again?" Uchiha Ming put away his phone and looked at he turned to Basie 1/2D and asked. "You're lying. Weren't you playing with your phone for the past hour?" "But, time." Base looked a little embarrassed. Tanaka Hikaru spoke up for him, "Minister Yashiki, it only takes one shot, and it will be over very quickly. If we keep dragging our feet, we may waste even more time." After obtaining Yashiki's consent, he borrowed Tanaka Mitsuru's bow and protective gear again and stood on the shooting range again. Uchiha Ming stood at the shooting position, looking at the target 28 meters away. His eyes were cold, and his whole temperament suddenly became calm and composed, completely different from the impetuousness and novelty when he first drew the bow. Like a veteran of erotic archery with decades of experience. The first step of the 8 techniques of archery, stepping forward, made the 8 colored people open their eyes wide as soon as they took the stance. His feet were as solid as rocks on the Paulownia wood floor, his upper body was straight, and the lines from his back to his waistline were taut and full of power. The actions of putting the arrow on, drawing the bow and pulling the bow are done in one go as if they have been practiced for 1,000 times. With a clang sound, the string sounded crisp, the arrowhead sank into the center of the bullseye, and the feathers at the tail end trembled slightly. Euro. Yashiki's eyes did not look at the target at all. With her rich experience, she could tell whether she hit the target or not by just listening. She looked at Uchiha Ming in surprise, who was maintaining his resentment and slowly putting away the bow and arrow. "How is that possible? As I said before, the most important thing in Kyoto is the correct shooting posture. Hitting the target can be accidental, but this amazing shooting posture cannot be accidental. With this arrow shot by Uchiha Ming, Yashiki seemed to have seen the 9th and 10th Dan masters who have obtained the highest honor in Kyoto are personally drawing the bow and shooting arrows. Moreover, Yashiki saw that the bow in Uchiha Ming's hand rotated 270 degrees after shooting. It's a hit, a perfect shot. Uchiha, you actually used the bow return, damn, this is too cool. The original intention of my Kyoto training was to practice the bow return, but I haven't succeeded once in so many months. Euro. Tanaka Mitsuru also noticed that Uchiha's shooting posture was very beautiful and he hit the bullseye, but what made him most envious was the bow return technique that Uchiha used. The unique structure of the Japanese bow determines the movement trajectory of the bowstring. The bow is driven by the bowstring to rotate more than 180 degrees in the palm of the hand. The arrow moves away from the bow arm at the moment of shooting to avoid interference. This is the bow return. Bow return is a high-level skill in archery. It is not only a practical way to reduce the shock of the arrow, but also extremely handsome. Experienced archers will deliberately use the bow return technique, and even pursue the bow return at the expense of the main purpose, but bow return is only the result of archery, not the purpose. If the archery has reached the master level, it can be used naturally without special use. Shooting is so beautiful, and it is still bow return. Is it really the first day for Uchiha to learn archery? Bashi said with a complicated expression. Is this handsome junior pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? But it's obviously wrong. Uchiha's previous archery posture, force method, and bow drawing gesture are all obviously amateurs. Although he taught the 8 methods of archery etiquette, the shooting method he used is essentially wild. How come he has become a different person in just 1 hour? According to historical legends, Minamoto Tame Tomo, who shot down a warship with 1 arrow, must have been just like this on his first day of archery training. Before Uchiha Ming spoke, Tanaka Hikaru refused. Senior Yashiki, you were also promoted from junior high school, and you must have heard of the Witch of the Kendo Club. She started to learn Kendo in the first year of junior high school, and she dominated the country that year. Because she was too strong, she was banned from participating in junior high school. This world has geniuses beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I think Uchiha is a genius of this level. Don't use the eyes of ordinary people to understand talented people. Talented people? I also have a Kyoto rank, and all my instructors have called me a talented person since I was a child, but I can't do this anyway. Is the talent gap between people so big? Yashiki bit her lip, looking a little discouraged. Uchiha is really a genius. Genius. It feels fresh to be called a genius for Uchiha Ming. Uchiha Ming knows his own weight. Although he is a time traveler, he is actually just an average person. Although it is clear that this is a cheat from the Sharingan, it is still a great feeling to be praised, especially by a beautiful girl. Uchiha, please join the Kyoto Club. Yashiki invited Uchiha solemnly. The Kyoto Club of the private Jingyuji is not outstanding, especially the men's Kyoto Club, which can barely gather 5 qualified members to participate in the team competition. The mode of the Kyoto team competition determines that no matter how strong a person is, he cannot turn the tide. But in addition to the team competition, there is also the individual competition. With the shooting posture and hit rate shown by Uchiha in the previous arrow, it is not a problem for him to win the championship in the national competition. As long as he can get good results, he can make the Jingyuji Kyoto Club famous. At that time, it will be much easier for the club to recruit new members or ask for funds from the school. Most importantly, Yashiki looked at Uchiha Ming carefully. Uchiha-san's demeanor is very outstanding. He was so handsome in his archery uniform. It would be a waste for such a person not to practice archery. Uchiha-san is no longer a rough jade, but a sparkling gem that has been carefully carved. He only needs a stage to shine and shock the world. I'm sorry, senior sister Yashiki, I don't plan to join the archery club. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Ming shook his head and handed the bow to Tanaka Hikaru beside him. Why don't you join the archery club? Isn't it a pity if you don't use this talent? Do you hate archery? Senior sister's archery posture is very beautiful. I like it very much. I am not completely uninterested in archery. But I think the archery club is not suitable for me. I want to try other clubs. Uchiha Ming was telling the truth. Although archery gave him a sense of being a little flashy, it was still more handsome than kendo. Although kendo players look very handsome wearing protective gear and bamboo swords, they are not comfortable to wear, especially in the hot summer. When you take off the mask after training, you will smell of sweat, which even a beautiful boy cannot avoid. But Uchiha Ming has no intention of joining the archery club. The cost of archery is not low. The bow, arrows, and protective gear required for archery are not cheap. A set of equipment costs at least 200,000 or 300,000 yen. Uchiha Ming is only slightly interested in archery, and it feels a bit uneconomical to buy equipment for this. The most important thing is that Uchiha Ming does not have time to spend on these trivial matters. Uchiha Ming does not want to spend too much time on club sports, but the school motto of the private Jinggyuji High School is to be both civil and military, and club activities are very important. Not joining a club just to go home is too conspicuous, so Uchiha Ming just wants to find an easy club to be a ghost member, and then continue to practice, study, and develop in a low-key manner. But seeing that Yashiki Sr. from the archery club was full of expectations for Uchiha Ming, she obviously would not let him slack off. Yashiki Sr., thank you very much for your guidance. I benefited a lot from it. I will take my leave now. Uchiha Ming was about to change back into his school uniform, but as soon as he turned around, he was grabbed by the sleeves by Yashiki. For Yashiki, who was particular about her elegant manners, such an action was quite bold. Her cheeks flushed, but she still said seriously, I hope Uchiha classmate will think about it again. It is too much for a talented person not to walk on the right path. What a pity. Uchiha Ming regretted that when he used the Sharingan to copy the Kyudo skills, he shouldn't have found those grey-haired Kyudo masters. They were too conspicuous. But it's better to have more skills than less. If you want to learn, you should choose the best. Then she quickly let go and bowed, please think about it again. Uchiha, you are really an iceberg. Even a beautiful girl like Yashiki Sr. begged you so much, but you still refused without hesitation. Walking out of the Kyudo field, Tanaka Hikaru kept nagging Uchiha Ming. Besides, there are more women than men in the Kyudo club, and there are beautiful girls like Yashiki Sr. It's a pity for Uchiha if you don't join. With Yashiki Sr.'s appreciation of your talent, there must be opportunities for private practice together. In this atmosphere, you can win with just a little effort. Chapter 12 Chapter 012 Arson Wanted. Tanaka Hikaru regretted for Uchiha Ming and lamented that his archery instructor was an old man. According to him, if a beautiful archery master had taught him, his archery skills would have been invincible throughout the country. Uchiha Ming certainly didn't believe his nonsense, and visited several clubs, but was not interested, so he said goodbye to Tanaka Hikaru and went home. In the next few days, Uchiha Ming visited other club activities after school, and then went home to read or practice. On Friday, Uchiha Ming declined the enthusiastic invitation of the head of the tennis club to join the club and left the tennis club. After a few days of exploration, Uchiha Ming was sure that he could use his double Megatama Sharingan. It is very easy to copy the skills of various sports and competitive activities. Others have to train hard for 10 years to get the skills, but with just one glance of the Sharingan, they can get them. Even a layman like him who knew nothing about tennis before can easily hit difficult side topspin serves and super topspin balls. Ordinary male high school students have no power to fight back against the skills copied directly from Grand Slam players. Halfway through this game of tennis, Uchiha Ming felt a little embarrassed. It was really too bullying. Relying on the power of the Sharingan and the extraordinary physical fitness of the genin level, if Uchiha Ming develops in sports, he will win various championships. As easy as taking something out of a bag, earning billions of dollars a year by endorsing titles, he could easily reach the pinnacle of life. If this Tokyo is just an ordinary urban world, moving towards the direction of a sports star would not be a bad choice. But in the shadow of this bustling and noisy city of Tokyo, there are still all kinds of monsters and evil spirits lurking. In such a hidden worldview, as a time traveler, pursuing secular status and money is meaningless. Although the society is still prosperous and everyone regards monsters and evil spirits as urban legends, Uchiha Ming is still a little uneasy. Perhaps because he was attacked by monsters and evil spirits in one day, Uchiha Ming always felt I lack a sense of security. Now, only this pair of Sharingan and the system can give him a sense of security. At the current stage, what I have to do is to continue to maintain the identity of Uchiha Ming, a high school student, and develop quietly until the day when the Mangekaya is opened. Back to the Uchiha family house, it was as deserted as before. Uchiha Zionman has not returned since he went out that day. According to the previous practice, he may not return for 10 days or half a month. But it's good this way. The less contact, the lower the possibility of exposure. After a few months, even if Uchiha Zionman finds that his son has changed from before, he will think it is the influence of the new environment in high school. Are you going out to eat again tonight? Uchiha Ming casually picked up a pressed Fukuzawa Yukichi from the coffee table in the living room, thinking casually. After the home economics class, he watched a lot of chef videos and copied the superb knife skills, but that was all. He was not interested in cooking. After taking off his school uniform and changing into casual clothes, Uchiha Ming wandered around aimlessly in the neighborhood after leaving home. He still had a pair of sunglasses bought from a 100 yen store on his nose, and a pair of Sharingan was already open behind the sunglasses. The neon lights were bright and the streets were crowded with people. Everyone looked indifferent and walked hurriedly, like parallel lines that never intersected. Uchiha Ming walked while as he did so, the Sharingan behind the sunglasses also scanned the crowd. These days, before going out for dinner, Uchiha Ming always wore sunglasses and wandered outside for half an hour, secretly using the Sharingan to examine passers-by. It was much better than he expected. He did not find any monsters living in anyone. Because he encountered 2 supernatural events in a row in one day, Uchiha Ming began to doubt whether Tokyo was a modern metropolis during the day and a demonic world with demons dancing at night. But now it seems that the probability of ordinary people encountering aliens is very small. Okay, the routine inspection is over, and it's time to go to dinner next. After turning off the Sharingan, Uchiha Ming was thinking about where to eat today. These days, he ate in the cafeteria for lunch and ate at cheap chain fast food restaurants such as Yoshinoya at night. The taste was not very to his liking, but the portion was large and the price was cheap, which was still a good deal for a big eater like him. There happened to be an izakaya in front of him. Uchiha Ming lifted the curtain and walked in. Looking around, this was an ordinary izakaya, with a group of guests sitting in the store, and only a waitress was sitting in the store. Greeting guests. There was also a patrolman who was talking to the boss in the semi-open kitchen. Hey, if I see anyone suspicious, I will call the police station immediately. After respectfully sending the patrolman out of the izakaya, the boss wiped his sweat with a towel and complained in a low voice, "What's going on this week? This is the 3rd time someone has come to patrol. Is there a murderer who has escaped to the Nakano district?" Seeing Uchiha Ming, the boss immediately put on a smile and entertained him warmly. "Dear guest, what would you like to eat? Yubashi. Yubashi, have you changed your clothes? Come down and greet the guests." Uchiha Ming looked at the price list on the wall and casually ordered a large portion of fried dumplings. The taste of this izakaya is just so-so. Although there may be surprises, most of them may not be as good as the standardized chain family restaurants. The boss asked him if he wanted to upgrade to a dumpling set meal for an additional 50 yuan, which can be served with rice and miso soup. Uchiha Ming refused decisively with disgust when he heard it. Dumplings with rice is a unique way to eat rice in Japan. The history of eating dumplings in Japan is not long. It was not popularized until after the war. After the introduction, the Japanese, who are used to eating rice as a staple food, naturally regarded fried dumplings as a side dish. The Japanese firmly believe that only rice, bread, and noodles can be used as staple foods. Even if they are the same noodles, they can only be used as dishes if the shape is slightly different. For this reason, they prefer fried dumplings with crispy skin and gravy splashing out of the thin skin when they take a bite. They cannot accept boiled dumplings. While waiting for the dishes to be served, the TV in the izakaya broadcast a wanted order. A fire broke out in a residential building in Shimonakano district. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The police determined that it was arson. Now a wanted order for the suspect is being issued to the public. If you find any suspicious persons, please report to the surrounding police stations in time. Individuals who provide important clues will be given a reward of 2 million after verification. A monk's face with deep wrinkles between his eyebrows appeared on the TV screen. The arson suspect calls himself Dai Lu. This is the suspect's high-definition head and full-body portrait. Chapter 13 Chapter 013, Not actively eating and thinking has problems. These days, even monks have become arsonists. Really full of martial virtues, with the momentum of the Ikko-Ikki back then. What's the point of burning residential buildings? If this bald guy has the ability, why doesn't he burn down the imperial palace? 2 million, the reward for murderers is just that. The guests in the izakaya who were a little drunk talked a lot, and it became a hot topic in the store for a while. Uchiha Ming looked at the familiar monk's face on TV and couldn't help but frown. After the video in the apartment was deleted, he knew that it might be because of the supernatural incident, and the Metropolitan Police Department had imposed news control on it, but he never expected that the Metropolitan Police Department would issue a wanted order for DLU and even offer a high reward. What's going on? Shouldn't it be investigated secretly when it comes to supernatural incidents? Or is the Japanese government so hostile to wild supernaturals? At this time, the fried dumplings ordered by Uchiha Ming were ready, and the dish was served by a girl with pigtails and a name tag with the words €8 in front of her. She wore a pair of thick round black framed glasses on her face, making it difficult to see her eyes and face. She wore a red wide-sleeved kimono, a white apron with the store name printed on it, and a scarf on her head. 2 black and shiny braids hung on her bulging chest. The girl put a plate of fried dumplings on the table and turned away. Uchiha Ming was eating fried dumplings with a crunchy sound, while thinking about the intention of the Japanese official wanted list for DLU. Soon he finished the dumplings, knocked on the table, and called Yukiao over. "Give me another serving of fried dumplings." The taste was average. But the 8 large fried dumplings were just enough to fill Uchiha Ming's stomach. Grilled pork with ginger sauce, beef tendon and radish soup, and rice. 4 fried chicken skewers. A large serving of curry rice, and a glass of ice water. The waitress came to Uchiha Ming's seat for the 5th time, surprised by his good appetite. She couldn't help but look at him a few more times. It was 7 o'clock, the busiest time of the day in the izakaya, and a middle-aged man with a big belly, wearing a brown sweater and slippers, and drunk, walked in. "Watanabe, bring the most expensive sashimi platter in your store, and open a bottle of the most expensive wine." The drunkard shouted to the boss while burping. The regular customers in the store also began to tease the drunkard. "Yokohama, you look like you made a lot of money playing pachinko today." "A little bit, just a little bit." The drunkard rubbed his thumb with his index finger, made a classic gesture, and said proudly. Soon, the sashimi platter came up. The drunkard looked at Yukiao with braided hair with hazy eyes, and reached out to grab Yukiao's wrist, but Yukiao reacted quickly and avoided it in time, and he only grabbed her sleeve. The little girl is new here, why didn't I see her the other day? You have a hot body, come and have a drink with uncle, uncle will give you pocket money. The drunkard grabbed Yukiao's sleeve and started to spit out all kinds of dirty words. Even if the owner and other customers tried to dissuade him, he would not let go. Yukiao had a blank expression on his face, and the thick lenses of his glasses reflected a cold light. His aura changed from being cold and aloof to dangerous. Really, you can see all kinds of scum outside. This rubbish customer, I think your breath needs freshening. Yukiao took out a bottle of pepper anti-wolf spray from his pocket at lightning speed and pressed it on the drunkard without any hesitation. It hurts, my eyes, cough cough cough. Little girl. Stop spraying. Spare my life. Yukiao mercilessly sprayed the whole bottle of anti-wolf spray, and the whole store was suddenly filled with smoke. Other customers couldn't stand the irritating smell and ran out. It's great. My mouth has become fresh and clean. With a cruel smile on his face, he threw the light empty bottle on the drunkard who had been choked to death. Yukiao took off his apron, put it on the table, bowed to the boss, and said, "Thank you for your care over the past 2 days. Now it seems that this job will end here. This money is enough to make up for your business losses today." After saying that, Yukiao took out a thick stack of Fukuzawa yukichi from his wallet and put it on the table, then walked out of the store proudly like a queen. Uchiha Ming, who was at the door, was also intimidated by the girl with pigtails and her courage to take ruthless action. Although he was a little curious about the girl's identity, it had nothing to do with him. After coming out of the izakaya, Uchiha Ming wandered around the street like patrolling his territory. After wandering for half an hour, he came to the entrance of Nakano Park and prepared to take a shortcut home from here. The night wind blew across the grass in the park, creating ripples. Nakano Park is beautiful during the day, but at night, the shadows of the trees and the calls of unknown small animals are a bit eerie and terrifying. Uchiha Ming was completely unaware and continued to walk deeper into the park, preparing to cross the park to go home. There is an artificial lake in the center of Nakano Park. A girl with long black hair stepped on the stone steps by the lake with bare feet, and the lake water flooded over her feet. A pair of shoes, a pair of glasses, and a wallet were placed on the shore. The girl bathed in the moonlight lifted her skirt, revealing her snow-white and smooth calves, kicking the lake water by the lake and humming happily. Uchiha Ming saw this scene from a distance, but he still continued to walk forward without understanding the situation. He stepped on the branches on the ground with a click, which was particularly clear in the empty park. The singing stopped abruptly. "You sing very well, why don't you continue singing?" As if she didn't care about the girl's angry and alert gaze, Uchiha Ming said with a smile. Yukiao lowered the hem of her skirt to cover her calves, then quietly put one hand into her pocket, pointed to the wallet next to her shoes with the other hand, and said calmly, "Mr. Stalker, all the money I have is in the purse over there, please feel free to take it. If possible, I hope you don't take my shoes. When I think of someone doing this or that to my shoes, I feel sick and want to vomit. I may never dare to wear shoes again in my life." Yukiao covered his mouth with one hand and retched a few times. "Who would do that to your shoes? And I won't take your money. You don't want money, so you still covet my body? I knew that no one would leave gems and pick up gravel." Uchiha Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't treat me as a criminal reserve, okay? I just happened to pass by the park. A euro yet, stalking is not a crime, but you said you just happened to pass by? From the izakaya to Nakano Park. A euro Uchiha Ming was a little embarrassed, he really just happened to pass by. A euro but meeting twice in a night was too coincidental, No wonder the girl thought he was a bad guy. Life is like chocolate, you never know what the next one will taste like, and you can't predict who you will meet at the next corner. Yukiao looked at Uchiha Ming with some amusement, and her expression relaxed, but she still said, your way of chatting up is really terrible. If you need, I can introduce you to some stores in Ginza, and frivolous and philandering pool boys like you will definitely be very popular. Ah. Before he finished speaking, he heard the girl scream, and the whole person seemed to be dragged into the lake by something. Chapter 14 Chapter 014 Monsters also have chakra. The originally calm lake surface was rippling with waves, and Yukiao's body was pulled under the lake in an instant. Uchiha Ming walked quickly to the lakeside and opened his Sharingan directly. The night and the lake could not hinder his vision. Damn it! It's this kind of thing again. He observed calmly for a long time before taking off his sunglasses and coat, wrapping his phone and throwing it on the shore, then jumping into the water, splashing a large area of a water. Uchiha Ming jumped into the lake and dived down. The artificial lake in Nakano Park was not deep, and the deepest part was less than 5 meters, but the bottom of the lake seemed to be stirred up by something, and the visibility was extremely poor. But this did not affect Uchiha Ming, who had the Sharingan. He saw that the ankle of Yukiao, who was dragged into the lake, was wrapped with something as thick as an arm and similar to a tentacle. Yukiao was bending over in the water, holding a utility knife in his hand, cutting the tentacles under his feet, but because he was exhausted from drowning, he choked on a large mouthful of lake water, his eyes turned white, and his hands and feet fell down weakly. Uchiha Ming quickly swam over and snatched the utility knife from her hand, infusing chakra with all his strength, and cut off the tentacles on Yukiao's feet with one knife. Then he swam out of the water with Yukiao in his arms, tapped his feet on the water a few times, and ran quickly from the surface of the artificial lake to the shore. Looking at Yukiao in his arms, he saw that her wet hair was scattered on her chest, her eyes were closed, her lips were pale, and she seemed to have fainted. Quack. Only an extremely unpleasant cry was heard, and a monster chased out from the artificial lake and rushed towards Uchiha Ming aggressively. This monster was a huge toad the size of a calf with human hands and feet, with webbed feet like aquatic animals between its hands and feet, 2 bulging eyeballs as big as footballs on its triangular head, and mucus flowing on its dark and uneven back. A trace of bright red blood oozed from the corners of the toad monster's mouth, and its hands and feet scratched the ground, leaving traces. What kind of monster is this? A kappa? A water tiger? It doesn't look like one at all. It's a big toad, and it doesn't look like what's recorded in the book. Uchiha Ming stared at the monster intently. Uchiha Ming borrowed some books about Japanese monsters from the library these days, but he couldn't tell the type of toad monster. But it's not surprising. Japanese monsters are famous for their diversity. Even monster folklorists are unlikely to know all the monsters. Quack. Quack quack quack. Because of the tongue injury and the prey being taken away, the toad monster looked a little furious. The threatening frog croaking sounded continuously, and then it opened its mouth and spit out a water ball the size of a wash basin. Uchiha Ming hugged Yukiao and flew over. The double chair behind him was hit by the water cannon, and the backrest was directly collapsed. Uchiha Ming put Yukiao on the grass, turned around, and the scarlet Sharingan flashed with a strange light. That's all? Then you are my prey. The toad monster opened its mouth and fired another water cannon. Uchiha Ming did not dodge or evade, but rushed forward and broke the water cannon with one punch. Then he jumped on the spot and flew lightly to the head of the toad monster. He raised his right foot high above his head and chopped the monster heavily on the head with an axe. The toad monster's eyes bulged out, and the originally bulging huge eyes almost squeezed out of the eye sockets. Uchiha Ming suppressed the toad monster and looked at the monster carefully from a close distance. The double Megatama Sharingan in his eyes turned rapidly. There is chakra in this monster. The double Megatama Sharingan can see the color of chakra. When the monster was ready to spit, Uchiha Ming saw a little bit of blue-black energy rushing from the abdomen to the mouth, and then it turned it into a water cannon and spit it out. Observing closely, it feels that the nature of this energy is very similar to the chakra held by Uchiha Ming. Although the quality is dirty, the quality and quantity are very different from Uchiha Ming's chakra, but this special energy is like a degraded version of chakra. It's incredible. It's natural for me to be given chakra when I traveled with the Naruto system, but Uchiha Ming was a little surprised that the monsters in this world can also have chakra, instead of other types of energy. While Uchiha Ming was lost in thought, the toad monster that had fainted from being hit before had woken up and jumped around like an angry bull, trying to throw Uchiha Ming off. However, Uchiha Ming had learned to step on the tree trunk in the training field, concentrate chakra with both feet, and stick to the back of the toad monster tightly. Seeing that he couldn't get away, the toad monster carried Uchiha Ming on his back and wanted to jump into the artificial lake. At this moment, Uchiha Ming pointed his toes, and his whole body jumped up, rotating 180 degrees from bottom to top Indiana the air, head down, and hands forming seals. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball completely engulfed the toad monster, and a large amount of water mist evaporated on the lake. Kill completed, checking rewards. Water escape LV1. Ninja Jade *15. Uchiha Ming landed steadily on the water, and walked back to the shore step by step. The moonlight fell, the lake was sparkling, and the handsome boy walked on the water, like an elf in the lake. Just like the shadow imitation technique that was dropped by the evil spirit before, Uchiha Ming also got the water escape after solving the toad monster. Thinking about the chakra in the monster's body, it feels not a coincidence. The monsters and ghosts in this world may have something to do with the Naruto game. By the way, how is the girl with twisted glasses now? Uchiha Ming looked at the girl who was laid face up on the grass by him. Although she was still unconscious, her breathing was stable, so she should be fine. He returned to the shore and took back his mobile phone, sunglasses, and coat. Dial 119 to inform that someone is drowning in the park, and get a reply that they will arrive in 10 minutes, Uchiha looked back again. The night in early April is still very cold, the night wind blows, and the girl's body soaked in the lake water begins to shiver. Uchiha Ming thought about it and casually covered Yukiao with his coat, then turned and left. Today's luck is really good, so he can be promoted to Chunin. Chapter 15:015 Bird Clone Technique. Upgrade the LV1 3-body technique to LV2, and the initial 3 skills have reached LV2, which fills the last piece of the puzzle for promotion to Chunin. Uchiha Ming, Chunin. Skills: Sharingan LV2, 5/100, Fire Style LV2, 4/100, 3-body technique LV2, 1/100. Level reaches Chunin, obtain, Summoning Technique LV1, 0/10, Physical Technique LV1, 0/10. Unlock the item shop. A series of system prompts flashed through Uchiha Ming's mind. After the 3-body technique was upgraded to level 2, the new C-level ninjutsu bird clone technique was unlocked. It's a pity that it's not the shadow clone technique. If I get the shadow clone technique, it would be a big prize. Having said that, there was not much disappointment in Uchiha Ming's tone. The bird clone technique is Uchiha Ataka's unique skill. He uses crows as a medium to use the clone technique. Dozens of crows fly all over the sky, and finally gather together to form a body shape. It's really too handsome. Just thinking about it makes Uchiha Ming a little eager to try. Who doesn't have a little bit of a second-year soul? Uchiha Ataka uses crows as the medium, but the bird clone technique is not limited to crows. It can also use gregarious birds such as pigeons and sparrows. If using white pigeons to perform bird clones is a bit like a magician, using sparrows is completely a comedian, so let's pass. Crows and pigeons are one of the most common birds in big cities in Japan. The catering industry in big cities is well developed, and kitchen waste is sorted and packaged. Crows in cities have long learned the skills of pecking open garbage bags, and their feathers are shiny after eating. Many garbage dumps in Tokyo have to put up wire mesh to prevent these annoying crows. There are also many pigeons in Tokyo. Every time Uchiha Ming passed by a square or park on the way to school, he saw a lot of pigeons that were fed by tourists and fell to the ground. They might be so full that they could hardly fly and were not afraid of people at all. Although pigeons are lovable, they gather in groups to block out the sun, and pigeon droppings are also a major source of urban sanitation pollution. These two birds are rampant in Japan, but in this way, they are also hidden enough and not easy to attract attention. Although there were other options, Uchiha Ming finally decided to choose crows to become the carrier of his bird clone technique. After all, he is also an Uchiha, and he is not inferior to others in showing off. The next day was Saturday. Uchiha Ming, wearing sunglasses, took the tram to the neighboring Shinjuku district. Shinjuku district has a prosperous commercial street and food street. At the back door of the restaurant, it naturally attracted many crows who were salivating over kitchen waste. Uchiha Ming picked a food street at random and went into the alley behind the store. Sure enough, he saw a group of crows picking through kitchen waste bags. When they saw someone coming, they flew into the sky in shock and stopped on the telephone pole to watch him, the uninvited guest. Uchiha Ming didn't say anything. He turned around and bought a bottle of mineral water from the vending machine next to him. He bent his knees and lowered his head to get the change. He scratched his neck and put a 50 yuan coin in his mouth. Then he drank water on the side. After a while, the crows saw that Uchiha Ming did not make any other moves, so they became bolder and continued to fly to the trash can to peck at food. Now, Uchiha Ming flicked his double Megatama Sharingan, and he ejected a coin from his palm, hitting a crow accurately, causing it to fall to the ground. The other crows were startled and fled in all directions. Picked up the fallen crow from the ground, and Uchiha Ming cleverly controlled the force. The crow was only dizzy for a while, but was not injured. It was struggling in his hand. Gaga! Don't move, I'm going to give you an opportunity. Other crows who want this blessing don't have this opportunity yet. Uchiha Ming grabbed the crow and came to an unmanned corner of a nearby children's park. He bit his index finger, and a little bright red blood oozed from his fingers. He pressed the bloody index finger on the crow's head. Spiritual summoning technique. The crow, which had been struggling fiercely and wanted to peck him, suddenly became docile. Uchiha Ming spread out his palm, but the crow did not take this opportunity to escape, but pecked his fingertips obediently. Let's show the crow drinking water first. Uchiha Ming put the half-drunk mineral water bottle on the ground, and the crow tilted its head and looked at him, a little confused. Uchiha Ming passed a thought over, and the crow flew up, picked up small stones from nearby, stuffed them into the bottle, and raised the water level. When the water overflowed the bottle mouth, the crow stopped throwing small stones. Uchiha Ming nodded slightly. Crows are very smart birds. Crows drinking water is not just a fairy tale. In reality, scientists have verified this through scientific experiments. Uchiha Ming felt that he had established a close connection with the crow, and he could give it all kinds of commands as if he was using his arm. Even if he asked it to launch a kamikaze attack and crash into the car windshield, the crow would do it without fail. Then he asked the crow to draw circles, dive, and climb like a cobra in the air. This is much more fun than remote-controlled drones. Finally, Uchiha Ming let the crow rest on his arm, and passed a little chakra to it along the connection established by the summoning technique. The spirituality in the crow's eyes became brighter and brighter. Suddenly, a double Magatama Sharingan appeared in the crow's eyes. Uchiha Ming threw the crow into the sky. The crow spread its wings, soared straight up, flew to a height of 100 meters, and looked down at the city from a bird's eye view. A closing his eyes, the crow saw the city scene from a high altitude, and also shared it with Uchiha Ming. A with the bonus of the Sharingan, the crow's vision has also been enhanced several times. With the crow as his eyes, he can find out any big moves in the city at the first time. When he needs to track people, he can also send crows out, and he will not be easily discovered. After all, there are tens of thousands of crows in the city of Tokyo, and they all look similar. The most important thing is that he can hide behind the scenes and send bird clones to do many things. The speed of the crow is 40 km per hour. With the crow as a carrier, the bird clone can appear secretly and quickly in every corner of the city at any time, without worrying about the original body leaving traces because of taking public transportation. However, only one crow is not enough to perform the bird clone technique. The name I give you is Yada. Go tell your companions that there are delicious foods here. Bring them here. Quack, quack. Yada danced happily in Uchiha Ming's palm. He felt no pressure at all to be a crow rapist. Then he spread his wings and flew away. After a while, he brought another crow with him. Uchiha Ming, who was hiding nearby, immediately threw a small stone to knock it unconscious, then caught it and did the same thing, turning the second crow into his summoned beast. In this way, he caught 10 crows in a row. There was no need to name these crows. The first summoned beast had some commemorative significance, and the ones after that were casual. Anyway, he could catch more when he ran out. So many crows were enough for the time being. Uchiha Ming gave an order to let the crows fly to Yaoicho in Nakano district. And he took the tram back home to practice the bird clone technique. Back in Nakano district, a wanted poster for Dailor was posted on the community bulletin board not far from home. The search was intensified. Facing the Metropolitan Police Department's relentless pressure, Uchiha Ming's face could not help but change slightly. Although he did not think that the Metropolitan Police Department could catch him, the hostility and strong control desire of the Japanese officials made him a little unhappy. The Metropolitan Police Department is really full and has nothing to do. After so many days, they are still staring at Nakano district. It seems that we must do something to distract the attention of the Metropolitan Police Department and not let them keep their eyes on Nakano district. After unlocking the bird clone technique, Uchiha Ming can also hide behind the scenes and do what he can do. The Dailoi vest is now wanted and is not easy to use. It seems that it is time to change to a new vest. Chapter 16 Chapter 016 Ghost Exploration Live. Tokyo, Adachi District. Adachi District is the most chaotic and poorest district in Tokyo. It ranks last in the 23 districts of Tokyo in terms of economy and public security. Adachi District, located in the northeast of Tokyo, is also a suburb of Tokyo. At 7 o'clock in the evening, outside an abandoned mall in Adachi District, a group of young men and women were talking across the fence. Mina-san, this is the live broadcast room of the adventure of apprentice Maiko Katari-chan. Look, the mall behind me is today's destination. This mall was built at the end of the bubble economy. The operating party's capital chain was broken, and misfortunes never come singly. The mall caught fire and was finally abandoned. A girl in her 20s, with a sweet and cute look and a princess hairstyle, wearing a modified red and white shrine maiden costume, holding a live broadcast pole in one hand and talking to the camera. Across the fence and the overgrown bushes and grass, you can see a huge Western-style mall that has been in disrepair for a long time and is dilapidated and old. Since the mall closed down, it has been abandoned. Bad rumors have gradually spread. I even heard that someone disappeared here recently. Let's find out today. The mall, which has been abandoned for more than 30 years, has become a paradise for birds and beasts. Unknown birds and beasts are wailing in the night wind. Under the cover of the night, it is like a legendary vampire castle, exuding a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. Today we have also invited special guests. Clang clang clang, everyone look here. The camera turned to a handsome guy with dyed blonde hair. "Hello everyone, I am Takia Hayama. This is the first time I have cooperated with Kateri-chan to live broadcast and go on an adventure. I am a little nervous." The blonde handsome guy smiled heartily and greeted the camera. Kateri-chan said in a sweet voice, "Yayama-kun was one of the top 10 singing and dancing up masters on the platform last year. I am really flattered to work with him this time." No, I have always been interested in this kind of supernatural adventure. I am also very excited to be able to work with Kateri-chan this time. Let's go without further ado. A team followed the two of them. After exploring along the railings outside the wall for a while, they finally found a hidden gap and walked in. Stepping on the railings that were pushed to the ground and the wildly growing weeds. The abandoned mall covers a huge area, and the wall peels off to reveal the grey-white bottom surface. The decoration is very last century style, and a bit exotic. There is also a marble angel statue at the door, but it is so old that it has been exposed to the wind and sun, and not only the face is not clear, but also most of the two wings have fallen off. The group stopped at the gate. Looking inside from the gate of the mall, they could only see a dark area, and the piled-up debris was full of ghosts, which made people creepy. Normal people would instinctively hate to go into such a place. Quack! At this moment, a crow landed on the treetop and cried shrilly, scaring the group of people. "Why is there a crow? It's so unlucky." Hayama Takia couldn't help but complain. A euro, you can't say that. The crow is the sacred bird of the island country and the messenger of Amaterasu. When Emperor Jimmu got lost in Kumano, it was the crow that guided him out of the mountains. The crow was deified because of this, and the Shimogamo shrine in Kyoto is dedicated to the crow. A euro, Kateri-chan made a praying gesture to the crow, bowed her head and silently recited something. A euro, I hope that the Yatagarasu will bless me and that this trip will be smooth and nothing will happen. Yashin Takia looked at Kateri's movements, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. He didn't even look at what your shrine maiden costume has been changed into. The neckline is so low that you can even see the cleavage. Even if there is a god, it is impossible for him to protect a fake shrine maiden like you. However, he also knew that this was Kateri's character setting, so he didn't say much. The two of them took flashlights, and there was a 3-person photography team behind them. A total of 5 people walked in together. The abandoned mall was filled with dust and the smell of decay due to years of disrepair. Sweeping with a flashlight, all kinds of debris and bricks and tiles became the last commodities left in the mall. While exploring inside, Kateri said to the live broadcast room in a mysterious and low voice. The fire that happened in the mall that year also burned several people to death. Since then, the mall here has been haunted. Several people who handled it also had accidents. Today, our plan is to climb from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor, explore all the rooms, and see what happened that year. Kateri-chan vividly described the history of the mall, and the camera occasionally swept around the dark surroundings. The eerie and terrifying atmosphere spread to the live broadcast room at once, which aroused the emotions of the audience very well. In comparison, Hayama Taku was just a foil. After turning a corner, a huge evil and hideous human face over 3 meters high suddenly appeared on the wall. Ah! Kateri-chan couldn't help but let out a scream, and the live broadcast room also ushered in a small peek. Looking closely, the human face was just graffiti painted on the wall, but it was painted vividly. After the gloomy and terrifying atmosphere of the abandoned building, it would be natural to be scared when you suddenly see this thing. Kateri-chan was frightened so much that her pretty face turned pale, tears welled up, her plump chest rose and fell, and her clothes were about to burst. One hand tightly grasped the next to Hayama. In order to comfort her, netizens gave her rewards. Hayama Takia looked at the woman's realistic acting skills and felt a little impressed. In fact, they had stepped on this abandoned mall several times before to do exploration. People who do spirit live streaming usually don't believe in non-human beings, but adventures in remote places with few people usually lurk with various risks, such as wild animals, poisonous insects and snakes, and even fugitives. Those who are a little more professional have to do their homework in advance. This spirit live streaming also has a script and has been rehearsed. This huge human face is also in the script, which was drawn in advance and arranged as the first excitement point. After all, ordinary adventure live streaming doesn't have so many accidents. Without accidents, how can you mobilize the emotions of the audience and coax them to subscribe and reward? Kateri-chan, don't be afraid, it's just graffiti. Even if there is an accident, I will definitely protect you. Yayama Takia showed a calm expression and comforted with a gentle and charming voice. He now began to understand how the ghost-seeking shrine maiden Kateri-chan became so popular. In the gloomy and terrifying atmosphere, such a girl's pitiful posture can indeed stimulate men's desire to protect her. It is already the 21st century, the 4th year of Reiwa, and no one still believes in the existence of monsters. The people in the live broadcast room probably want to see Kateri-chan's expression when she is frightened and her large white skin. I wonder if I can get Kateri-chan's number and ask her out after this live broadcast. Yayama looked down with his eyes slightly slanted, and his mind was wandering. It took half an hour after exploring the first floor, nothing unusual happened, but the live broadcast team knew that the next step was the key. Then they walked forward and saw an abandoned children's toy store in front of them. There was a red children's car overturned at the door, which was very eye-catching. The two stopped at the door and took a short rest. According to the script, another person had sneaked in here beforehand, and would come out to make trouble when the person arrived. The two were scared and fled to the second floor separately. Then they explored separately, experienced a series of horror scenes arranged in advance, and finally gathered on the third floor. Just after 5 minutes, the person on the plan had not appeared, and Yashin Takia was a little impatient. Tick! Tick! A little sewage fell on Yashin Takia's face, making him almost curse out loud. Will this broken place still leak? But why is it warm? He wiped his face with his hand, and his hand was bright red. Yashin Takia couldn't help but look up at the ceiling. Ah! Chapter 17 Chapter 017 Horror Night, Part 1. Hoo. People often have two reactions after being frightened. One is that their mind goes blank and their body freezes and they even faint. The other is that under extreme fear, certain hormones are secreted, and the body reacts faster than the brain. The things done at the time cannot be recalled even afterwards. After escaping from the first floor, he ran to the second floor in a panic. After passing through a dark corridor, Yashin Takia finally stopped, panting and gesticulating to the photographer behind him. Did you take a picture of the thing on the ceiling just now? Everyone in the live broadcast room, did you see that there is an arm hanging down from the ceiling, and there is blood? Yashin Takia was still in shock, his face was pale, and he looked terrified. Yashin, just now you suddenly shouted and ran away, I only had time to follow you, and didn't take any pictures. The photographer following behind him said in a low voice. Originally, he shouldn't have spoken, but because of the horrible scream that Yashin made before, and because he suddenly took the lead in running away, others couldn't help but follow him. Now the team has been separated, and only he is following Yashin. This is the so-called herd effect. Yashin looked at the bright red residue on his hand, and regardless of the dust on the wall, he quickly wiped it clean on the wall, leaving a few bloody finger marks. Dear audience, look! You don't know what I saw just now, it's so horrible. It seems that there is a person hanging upside down from the ceiling of that place before, and there is blood falling on me. The camera is aimed at several bloody finger marks on the wall. But the comments in the live broadcast room don't believe it. This live broadcast room is mainly for fans of the apprentice shrine maiden Kateri-chan, most of whom are big pigs who look at girls, and they are naturally a little hostile to him. Some people mocked Yashin, a pretty boy, for being cowardly, some mocked their scripts and props for being too fake, and the blood stains were obviously ketchup, and some mocked Yeshan for his rubbish acting skills, saying that he could dance naked if he had no work. In short, there were all kinds of weird and sarcastic comments, asking Yeshan to go back to the first floor to shoot the ceiling at that time. Yeshan took out his mobile phone and glanced at the comments, which immediately made him angry. But he couldn't curse out loud. Come. A euro what a joke, going back to that hellhole? A euro looking at the dark abandoned corridor, the dilapidated windows, and shining a flashlight on the floating dust, the weird and terrifying atmosphere once again enveloped him. A euro thinking of the shocking glimpse he had seen under the ceiling before, which was like a horror movie, Yeshan couldn't help but back off. A euro because Yeshan's scandal of stripping naked and wearing only a tie to sing at a female fan gathering had caused his popularity to plummet. Under the arrangement of the live broadcast platform, he had the opportunity to cooperate with Katori-chan, who was on the rise in popularity, hoping to restore some popularity. A euro if he ran away at this time, the hats of coward and coward would definitely be put on by the haters. A euro no, although it is different from the original script, could the things on the ceiling before be props arranged by Katori-chan? Yeshan had an idea, as if he had discovered some truth. This linkage was originally a collaboration between his team and Katori-chan's team. If Katori-chan's team did something behind his back, he would not be able to find out. Katori-chan showed an unwilling attitude towards this linkage from the beginning, and only agreed to cooperate reluctantly under the pressure of the platform's top management. This fake witch with a lot of scheming, could she be resentful and deliberately arrange a horror scene outside the script, to see him being scared to death? Showing all kinds of ugly behaviors in the live broadcast room, and then stepping on him, the former platform leader, to get to the top and attract more popularity? Yeshan thought about it and felt that his idea was correct. The people who arranged the scene on the first floor in the script were from Katori-chan's team. Thinking of this, Yeshan finally regained a little courage, and his face finally became calm. Going back to the first floor, of course, is no problem, but before that, let's find the lost Katori-chan first. I'm really worried about a girl like her getting lost in such a place. How could I leave her behind and escape alone? Like a male protagonist who is looking for his missing lover, Yeshan showed a strong and worried expression on his face, and continued to wander around the second floor with a flashlight. According to the original script, they were supposed to get separated on the second floor, so it was okay for him to perform alone next. Some small props such as newspapers and black and white photos about the fire that year were also hidden on the second floor. According to the script, Yeshan was supposed to find them, take them to the third floor, and then reveal the truth of the year after a series of horror scenes. However, Yeshan is still a little scared now, so he decided to find Katori-chan and join her first. With so many people, it would not be so easy for Katori-chan to scare him. Since Katori-chan can, if he wants to change the script, then he can do it, too. The abandoned mall is full of decaying smells, but it is inevitable that small animals like rats live here, making a little noise in the night. From time to time, Yeshan's heart jumped, but he still pretended to be calm. After pretending to search for a few minutes, the corridor was about to end. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried running from the other end of the corner, and a short and fat man with a round face full of fear appeared at the corner. The short and fat man was obviously attracted by the lights. When he saw Yeshan and the photographer behind him, he showed ecstasy. "Yeshan, help! There is!" Before he finished speaking, the short and fat man fell face down on the ground, tears streaming down his round face, his hands tightly grasping the floor, and shouted terribly. "Help! Help! Something is pulling me's feet!" In less than 3 seconds, the short and fat man was dragged away, leaving behind only a series of hysterical screams of dying struggle, and soon, the screams stopped. The horrible abandoned mall, the man dragged away by an unknown thing, the interrupted screams, and what happened after turning the corner are enough to make people imagine a complete horror movie. What is Hirano doing? Could he be bribed by Katori-chan to work together to scare me? The short and fat man Hirano is a member of Takuya Hayama's team, and he knows everything about him. Although Hayama was also frightened at first, he was not too scared. He looked down at the live broadcast room. At this time, there were a lot more comments in the live broadcast room, all praising the fat man's good acting skills. The change from hope to despair, with endless desperate screams, is first class. It seems that Hirano was dragged away by something. Come on, let's rush over to save him. What is Katori-chan doing again? Yeshan cursed inwardly, but he dragged his feet forward. And the photographer behind him followed with live broadcast props. After turning the corner, he shone the flashlight, but he could no longer see the figure. In the dusty corridor, he could only see a long and thick drag mark, and there were 2 thin drag marks made by hand next to it, silently telling the owner's despair. Chapter 18 Chapter 018, Horror Night, Part 2. Looking at the horrific drag marks, Yeshan felt his scalp go cold. Besides being scared, he was even more angry. Hirano was paid by him, and now he teamed up with Katori to scare him. Did he fall for Katori's honey trap? He must fire him when he returns. And what's wrong with the script? It has completely deviated from the original plan. Yeshan couldn't help but be alert. Wouldn't this become a prank show? Had Katori and the organizing team gone into hiding and secretly filmed his reaction? If so, he must show his fearless heroism and take the opportunity to attract fans. There is still a chance. As long as we follow this drag mark, we can save Hirano. Takuya Hayama had a righteous look on his face. While tracking, he analyzed to the audience in the live broadcast room in a solemn tone. Hirano is an overweight male adult, weighing more than 200 kilograms. It is not something that ordinary beasts can do to drag him away in this abandoned building. However, no animal footprints were found except for the drag marks. Could there really be something indescribable lurking here? Although I don't know how Katori's team did it, it didn't stop Yeshan from improvising. He deliberately dawdled and checked slowly near the dragging marks. In this way, he tracked to the middle of the corridor, and the dragging marks suddenly disappeared. In the dusty corridor, anyone who passed by would leave footprints, and there was no escape, but the dragging marks did disappear in the aisle. There was no door to open next to it, only a window with all the glass lost. The night wind was blowing in through the window, bringing bursts of cold. Hey, why did Hirano's traces disappear? There is no place to hide here. How could such a big living person disappear strangely? It's too scary, too scary. Yeshan Takuya exclaimed in shock. He felt that his acting skills had reached their peak at this point. Even if his singing career did not go well in the future, he could still make a living by performing on stage plays. Now Yeshan was completely impressed by Katori-chan's prop team. They could even make such an arrangement. It was not unfair that he was scared to death before. At this time, a crow landed on the window and looked at him with its head tilted. Could it be that it was taken away by a crow? Ha ha ha, just kidding. With such a small window, Hirano could not get out. Yeshan thought he was joking and made a joke. The phone in his trouser pocket also shook wildly. He picked up the phone and opened the live broadcast room, only to see that the barrage had been swiped across the screen. High energy ahead. High energy ahead. Don't look up. Don't look up. Yeshan raised his head with doubt, picked up the flashlight and shone it on the ceiling. Tick tick tick, the sticky and warm liquid dripped on his face, and it felt familiar. The ceiling was densely covered with circles of bloody palm prints. A man's body was hung upside down on the ceiling, and blood dripped along the fingertips of his hanging arms. A euro, a euro, a euro, a euro. Somewhere on the second floor of the abandoned mall, a girl in a shrine maiden's costume walked in the dark and empty corridor. So scared, I don't know what Yeshan saw before, and suddenly screamed, so we ran to the second floor and everyone was scattered. Now only Katari-chan is here, so scared, sob. Having said that, Katari-chan is not really scared. People who do ghost hunting live broadcasts definitely don't believe in ghosts and gods. If they really believe in this, they can't do this. The cutest Katari-chan, my wife today is Jianjianzi. Good evening. Thanks for the tip from Chocolate Strawberry 099. Katari-chan greeted the new fans who came in while thinking about the previous plan on the first floor. According to the script, Takashiro, who was arranged in the toy store beforehand, should deliberately make some noise when she and Hayama arrived, so that they can take the opportunity to separate and explore the second floor separately. I don't know what Takashiro is doing, he has been on standby. Just when Katari-chan was worried about what to do next when they were wondering what to do, Hayama screamed and took the lead in running away, so that the show could continue. I didn't expect that Hayama Takia, a scumbag who only knew how to sleep with his fans, could have such quick wit. Did I underestimate him? I can't let him be compared. Thinking like this, Katari wiped the tears from her eyes and showed a sweet smile to the camera. But with everyone here, Katari is not afraid now. As long as you have everyone's company and support, even if you encounter difficulties like the one at Jishin Primary School, Katari will definitely overcome it. Katari turned the camera to the outside. She has now come to the clothing store area of A Euro the mall on the second floor. Of course, there are no clothes for sale here, but there are many naked mannequins lying on the ground, and the broken arms and limbs that have been removed are scattered all over the ground. When the flashlight shines inside, there are ghosts everywhere. Those mannequins are like ghosts hiding in the shadows. People with less courage dare not approach. I heard that the place where the fire broke out was the clothing area. In order to find out the secret of this abandoned mall, even though I am alone, I will muster up the courage to go in. I hope everyone will cheer me up. Encouraging the live broadcast room to send a wave of barrage and rewards to herself, Katari carefully walked into the door of the clothing area. Katari pointed the camera at a male mannequin with intact limbs at the door. It can be seen that the mannequin has facial features, but his eyes are missing. In the dark room, only the dim light of the flashlight is sprinkled on its face, and the empty eye sockets look a bit scary and creepy. Many friends are afraid of seeing mannequins and dolls. This is actually very normal. Because of the fear of the doll's non-human appearance, the ancients put the dolls into the river or the sea to float away with the waves, indicating that the diseases and disasters that are lodged in their bodies will also float away. This is also the prototype of the Hinamai festival and the girls' festival. Katari said to the live broadcast room. This is also one of her selling points. Before coming, she memorized a lot of things with the script. The history of puppets in Japan is long. The Book of Way. The biography of the Japanese records. At that time, Queen Himiko made clay figures into puppets and performed ancient witchcraft. The puppets could sit, stand, and walk. The Japanese people were terrified and all obeyed them. Since ancient times, people have believed that puppets have incredible and strange powers and are one of the best carriers of souls. If the people who were burned to death did not become Buddhas, would their souls live in these puppets? Katari said in a dark and mysterious tone, and the live camera slowly turned to other puppets. Outside the camera, in a place that the live broadcast room could not see, Katari's mouth corners were raised little by little. Chapter 19 Chapter 019 Moving Human Body Model. Outside the camera, Katari touched the joints of the limbs of the mannequin. They were movable and detachable, and could be broken off with a little force. A little sneer appeared on her face. The quality was very poor, much worse than the human body model of organs she made in the abandoned elementary school. The moving human body model is a classic campus ghost story in Japanese schools. Although this strange story has existed since the last century, it is still well known even in the Reiwa era. It has been popular for many years and can be regarded as one of the most representative campus mysteries. Amami Kateri was inspired by this and made a human model that can crawl on the ground for a short distance and eject organ props. It was the video in the abandoned elementary school that established her fame. Because of the economic downturn that seems to have no end, the live broadcast industry is now becoming more and more popular. All kinds of beautiful young ladies have poured into this industry. It is just that the neckline is getting lower and lower, the skirt is getting higher and higher, and the flesh is exposed more, but it can't attract too much popularity. Although black fans have slandered her for being coquettish, who knows the efforts Amami Kateri has made in secret. Amami Kateri is of course not an apprentice shrine maiden as her character says. She is actually the daughter of a small machinery factory owner in the countryside of Wakayama Prefecture. She grew up playing with screws behind her father since she was a child. Speaking of Wakayama Prefecture, it is a prefecture with a very low sense of presence among the 47 first-level administrative units in Japan. Although it ranks in the 20s and 30s, many Japanese people will have several question marks in their minds when they mention Wakayama Prefecture. Wakayama Prefecture, there is such a place, but where is it? Shikoku region or Kinki region? When Amami Kateri was in high school, because the economic environment was getting more and more sluggish, the disappearance of 20 years turned into 30 years, and 30 years would turn into 40 or 50 years. The factory that was originally a small business finally closed down due to the heavy burden, and the family went bankrupt. Amami Kateri, who had no money to go to college, simply ran from the countryside to Tokyo to find opportunities. Young people like her are as numerous as crucian carp crossing the river in Tokyo, and they are inconspicuous. Although she found a job as a prop master, she couldn't save much money, and life could be seen at a glance. The city of Tokyo does not belong to her. If Amami Kateri wants to stay in this city, the only practical way is to find a good husband while she is young. At this time, I met some childhood friends who had come to Tokyo earlier and were working in the live broadcast industry. After discussing it, they decided that only those working behind the scenes could make a lot of money. Amami Kateri was also good looking, so she decided to debut as a YouTuber. After a lot of hard work, she finally gained some popularity, made some money, and had some free time to think about the future. Maybe she could make a living in Tokyo by herself? Amami Kateri is now more worried about whether she should agree to the team's proposal. Confession of Ajiso, who was in charge of the script design. Ajiso was also the companion who followed her into the abandoned mall today, but they got separated in the initial commotion, and now maybe he is following Hayama. She was not attracted to Ajiso, and just regarded him as an ordinary friend, but Ajiso was an indispensable figure in this small team. If she refused, it might sow the seeds of division for the live broadcast team that was on the rise. At this time, a series of screams seemed to be faintly heard, followed by the sound of ping-pong and rummaging from a distance, but if she listened carefully, she could not hear anything. Kateri shook her head, holding the pen-hold stick in one hand, and continued the live broadcast. Amami Kateri explored the clothing specialty area for a while. According to the script, there should be a horror scene here, but Amami Kateri turned around a few times in the designated place, and the scenery that should have appeared did not appear. Takagi, this guy, failed again. Helpless, Amami Kateri could only pretend nothing happened and walked out of the back door of the clothing area. Kateri-chan explored the entire clothing area. Fortunately, no accidents happened. Should I go and meet up with Hayama-kun next? But this mall is so big, I don't know where they are. I'm afraid of getting lost, and I'm afraid of finding other terrible things. Amami Kateri adjusted the angle of the selfie stick and pointed it at herself, with a delicate expression on her face that was about to cry. Of course, this was completely pretended. She knew the underground structure map of the entire abandoned mall by heart. Amami Kateri knew very well where she was and what rooms were nearby. Amami Kateri now walked to the corridor at the back door of the clothing area. There was also a mannequin a few steps away from the door. The mannequin behind Kateri-chan and the male mannequin who entered the door seemed to have lost their eyes. A barrage flashed by. Amami Kateri didn't care and continued to walk forward. After a few steps, there was a click, and there was a light sound similar to footsteps behind her. Who? Amami Kateri looked back and shone the flashlight into the dark corridor. There was still nothing, only the mannequin. Thinking that she had heard it wrong, Amami Kateri turned around and walked a few steps. Click, click, this time she heard the footsteps clearly, as if something was following her. Hayama-kun, is it you? Or Takagi, Kajiso? Come out quickly, I'm going to be angry. Amami Kateri swept the flashlight between the floor and the ceiling, but did not find anything unusual. There was no place to hide in the corridor. She was originally a bold person, but even so, she still felt her scalp tingling and her heart pounding. Finally, the flashlight shone on the male mannequin standing in the corridor. Is the position of this mannequin getting closer and closer to her? Maybe it was my own illusion. After all, it was in the corridor at night with poor visibility. I couldn't see the reference objects clearly and it was hard to judge the distance. It seems that I am a little suspicious. After all, I am just a weak woman. I am alone in such an environment. It is inevitable that I will have wild thoughts. This time, Amami Kateri was careful and readjusted the selfie stick, raising it so that the camera was facing herself. In this way, the live broadcast room can clearly see her and the scene behind her, and if someone secretly follows her, it will be seen by fans. She continued to walk forward. This time, she finally didn't hear the footsteps following her. Just when Amami Kateri just breathed a sigh of relief, she saw that the comments in the live broadcast room had exploded. Run! 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 She looked back and saw the mannequin's limbs and head joints twisting strangely and making strange creaking noises, then fell face down on the ground, limbs dancing wildly, and crawled up on the ground in a weird and terrifying posture. An unprecedented chill rushed up along the spine to Amami Kateri's brain, making her legs tremble and her scalp numb. As if someone was leading the charge, a group of mannequins filed out from the back door, scrambling to crawl and run on the floor, and rushed towards Amami Kateri. Chapter 20 Chapter 21 Black background with red clouds, coming on the moon, 4K. Ah! He ran through aisles one after another, knocking over countless debris. Yeshan ran out of breath, sweating profusely, bending over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Looking back, he was relieved to see that nothing was following him. Where did I run to? Yeshan realized that he was alone. The photographer who followed him before had disappeared, and he didn't know where the flashlight was lost. If the photographer didn't catch up, then he must have. Yeshan had imagined the inhuman torture the photographer suffered before his death. If the person who ran slowly was himself. Looking at the dark and shabby corridor behind him, the lonely and cold night wind blew on him, and Yeshan couldn't help shivering. The cold wind blew on Yeshan, making his mind a little clearer. Wind means there is an exit. He hurried forward and ran around a corner. Sure enough, he saw a balcony. The cold moonlight, like the light of hope for salvation, fell from outside the house and shone into this dark and desperate place. Buddha bless you. Tasho Daiganon bless you. God bless you. I finally escaped. Yeshan rushed to the balcony with a look of ecstasy on his face. From here, he could already see the lights of thousands of houses in downtown Tokyo. He couldn't help but burst into tears. He vowed to visit every temple and shrine in Tokyo after he returned. His hands and feet had already climbed up the guardrail. This was only the second floor. Yeshan usually worked out. As long as his luck was not too bad, he would not break his legs if he jumped down. Even if he risked spraining his foot, as long as he could escape, it would be worth it. But at this moment, Yeshan Takia's body suddenly stiffened and did not move. Damn it, what's going on? My body, why is it moving uncontrollably? Help! Help! The ecstatic expression on Yeshan's face froze for a moment, and then quickly turned into extreme fear. He widened his eyes, opened his mouth and shouted and cursed loudly. The half of his body that had already flipped over the railing flipped back again and stood back on the balcony. Then Yeshan, like a puppet, stepped back stiffly, and walked into the house step by step with his hands and feet. My body is controlled by something, I don't want this kind of thing. I was about to escape, but at this moment... Ah! Yeshan opened his mouth and let out a hysterical cry, tears streaming down his face. His extremely vivid expression formed a sharp contrast with his stiff and weird movements. But no matter how he cried and begged for mercy, his body still retreated uncontrollably into the darkness, step by step towards the depths. As soon as he returned to the depths of the corridor, Yeshan was like a puppet whose strings were suddenly removed. He fell to the ground, dancing and waving his arms, struggling and screaming wildly. After a hysterical venting, Yeshan found that he had regained control of his body, and hurriedly rolled and crawled on the ground to run towards the balcony before. Suddenly, Yeshan felt his neck tighten, as if something was wrapped around him. The next moment, Yeshan's feet left the ground and were hung in the air. Yeshan Takia kicked his feet in the air and scratched his neck with his hands, but his body was still slowly rising higher and higher, and his head hit the ceiling with a thud. Yeshan Takia's face was flushed due to suffocation, his eyes were wide open, and he stared at the front. On the ceiling, he finally saw the monster wandering in the abandoned mall. Crack! A crisp sound came, that was the sound of a broken neck bone. A few minutes later, a crow flew over, looked at the figure hanging upside down in the air, swaying, and made a few meaningless cries, then spread its wings and flew away. A euro, a euro, a euro, a euro. Something is wrong, something is wrong. After a lot of running, Amami Kateri finally got rid of the mannequin, turned a rusty handle, opened the door and rushed in, then immediately locked the door. Her body pressed against the back of the door and gasped. While running, her shoulders were exposed, and a large area of a euro white on her chest was exposed to the air, but it was a pity that no one appreciated it. After tidying up her clothes a little, Amami Kateri picked up her phone. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room had completely exploded. The audience who were attracted by the push, seeing the mannequins that swarmed out and chased after Kateri, all praised the props team for spending a lot of money, which was realistic and scary. But some fans insisted that this was a real supernatural event, and the two groups were fighting in a group. The majority of tourists took it for granted that this was a prop and script arranged by the program team, and only those with Chiyunibyo would take it seriously. The other group was Kateri's fans. Although they mainly came to see the girl, there were also people who were interested in the supernatural. Of course, they refused to agree and sprayed back immediately. You laughed at me for not understanding science, and I ridiculed you for not respecting mystery. Anyway, we were all typing behind the screen and not at the scene. No one could prove the truth or falsehood, so of course we could speak freely. And we sprayed each other back and forth. The popularity of the entire live broadcast room rose steadily, surpassing all the previous achievements of the adventure of Apprentice Witch Kateri. If she had seen such a high popularity before, Amami Kateri would have been overjoyed, and even had to go down in person, pretending to be pitiful and obedient, to add fuel to the fire. But this time she was in no mood at all. Unlike the audience who hid in the bright room and sprayed each other with keyboards, Amami Kateri was experiencing the first scene of horror. It's like visiting a haunted house. Everyone knows it's fake, the ghosts are fake, and the corpses are props, but you'll still be scared to death if you see it in person. A close-up first-person perspective of Amami Kateri. When I think back to the time when there were so many fake, the mannequins rushed towards her with twisted limbs, and she felt her scalp tingling and her hair standing on end. This was completely beyond the script, and there were so many mannequins, not robots. How much would it cost to make them run and jump? As a prop master, she knew very well that it was not something that a troupe like them could afford. It was unlikely that it was arranged by Yeshan's team. Yeshan couldn't even protect himself, so how could he spend so much money? What's going on? Took out the mobile phone used for internal communication in the team and called Gao Cheng and Xiao Muzhuo, but no one answered. Amami Kateri immediately had a bad premonition. Previously, several live broadcasts of ghost hunting went to various classic horror movie scenes such as ancient houses, abandoned elementary schools, hospitals, etc., all went smoothly, and no dirty things were seen. The biggest accident was just a stray dog a euro hiding in the ancient house. Because it was too dull and no one watched it, their team personally wrote the script, arranged various suspenseful horror scenes, and arranged props. This time, nothing will really happen. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room where the battle was going on soared again, and another large group of people came in, saying that something terrible was filmed in the next room, and the live broadcast was interrupted. Tianhai Kateri looked at these comments and took a breath. Everyone, listen to me, it seems that something unexpected happened in this live broadcast. What I am going to say next is all true. I really don't know what happened to those fake people, and I don't know about Yeshan Jun's matter. Tianhai Kateri frowned and explained to the live camera with a serious face, but the audience did not believe it, and in turn praised her acting skills for a great improvement, which was much better than the previous live broadcasts. Tianhai Kateri suddenly felt a little amused and aggrieved. Why didn't the audience believe her words? At this time, a mobile phone ring suddenly came from Tianhai Katori's arms. The caller ID showed that it was the script planner of the team, Kajiso. Amami Kateri was delighted and quickly picked up the phone. Kajiso, what's going on? It's completely different from the original plan. Are there any new plans? Are those dummies new props? And where are you now? Are you still on the second floor? Amami Kateri asked anxiously, but strangely, the other party didn't say a word. Hello, Kajiso, why don't you say anything? After half a minute of silence, the other party suddenly hung up the phone. Amami Kateri was speechless for a while holding the phone. What was Kajiso doing when he called and hung up? Kajiso just confessed to her a few days ago, why did he suddenly treat her with such an indifferent attitude? Just then, Amami Kateri's phone rang again, and the ethereal and pleasant ringtone echoed in the silent room. Amami Kateri was about to answer the call, but suddenly her heart jumped and her face suddenly lost color. Human imagination is a terrible thing. Under the suggestion of the dark environment, it will involuntarily extend to various terrible areas. Is it really Xiao Muzheng who is calling me now? If it is not Xiao Muzheng, then who is calling me and why is he calling me? Ringtone. In the depths of the lonely and dark building, a slight sound will attract people's attention, let alone the ringtone of a mobile phone. A flash of inspiration came to Amami Kateri, and she felt cold all over her body. She was almost frightened and couldn't move. Isn't the classic scene of a horror movie that the victim has already hidden and is about to escape, and then the mobile phone rings and type GG. Amami Kateri quickly pressed the power button of the mobile phone and turned off the phone. At the same time, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, exactly the same as the sound made by the mannequin before. Amami Kateri held her breath and curled up in the corner without moving, hoping to conceal it in this way. Bang! But things went against their wishes. Suddenly, there was a violent crash outside the door, and the whole door made a loud noise. Ah! Tianhai Kateri was frightened and screamed. Who is outside? Stop scaring me like this, okay? This live broadcast ends here. If you scare me like this again, I will call the police. Tianhai Kateri summoned up the courage and shouted loudly to the outside of the house. But the outsiders ignored him and did not answer. The sound of bang 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 as if hitting the door with their bodies continued to sound, and even became louder and more intense. "Please, everyone, I'm really not acting, I really don't know what happened. Please believe me, I'm really scared now, no matter what, I want to go home now." Amami Kateri was so scared that her face turned pale and she cried like a pear blossom in the rain. She showed her frightened face to the camera and begged in a trembling voice. "Woo woo woo, no matter who it is, please help me. Help me call the police, I don't want to stay here anymore. Save me." The barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly stopped. Looking at Amami Kateri's fearful expression that didn't seem fake, and the door behind her that was shaking constantly due to being hit, some people began to believe it, and barrages passed by. "I've called the police, Kateri-chan, hold on. There are really people who believe this fake witch, crying so fake. It's Saturday, don't cause trouble for the police officers, okay? Shut up in front, Adachi District, I'll be there soon." There are also barrages that start to give Amami Kateri advice. Those who come to chase Kateri-chan's mannequins are all made of plastic, so they shouldn't be very strong. "Kateri-chan, quickly get something to block the door." "Yes, block the door." The back door of this room was filled with various construction wastes, and the only window was nailed shut with wooden bars. Threads of moonlight came in through the gaps. Kateri-chan put the live broadcast equipment on the ground, adjusted the angle to make sure that the door could be photographed, and then prepared to lift the discarded debris. Just then, a scary white hand about 2 meters long stretched out from the side window on the door. The hand opened its palm, and a black mobile phone that was dialing fell out, then stretched out an abnormally long finger, gently hooked it, and opened the lock from the inside. The door was pushed open, and a male mannequin with empty eyes walked in with a weird posture, followed by expressionless and mutilated human models one after another. This nightmare-like scene made the entire live broadcast room seem to have been paused, and all the comments disappeared. The people who had previously shouted that everything was fake and props were also frightened and speechless. Amami Kateri had nowhere to escape, and she collapsed to the ground in despair and panic, waiting for the slowly approaching mannequin to drown her. At the critical moment, the window nailed shut by wooden bars was cut open from the outside. What blew into the house along with the clear moonlight was not only the breeze, but also a young man wearing a black robe with red clouds and 2 tear grooves on his face. Chapter 21 Chapter 022 Grenade, RPG, or Flamethrower. "Are you okay?" The bright and cold moonlight shone on the young man in a black windbreaker with red clouds, outlining his stunningly handsome profile. He slowly turned sideways to look at Amami Kateri, and completely exposed his face in the live broadcast room. This was a young man in his early 20s, with black hair like crow feathers, and under his long eyelashes were a pair of gentle, plain, and affectionate black eyes, like the sea. The most conspicuous thing was the 2 long tear grooves on his face. "Hello." Amami Kateri stared at the handsome face of the young man in a daze, and was fascinated. For a moment, she was so dazed that she couldn't speak. But when she saw the mannequin behind the young man moving, she shouted at the first time. "Be careful! Behind you!" The mysterious young man had a scabbarded samurai sword hanging on his waist. His expression changed slightly, he stepped forward, turned around, and drew his sword out of the sheath. A faint blue light burst out from him, wrapping the samurai sword along his arm. The sword flashed, reflecting the cold moonlight, like a half-moon appearing in the room, directly cutting all the dummies in the room in half. The mysterious young man never looked back, but quickly chased outside, leaving only one sentence. "There is only one monster in this building. If you stay here, it will be over soon." Watching the back disappear in front of her eyes, appearing mysteriously as if walking on the moon, and disappearing like bubbles, Amami Kateri only felt her nose sour, and had a premonition that she would never see him again. "I haven't had time to ask your name yet." After a while, she came out of this melancholy of loss, and picked up the live broadcast equipment again, wanting to share her feelings of escaping death and meeting the mysterious handsome guy with her fans. I can do this little brother's appearance. A euro. A euro euro a euro euro a euro. These eyes are like the sea reflecting the sky, and they are also filled with sadness, which makes people feel distressed. A euro. A euro euro a euro euro a euro. Which new drama is this for? The special effects are very good. Who is this actor? A euro. A euro euro a euro euro. Some new viewers who were attracted by the homepage push did not understand the cause and effect. They only saw the young man under the moonlight and the sword light like a waning moon, and asked questions one after another. A euro euro a euro euro. The old viewers who were originally frightened began to become active and talk about it after seeing the gods descend from the sky and the crisis resolved. A euro euro a euro euro a euro. It's really good that Katori-chan is okay. A euro. A euro euro a euro euro a euro. Edom, was that sword energy just now? It's so cool. A euro. A euro euro a euro euro a euro. The sword was chopped so far that it could even cut the dummy at the door in two. A euro. A euro euro a euro euro a euro. How could it be sword energy? It's a special effect. A euro. A euro euro a euro euro. After the mysterious young man appeared and slashed out that sharp sword, the popularity of the live broadcast room has risen to the level of the first on the platform homepage. Various tourists are attracted to it. Some of them like to sing the opposite tune and think they have discovered the truth. The audience began to analyze. A euro euro a euro euro. I knew it would be fine. How could there be monsters in this world? This routine is not the way Blair Witch was promoted back then. It's a pseudo-documentary, pretending to be ghosts to attract people to the theater. A euro euro a euro euro. Next, it's about time for the crew to come out and introduce the movie release plan and promotional film. A euro euro a euro euro. Some trolls discovered the truth and were a little angry because they were frightened by the live broadcast before, and began to speak nonsense. A euro euro a euro euro. This male protagonist doesn't look good, not as good as Hayama. Wearing a weird costume with a black background and red clouds, I think it must be a bad movie. A euro euro a euro euro. Katori-chan has also started to make bad money. A euro euro a euro euro. So what if the special effects are good? The most important acting skills and scripts now are sincerity. A euro. As the live broadcast room was about to be filled with all kinds of ugly and malicious comments, the room suddenly went dark. Some trolls who were proud of their keyboards and swearing wanted to continue dumping garbage, but after refreshing, they found that the live broadcast room no longer existed. It was not because there was noise, not that there is no signal, or Amami Katori has turned off the live broadcast. The live broadcast room was blocked. A euro a euro a euro a euro. Uchiha Ming, who chased out of the room and rushed in the corridor, still maintained the appearance of Uchiha Itachi before. Although the corridor was pitch black and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, he could still clearly see the shadow crawling quickly on the ceiling. At the beginning, Uchiha Ming did have bad intentions. He saw the live broadcast preview of the apprentice shrine maiden Katori's adventure on the video website and felt it was an opportunity. He could use ninjutsu to pretend to be a ghost in secret to scare the live broadcast team, and finally disguise himself as an extraordinary person like onmyoji and priests to exorcise demons in front of the camera. This will attract the attention of the Metropolitan Police Department from Nakano District to Adachi District, distracting it from GLU, and better fish in troubled waters. Of course, Uchiha Ming knew that this plan was a bit crude, so he did not act rashly, but sent the summoned beast crow to follow Tianhai Katori's live broadcast team and observe secretly. But he never thought that Uchiha Ming was still hesitating whether to take action. Before he could go on stage himself, the live broadcast team was attacked by an indescribable monster in the house. It can be said that if you walk too much at night, you will encounter ghosts sooner or later. The true face and strength of the monster in the abandoned mall were clearly spied by him in the dark with crows. After finding out the details of the monster, Uchiha Ming decided to rescue it. It's a pity that he only had time to save the anchor Katori and a guy in charge of photography. The others were tortured to death by the monster. When he thought of this, a trace of murderous intent flashed in Uchiha Ming's eyes, and he formed seals with his hands and opened his mouth to spit out. Great fireball technique! A huge fireball flew towards the ceiling. The shadow crawling fast on the ceiling lowered a pale arm, hooked his finger, and a cabinet that had fallen to the ground flew up into the air, blocking the front, and was blown into pieces by the fireball. The shadow also took this opportunity to turn the corner and escape to the more spacious clothing area, and finally stopped. The monster was hanging on the chandelier under the ceiling, and there were ghostly mannequins under the shadows, which looked particularly eerie and terrifying in the dark and empty hall. Uchiha Ming chased here and stopped, looking at the shadow with cold eyes. This monster had a bald head as big as a wheel, with narrow eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth, but no body. 6 arms that were more than 2 meters long and shaped like human hands were connected to the head. The head of the 6-armed monster hung on the chandelier, with 6 pale and dead-looking arms hanging down, and asked in a suspicious tone. "Human, what happened to the explosion just now? Did you carry a grenade or an RPG? Could it be a flamethrower? Can it speak human language?" It was the first time that Uchiha Ming encountered a monster that could speak since he crossed over. Although he was a little surprised, he remained unmoved on the surface. He said with Uchiha Ataka's calm face. "Grenade, RPG, flamethrower, I didn't expect to hear these words from a monster. The monsters in the world are really interesting." Chapter 22 Chapter 023 On Myoji, Swordsman or Ninja. If you were also hunted by humans with these things, you would also be impressed by them. The 6-handed monster seemed to recall something, and there was a little fear in his tone. Its eyes swept over Uchiha Ming. "There are also pistols, assault rifles, submachine guns. Isn't it that you humans are best at using various firearms and bombs? How many monsters were killed in this way?" The more Uchiha Ming listened, the weirder it felt. This 6-handed monster seemed to have suffered some hardships at the hands of humans. But shouldn't the opponents of monsters be extraordinary beings such as onmyoji, witches, and monks? Why do they sound like their main enemies are humans who use hot weapons? But now it is the 21st century. Maybe the times have really changed. The staff is not as useful as a gun. However, it is rare to meet a monster that can talk. This is a good opportunity to understand the monster world and the extraordinary pattern of this world. Therefore, Uchiha Ming did not interrupt, but continued to speak. "You can rest assured that I don't have any guns or bombs. The sword in my hand is enough to deal with a small monster like you." Bullshit! How can humans with swords be the opponent of monsters? The 6-handed monster was angered by the contempt in Uchiha Ming's tone. Uchiha Ming smiled nonchalantly and asked again, "You are so ugly. What race are you? I haven't seen any monsters similar to you in the book." As soon as these words came out, the 6-handed monster seemed to have heard something incredible, and his face suddenly became ferocious. "Race? You actually asked such a low-level question, and you don't even know the most basic common sense. You are definitely not from the Metropolitan Police Department, nor can you be from the Self-Defense Forces. Who are you? Is it exposed? It seems that I shouldn't ask that question." Uchiha Ming smacked his lips and slowly pulled the knife out of the sheath. Rather than probing with words, it seemed more efficient to beat the 6-handed monster half to death first and then interrogate him for information. The 6-handed monster also saw that Uchiha Ming had a bad look on his face, and immediately spread out his 6 abnormally long arms and opened his fingers. The discarded mannequins in the clothing area seemed to hear a bugle call, twisting their limbs one by one and crawling up from the ground. "No wonder you want to escape here, these mannequins are you soldiers." Uchiha Ming looked at the dozens of dummies that surrounded him calmly, and said in a flat tone, "Go." The 6-handed monster danced like 3 crappy conductors standing on the stage at the same time, and the dummies rushed to him one after another. Uchiha Ming cut a dummies in half from head to toe with a knife, and then shuttled back and forth in the dummies with light footsteps, and even the corners of the black-bottomed red cloud robe were not touched by the dummies. He cut off the head of another dummies with his backhand, but the dummies with their heads cut off continued to rush towards him. I almost forgot that these are not real people. They are short of arms and legs. Cutting off their heads may be useless. They should be cut into smaller pieces. He chopped down diagonally from the right side, cutting the dummy in two from the shoulder to the waist. This is called kasu/slash in Japanese kendo. Of course, Uchiha Ming had no idea what kendo was, but with his agility far beyond that of an ordinary person and the chakra katana in his hand that could cut through iron like mud, he easily chopped the dummies into pieces like cutting melons and vegetables, and the broken arms and limbs made of plastic fell to the ground. Although there are many dummy models in this abandoned mall, they are not endless. This is the last one. What are you going to do next? After slicing the last mannequin with both arms, Uchiha Ming waved his knife at the floor, as if throwing non-existent blood on the ground, and looked up at the six-handed monster on the chandelier. This crappy puppet stage play ends here. Uchiha Ming bent his knees and pretended to jump up. At this moment, he felt his whole body tense up from head to toe, as if he was entangled by countless fishing lines. The harder he tried, the tighter it got. The six-handed monster opened his six arms and hooked his fingers at Uchiha Ming, revealing a sinister and complacent grin. Let me praise you for being able to cut off so many mannequins with a knife. But how do you think I control the mannequins? They are connected to them by invisible threads made of demonic energy. When you cut off the mannequins, I secretly wrapped the demonic energy threads on the mannequins around you. So you monsters call chakra a yoke? Uchiha Ming looked down and said calmly. What chakra? The calm tone startled the six-handed monster, but he quickly calmed down. It has 6 arms and 30 fingers. Each finger can lift a weight of nearly 100 kilograms. Now there are a total of 30 strings of chakra wrapped around this young man. Unless he has the strength of an Asian elephant, don't think about breaking free. As long as his 6 hands exert force and tighten the chakra, he can be torn into pieces in an instant. Why can he be so calm? From the beginning, your tricks can't be hidden from me. These eyes can clearly see the color of chakra. Uchiha Ming suddenly looked up at the monster under the ceiling. The scarlet Sharingan in his eyes was breathtaking in the dark. With these eyes, are you also a monster? No, how can there be a monster that looks almost exactly like a human? Who are you? The six-handed monster was shocked, and instinctively tightened the demonic thread with his hands, ready to tear Uchiha Ming into pieces. Just then, with a puff, Uchiha Ming, who was tightly tied by dozens of transparent silk threads, was replaced with a half-dummy. Substitution technique. Uchiha Ming, who was freed from the restraints, completed the seal at lightning speed, and spit out fierce flames along the silk thread. Dragon fire technique. The raging fire extended upward along the silk thread, much faster than the previous fireball technique, and rushed to the six-handed monster in the blink of an eye. It was covered by flames before it could break the silk thread. Boom! With a loud bang, flames splashed on the ceiling, illuminating the sky as bright as day, and the chandelier was broken and fell to the ground. The six-handed monster also lost an arm. It was seriously injured and fell to the ground in a very embarrassed manner. Just as it spread its other arms and prepared to struggle and escape, a figure landed heavily on its face and stepped on it. Then with a few swish sounds, 5 kunai flew out and nailed the remaining arms of the six-handed monster to the ground. How can a human spit fire? Who are you? Who knows, is it an onmyoji, or a swordsman? Maybe a ninja. Chapter 23 Chapter 024 There are no onmyojis in this country. Ninja. The onmyojis in human stories and legends do have the ability to drive fire. They can cut off dummies like cutting melons and vegetables, which can be related to swordsmen, but what the hell is a ninja? Aren't all Japanese ninjas rats in the gutter, hiding in the dark to do poisoning, stealing information and other low-level things? Where can there be ninjas who can spit fire? The most rubbish taiga drama it has seen doesn't dare to shoot like this. No, He has been tricked. Nonsense. There is no onmyoji in this country. The six-handed monster, who felt that he was being fooled, roared loudly. It's really strange. I didn't expect to hear such words from a monster. You monsters actually deny the existence of onmyoji. Uchiha Ming looks strange. Since this island country has monsters like you, then what about the existence of onmyoji? Isn't it reasonable to be in onmyoji? I am a monster, but I have been in Tokyo for so many years since I was born, and I have never seen an onmyoji. Humans do not have monster energy. So naturally they cannot use supernatural powers. The six-handed monster was a little surprised and doubtful. The existence of the young man in front of him had broken the common sense of the monster world. Humans do not have supernatural powers. The so-called onmyoji and superpowers are all fabricated and imagined by humans. This is not only the consensus of the monster world, but also the consensus of the human official. If there are really superhuman human beings like onmyoji, why have they never appeared in the struggle between humans and monsters for so many years before, and I have never even heard of them? But this man not only has terrifying scarlet devil eyes, but can also spit out powerful flames from his mouth. He is definitely not a mortal. It is even more impossible to be a monster. Humans cannot become monsters, and monsters cannot become humans. This is also the iron rule summed up by the many years of confrontation between humans and monsters after the emergence of supernatural beings. This is how the teacher taught them in the human general education class. What you said just now is very interesting. Can you continue? I still have many questions to ask. Uchiha Ming also realized the seriousness of the problem. His understanding of the mysterious side of this world seemed to have a big deviation, and his expression became serious. The six-handed monster struggled several times, but his arms were nailed to the ground by kunao and could not move. It stretched out its slender tongue, licked its mouth, and asked tentatively. I said, "Can you let me go? Although I really want to say yes, you won't believe it. So forget it. You should have had this awareness when you killed people before." There was not even a perfunctory lie. The six-handed monster clearly felt the cold murderous intent of the red-eyed man at this moment. He knew that he was doomed. While his whole body was cold, he also strengthened his determination. Seeing the monster shut his mouth tightly, saying nothing, and looking like a dead duck, Uchiha Ming scratched his cheek in distress. Since you are unwilling to answer the previous questions, how about we change to easier questions? You can even use a cell phone. Judging from your previous words and behavior, you should be able to do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 30, right? You now have 5 arms, and each hand has 5 fingers. 5 times 5 equals 25. What is 25-1? The six-handed monster was immediately confused. Why was he asking such a simple math question at this time? What is 25-1? Although he didn't know what the red-eyed man meant, the six-handed monster remained silent as before. It's 24. Uchiha Ming took out a kunao and directly cut off one of the monster's abnormally long fingers. Ah! The six-handed monster screamed. So your monster's blood is also red. Next is the next question. What is 24-1? Uchiha Ming was unmoved, with a cruel smile in his scarlet Sharingan. If it was a monster with a human-like appearance like a beast-eared girl, Uchiha Ming might not be able to torture him, and he might just cut his neck. But for a monster like the six-handed monster who looked ugly and killed people, he felt no pressure at all when interrogating him. Human! I will kill you, hang your whole family, and eat them. Ah! Wrong answer. Next question. What is 23-1? What is 15-3? Kill you. After nearly 10 minutes. I really admire you. I didn't expect that you would not speak after all your fingers were cut off. Are other monsters as stubborn as you? After wiping the blood splashed on his hands, Uchiha Ming looked at the monster under his feet and exclaimed in admiration. At the same time, he also felt a little headache. I am really not good at torture. The six-handed monster can be so stubborn. Is it the only way to kill it to get the ninja jade? But it is rare to meet a monster that can talk, but it feels a bit wasteful that I can't squeeze out information about the mysterious test of this world from its mouth. It's a pity that my Sharingan has not opened 3 Megatama yet, otherwise I can directly use the hypnotic eye to pry open its mouth without dirtying my hands. No. The double Megatama Sharingan in Uchiha Ming's eyes turned quickly, and he found that the wound where the monster's finger was cut off before had stopped bleeding, and there were granulations wriggling in the wound. So that's it, can you monsters regenerate broken limbs? You really don't know anything. The six-handed monster's eyes twitched in pain. After a while of laborious gasping, he finally recovered a little bit of vitality. He gritted his teeth and sneered. Hee, we monsters are not weak humans like you. With this injury, as long as we eat someone or recuperate for a few days, the cut-off fingers can grow back. Although you don't want to speak, your body is very honest to hand over the information, which is also an important piece of information. But it's meaningless to end it so early. Let's start the second round now. What second round? Six Hands felt strange when they heard it. He didn't have any fingers to cut off. What vicious means would this devil-like human use to torture him? I exchanged it from the store and haven't used it yet. It just so happens that I also need a drug tester. Well, the injury is not too serious. Half a blood-enhancing pill should be enough. Unable to understand what the human was mumbling, the six-armed monster suddenly felt something thrown into his mouth, and then a warm current flowed from his mouth to all parts of his body and the wounds on his 6 arms. Not only did the weakness of his whole body reduce by half, but the chopped-off fingers grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the arm that was blown off by the flames grew back. What did this human eat? Ah! Before he could think about it, the new arm was cut off by the roots, and he screamed in pain. It's better to start from 25. This round is the original question, don't fail to answer it again. The devil-like voice began to echo again. Come on, let's start again, 25 to 1, what is it? Chapter 24 Chapter 025 Raise your hands. This kind of torture is not only physical torture, but also mental torture. The self-healing talent that the monster was originally proud of has become an endless pain. When the question and answer session reached the third round, the six-handed monster's psychological defenses were finally broken, and it began to answer every question. According to it, there are no human supernatural beings in this world, and even the existence of monsters has not existed since ancient times, but suddenly appeared in this country after the 21st century. Before, when Uchiha Ming asked it what race of monster it was, it found something wrong. Because monsters have no race. Each monster looks different from other monsters. Moreover, the appearance of monsters is completely different from the Japanese monsters in folk legends, and there are no legendary monsters such as nine-tailed Tamamanomi and Yamata no Orokai. These are almost common sense, and it is impossible for official personnel not to know. It sounds like this world used to be a mysterious and extraordinary world without magic. Then something happened in the 21st century, and monsters like monsters and evil spirits were born, but there were no human supernaturals. Naturally, humans did not rely on yin-yang master to deal with monsters, but modern technology, guns, and ammunition. So that's why society is not aware of the existence of monsters. This is crucial information. Since I crossed over, I have encountered monsters and evil spirits one after another. The preconceived conclusion that there are all kinds of legendary powerful monsters and human supernaturals in this world has been completely overturned. And if there are really no other human supernaturals, then Uchiha is the only one who can do it. But I can't believe it completely. After all, I am not a demon and I am not good at torture. The six-handed monster may be 9 true and 1 false, and it may conceal something in the key place. Even if it is not, it is possible that because its strength is too weak and its status is too low, the information obtained is wrong. It hurts. Give me a quick death. The six-handed monster let out a low cry of pain, and his breath became weaker and weaker, and he said weakly, "Hey, don't die now. It's almost over." Uchiha Ming was unmoved, and had no sense of being the instigator. "What is your circle of monsters like? How strong is the most powerful monster you know? What's its name?" Uchiha Ming was particularly concerned about this issue. The history of monsters is not long, less than 20 years. Does it mean that the power of the monsters is very weak? If all monsters are at the level of six-handed monsters, there is nothing to be afraid of. They can be hunted as prey to obtain ninja jade. I don't know about other places. There is only one monster organization in Tokyo. Monsters hiding in Tokyo can only escape from human pursuit under the protection of the organization. Because I like to kill humans, I played too much and was driven out. I was also chased by the discipline patrol team sent by the organization. I originally planned to rest here and escape from Tokyo and Kanto to the north. The most powerful monster is of course the teacher. It is the king of monsters in Tokyo and one of the earliest big monsters. It is not comparable to a little monster like me who is less than 10 years old. It is, The six-handed monster couldn't help but reveal a mixture of admiration and fear in his eyes. His tongue seemed to be knotted and he stuttered. Uchiha Ming, who was hearing the key point, was naturally very dissatisfied. He flicked his sleeves and a kunao appeared in his hand. At this point, why are you still hesitating? Do you want to start doing math problems again? Uchiha Ming said with a threatening tone. Abilities, appearance, strongholds, tell us all the information about this monster called teacher. The six-handed monster was anxious and afraid when he heard this. It opened its mouth and moved its tongue a few times, but still didn't speak. Uchiha Ming was a little impressed at this time. The six-handed monster was expelled from the organization, but it was still so loyal. But his threat was not just talk. He gestured with the kunao on the monster's remaining fingers. Ah! The six-handed monster's eyes were full of fear. He opened his mouth as wide as possible and showed his tongue to Uchiha Ming. This is it. One after another, dark snake-like strange lines spread from the root of the tongue to the entire tongue. Looking at the strange black snake-shaped mark on the six-handed monster's tongue, Uchiha Ming couldn't help but show a little surprise. Did the leader of the monster organization do something to prevent the leakage of information? I didn't expect that monsters would have such means. This technique seems to be planted on the tongue of the ANBU members to avoid report the leaked curse seal technique. Uchiha Ming suddenly felt a little wary of the Tokyo Monster King, whom he had never met and only knew by title. The idea of A taking the initiative to attack and using monsters as experience packs was temporarily stopped. If this Monster King is stronger than himself, wouldn't it be a trap for himself? For the time being, he should continue to endure for a while, accumulate strength and collect information, and wait until he opens the 3 Magatama Sharingan or even becomes a Jonin. Seeing that he could not get more information from torture, Uchiha Ming gave the six-handed monster a quick death. The red chakra knife directly pierced the monster's head, and the flames burst out, burning it to ashes. Kill completed, calculating rewards. Puppetry LV1. Ninja Jade *50. As expected, a new ninjutsu was unlocked from the monster, and Uchiha Ming's eyes showed a thoughtful look. After cleaning the battlefield and collecting the kunao on the ground, Uchiha Ming randomly found a window and jumped down, landing on the ground. As for Amami Katari and the photographer who were still in the abandoned mall, he didn't care about them anymore, because he was not here to be a babysitter. Anyway, the monster had been eliminated, and there was no danger to life in the abandoned mall. I think the live broadcast room has already called the police, and the police officers should be arriving soon, so leave this mess to them. The Japanese police are the best at doing these post-cleaning work. Unlike the carefully trimmed and cared for green belts, the wild grass and shrubs grow wildly on the streets around the abandoned mall. Walking in such an empty and deserted place under the moonlight is a unique wildness. In this atmosphere, Uchiha, wearing the unique black and red clothes of the Akatsuki organization, naturally took on a bit of mystery. Through this stone arch covered with crickets, you can see the fence outside the abandoned mall. When Uchiha Ming was about to turn into a crow and fly back to Nakano, he suddenly heard a sharp shout. "Don't move! Put your hands up!" Chapter 25 Chapter 026 Knife Chopping Bullets. "Don't move, put your hands up!" Uchiha Ming looked back following the voice, and saw a man in a black suit, walking out from the shadows behind the woods, aiming a pistol at him from more than 10 meters away. This man, who was over 1.9 meters tall, about 30 years old, in the prime of his life, held a gun in one hand and a certificate in the other. The golden seal of the Asahi shadow on it reflected the moonlight. "Good evening, Mr. Samurai. I am John Odajiri from the 5th Section of the Public Security Department of the Metropolitan Police Department." Odajiri John has black hair and yellow skin, but deep eyes, high nose, blue pupils, speaks fluent Japanese, and looks like a mixed race. He stared at Uchiha Ming with a pair of extremely fiery eyes, as if he was a stunning beauty or a rare treasure. Although Uchiha Taka's appearance is very good, being stared at by a fake foreign ghost still makes Uchiha Ming feel uncomfortable. After the live broadcast of the ghost search was broadcast on the internet, it attracted the attention of our Ministry of Public Security. Based on my experience, I can conclude that what happened in the live broadcast room was not fake, and your previous lightsaber slash was not a special effect or fake, Mr. Samurai. Our Ministry of Public Security has been looking for superpowers like you. It turned out to be someone from the Ministry of Public Security. Unlike the criminal department, although the Ministry of Public Security is nominally affiliated with the Metropolitan Police Department, it is actually under the command of the National Security Council directly under the cabinet. The Japanese public security is mainly responsible for national security and intelligence work, monitoring various social groups such as religion, the Yakuza, and foundations internally, and has counter-espionage functions externally. This Section 5 should be the country's special department for dealing with extraordinary events. Uchiha Ming thought so in his heart and asked lightly. "Then what? I hope that Mr. Samurai can return to the Metropolitan Police Department with me for an inquiry and investigation. We have no ill will towards you. On the contrary, we are friendly and kind, and have always been eager to cooperate with superpowers like you. Is this friendship and goodwill?" Uchiha Ming pointed to the black muzzle of the gun pointed at him without fear. "Oh, don't be like this, Mr. Samurai, please calm down." Odajiri John took 2 steps back without changing his expression, but his hands holding the gun did not shake at all, obviously well trained. No, I don't want to be like this either. After all, Sir Samurai is not an ordinary person. If you refuse to cooperate or even resist, it will be very dangerous. I hope you can understand." "No, I can't understand." Uchiha Ming smiled and put his hand on the chakra knife at his waist. Odajiri John's face suddenly became a little ugly. "Damn it, take your hand off the knife. Samurai Sir's lightsaber only cut 5 meters away, and we are now 12 or 13 meters away. Can your samurai sword attack so far?" A trace of anger flashed in John Odajiri's eyes, but he managed to hold it back, speaking threateningly. "And Mr. Samurai may not understand that the gun in my hand is not the Nambu M60 used by Japanese women, but the semi-automatic Sig Sauer P226, with a 20-round magazine and a muzzle velocity of 350 meters per second. It is impossible to dodge shooting at this distance. Dodge, I bet that the samurai will be shot into a hornet's nest. Hee. When did you have the illusion that that sword was my full strength?" Uchiha Ming showed a mocking smile on his face, his Sharingan flashed with scarlet light, and he pulled the knife out of the sheath with his backhand. "FK. Damn, your eyes! What kind of devil are you? Odajiri-jan's face changed. Then he gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da. Bullets shot out from the muzzle, and the flames from the muzzle were particularly eye-catching in the night. One after another, the cold sword light flashed in the moonlight, picking up and cutting down more than a dozen bullets. There were also a few lucky bullets that were able to pass by Uchiha Ming because they foresaw the trajectory of the bullets that were fired in the air. Lord, how is this possible? After subconsciously emptying the magazine, John Odajiri looked at the unharmed Uchiha Ming with a livid face and incredible eyes. During the 2 years of work in Japan since he was transferred from the United States, John Odajiri had also seen non-human beings such as monsters. In most cases, bullets could cause damage to those monsters, and many were even shot dead on the spot. This was also the reason why he dared to leave the main force and negotiate with Uchiha Ming alone. But the scene of the knife-chopping bullets, which was almost a miracle, still stunned John Odajiri. He quickly threw the Sig Sauer P226 in his hand, which was empty of bullets like scrap metal, to the ground, and then his right hand reached for the bulging waist. John Odajiri suddenly felt a breeze blowing by his side, and the young man in a black-bottomed red cloud robe brushed past him and jumped up onto the arch. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his right wrist. This is just a small warning. Uchiha Ming stood on the archway, looking down without sadness or joy. Just then, a huge roar came from the sky, approaching here quickly. It was a helicopter with the 3 words warning hall on it, hovering over the abandoned mall, and the searchlight projected a beam of light, hitting Uchiha Ming. Accompanied by the shrill sirens, 3 police cars directly knocked over the railings and rushed in at once. "You can't escape. Our Ministry of Public Security has blocked the front and rear exits, and more support is coming." Odajiri-jan's face was pale, and his head was covered with fine beads of sweat. He skillfully pulled out his belt and tied it to his hand to stop the bleeding, half knelt on the ground and said with gritted teeth, "Don't move, or we will shoot." "Odajiri, your hand, call an ambulance. The target is resisting, free shooting is allowed." The police officers who got off the police car saw this scene and pulled out their pistols without hesitation, aiming at Uchiha Ming who was standing on the arch. "Hee, it's a bit dazzling." The light beam from the helicopter was cast on Uchiha. He ignored the police officers who surrounded him with guns, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked up at the sky. He showed a trace of displeasure on his face, opened and closed his palms, took a deep breath, and then spit into the air, and a huge fireball rushed into the sky. "Why is there a fire below? Quick! Climb up quickly!" Amid the roar of the deputy observer, the pilot of the Metropolitan Police Department helicopter quickly climbed up in the air, and the fireball passed a few meters from the side of the fuselage and exploded in the sky above the back of the helicopter. A huge and gorgeous firework bloomed in the night sky, with sparks flying all over the place, sprinkling on the propeller and tail wing that were spinning wheezingly. Although it was not shot down on the spot, the helicopter fuselage was covered with a circle of flames. Even if it could still fly normally, the pilot was already scared and hurriedly made an emergency landing in the open space of the abandoned mall. "Asshole, what have you done? This is the second warning, and it won't be so simple next time." In the stunned eyes of the police officers and John Odajiri, the mysterious young man in a black and red cloud robe, with an indifferent face, put his right index finger and middle finger together, and stood one hand upright in front of his chest. The whole person disappeared in full view of the public like smoke. Chapter 26 Chapter 027 A Uchiha Itaki. In the night, a small group of crows flew southwest over Adachi district. After flying for only a dozen minutes, they arrived at a single-family house in Nakano district. The leading crow, which was a circle larger than its companions and had shinier feathers, circled in the air as if on alert, while the other crows flew in neatly and orderly from the half-open window of the attic. The crows flapped their wings, gathered together, and gradually formed a human shape. A handsome young man wearing a black robe with red clouds appeared into the attic. It was a Uchiha Itaki. The lights in the attic were turned on, and Uchiha Ming walked in. He looked at Uchiha Itachi in front of him, feeling very magical. The bird clone technique is different from the ordinary clone technique that can only be used as a sleight of hand. Like the shadow clone, it is a physical clone and can also use ninjutsu. Relying on the crows as a carrier, it saves more chakra than the shadow clone. Relying on the bird clone technique, Uchiha Ming can make the water more turbid in Tokyo without leaving home. Just like this time. Thank you for your hard work. I am you, why be so polite? Uchiha Itachi said lightly. But using the bird clone technique for such a long distance and for such a long time, and using several ninjutsu, if I hadn't been promoted to Chunin, my chakra would have run out. Uchiha Ming smiled slightly and made a seal to cancel the spell. With a puff, Uchiha Itachi split into more than a dozen crows. Uchiha Ming took out a bag of bread crumbs, fed the crows briefly, and let them fly out of the house. According to his instructions, a few stayed on the wires near the house, and the rest flew in various directions of Tokyo. These crows are the spies left by Uchiha Ming over Tokyo. If there is a big change in Tokyo, or someone is stalking near the house, Uchiha Ming can find it at the first time. The bird clone technique is really useful, mainly because it is convenient to come and go. In fact, when the mall was abandoned, Uchiha Ming could directly cancel the bird clone and leave, and the people in the Metropolitan Police Department could only stare blankly, but he didn't want to reveal the information that the crows could turn into people to the Metropolitan Police Department. So in the end, he used the instant body to hide in the shadows from the arch, and then turned into a crow and flew home. There are many types of instant body techniques in Naruto, including instant body techniques achieved with ninjutsu, and instant body techniques that condense chakra at the soles of the feet and explode instantly, moving at a high speed at a short distance that is invisible to the naked eye. At first glance, it is as if it disappears on the spot. The latter instant body technique is also a skill that Uchiha Ming barely mastered after practicing for a long time in the training field. From the attic to the room, Uchiha Ming went to the video website again. As expected, the live broadcast room of the Apprentice Witch Cattery was still blocked, and the personal avatar was black, and all videos could not be watched. Uchiha Ming visited several forums again. The accident in the live broadcast room was still fermenting. Some people were discussing whether Cattery's live broadcast was true or false, whether it was the CG of the new movie, and who the young man in the black-bottomed red cloud suit was. The posts piled up higher and higher, but they did not last long before they were deleted one by one. Such a large-scale deletion of posts must be the work of the official. Uchiha Ming sighed, put down his phone, and began to recall everything that happened in the abandoned mall. Although something unexpected happened, his original goal was achieved. A new supernatural being, Uchiha Itachi, appeared in Adachi District and had a direct conflict with the Metropolitan Police Department. In this way, the attention of the Metropolitan Police Department should be diverted from the Nakano District. This time, he really gained a lot. With these 50 ninja balls, the progress of opening the Sharingan with 3 Megatama has taken a big step forward. If everything goes well, maybe he can have the first LV3 skill this month. The biggest gain is that Uchiha Ming finally unveiled a corner of the supernatural pattern of this world. There are only non-human supernatural beings such as monsters and evil spirits, but no human supernatural beings. Even these supernatural beings have only appeared in the last 10 or 20 years. These monsters and ghosts did not exist in ancient times. It is really quite interesting and solved a doubt in Uchiha Ming's heart. No wonder the Metropolitan Police Department is holding on to the land where he transformed. Originally, I thought that the Japanese government strictly manages supernatural beings and is full of vigilance against wild supernatural beings outside the official jurisdiction. It seems that it is not that simple now, but because DLU is the first human supernatural being confirmed to exist. After the Japanese government has accepted the fact that there are supernatural beings such as monsters and evil spirits in the world, but there are no supernatural beings on the human side, a human supernatural who can exorcise demons and monsters suddenly appeared. In addition to being shocked, they must want to control him. What is the origin of the human supernatural AURODLU? How did he get supernatural powers? More importantly, can they also get supernatural powers? We cannot underestimate human greed and the desire of the Japanese government to dominate. The state machine is such a strong thing that it is instinctively vigilant about things outside of its control, because this may shake its ruling position, and at the same time it will naturally want to bring it under its rule. From the tough attitude of the police officer of the Metropolitan Police Department that he met before, Uchiha Ming's idea is not groundless. People who have grown up to adulthood in modern society are well aware of the horror of the state machine. After the Industrial Revolution, human military power has expanded to an unprecedented level. If Uchiha Ming's identity is exposed now, and the Japanese authorities want to arrest him, as long as they are willing to dispatch heavy firepower at all costs, he has no choice but to transform and escape. There is no chance of winning in direct resistance. Uchiha Ming originally did not intend to have a direct conflict with the Metropolitan Police Department, but John Odajiri was too aggressive, so he could only punish him a little. I didn't expect that in just a few days, I could cut bullets with a knife. If it weren't for the Sharingan to capture the trajectory of the bullet, it would not be so easy to do. Confucianism disrupts the law with literature, and knights violate the law with force. Holding a sharp blade, the killing intention arises naturally, not to mention Uchiha Ming, who has extraordinary power. He also suppressed the killing intention and did not kill, otherwise his Howin ball could shoot down the helicopter on the spot. But after all, no one was killed, so it's not a big deal. Even if he died, it doesn't matter. He is just an ordinary police officer. As long as Uchiha Ming surrenders voluntarily, his value as the only extraordinary person is immeasurable. The Japanese authorities will definitely ignore this small contradiction. As long as Uchiha Ming doesn't do something earth-shattering like the Japanese server's #1 male gunner, it won't be considered a falling out. But Uchiha Ming has no interest in putting a leash on himself, so it is still very important to carefully hide his identity next. Humans don't have extraordinary powers, which is good news for Uchiha Ming. To some extent, this is also a unique method. When doing things, he can let go more freely. As long as he is worried about the technological side of humans' power, without having to worry about encountering human supernatural beings. However, the existence of supernatural powers of monsters is a major threat to Uchiha Ming. Especially the monsters have formed an organization, under the command of the so-called Tokyo Monster King, lurking in the big city of Tokyo. Because in order to quickly upgrade and obtain Ninja Jade, it is necessary to start with monsters. He and monsters are naturally hostile. Uchiha Ming has a strong premonition that this Tokyo Monster King will be his biggest enemy at this stage. Teacher. It's just that I don't know how strong this monster called Teacher will be, and what abilities it has. Opening the system list, looking at the skills Shadow Imitation Technique, Water Escape, and Puppet Technique dropped from evil spirits and monsters, Uchiha Ming also felt a little subtle. These are all ninjutsu that have appeared in Naruto. Thinking of the chakra energy that appeared in the bodies of the toad monsters and six-handed monsters he had encountered, Uchiha Ming's face became more complicated. Why do these new monsters in this world have chakra, and the magic they use is also close to the ninjutsu that has appeared in Naruto? What is going on? Although I have a vague guess in my heart, it is a pity that there is still too little information known now, and I can't guess the original situation. Chapter 27 Chapter 028 6 Paths Ninja Tools, Seeking Follow-up Reading and Collection. Monday is a difficult start for everyone, except for kindergarten children who are looking forward to meeting their friends. And the young people who are enjoying their youth and looking forward to meeting their lovers on campus. Let's not talk about the students who spend money to go to class. Even the social animals who go to work to make money are full of boredom. The tram on Monday morning is full of silent pressure and fatigue, which is completely opposite to the situation on Friday afternoon. Get off the tram at Komaz station, walk for 5 or 6 minutes, and come to a long slope. Keep climbing the slope and you will reach Jinggyuji High School. Because of Japan's high population density and crowded urban buildings, coupled with frequent natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis due to geographical reasons, earthquake resistance and disaster prevention have always been a top priority. Schools have large playgrounds and gymnasiums, and the earthquake resistance of buildings is higher than that of ordinary civilian buildings, making them the best choice for temporary shelters. Therefore, when choosing a campus address, they will intentionally set it up at a higher altitude. At the school gate, there are 2 students from the discipline department checking their appearance. Jinggyuji High School is a private high school, and it is strict about campus discipline. Obviously dyed hair, strange clothes, and the skirt of the girl's uniform is too low or too high are not allowed. But it's just a visual inspection. It is said that in some schools with stricter school rules, they will even open the school bag to check private belongings like in the comics. It's hard to imagine that this happened in the Reiwa era. Uchiha Ming's clothes are completely in line with the school regulations, and he returned to the classroom without any pressure. Because it has only been a week since the start of school, and the novelty of entering high school has not passed. Although it is Monday, the classroom is still full of youthful vitality. Uchiha classmate, good morning. Several girls were cleaning the podium. A girl with twin ponytails saw Uchiha Ming coming in and plucked up the courage to say hello. Good morning. Is this girl called Maikawa or Morikawa? It's been a week since the start of school. It's not good if I can't remember all the classmates. Uchiha Ming pondered in his heart, but his face didn't show it. He nodded slightly and replied. The girl with twin ponytails blushed and shrank back into the crowd. The girl next to her smiled and whispered a few jokes to her, and the girl's face became even redder. Uchiha, you are really popular. No girl greeted me when I came into the classroom. As soon as I sat down, I heard the voice of Tanaka Hikaru with resentment from the front. It's been a week since the start of school, and I haven't talked to the girls in the same class. I clearly wrote down their names, class rankings, and hobbies in my notebook, but it didn't come in handy at all. That's why no girls talk to you. Looking at Tanaka Hikaru's unconscious look, Uchiha Ming said, if you don't make this messy list and change your frivolous attitude, maybe there will be some changes. It can't be changed. I was born with it, or inherited it from my father. My uncles and aunts all said that I looked exactly like my father when I was a child. At first glance, we are biological children. Tanaka Hikaru's tone was a little proud. It was not easy for Tanaka Hikaru's father to find a wife to pass on this gene. I just don't know if it will be cut off in this generation. No, for the sake of all women, it is better to cut it off in this generation. After chatting for a few more words, Tanaka Hikaru asked. Uchiha, I heard that you beat the vice chairman of the tennis club after school on Friday? Senior Takaizawa was a player who qualified for the high school county tournament, but you beat him. It's not considered a defeat. The whole game was not finished. The senior just lost to me in the receiving game, 2-0. According to the rules of tennis, there are still 2 rounds to decide the winner. Tanaka Hikaru was really well informed. When he went to the tennis club to practice on Friday, there were obviously not many people watching. Uchiha Ming thought to himself. This is already a win. Okay. Tanaka Hikaru said, counting his fingers, Kyoto, basketball, street dance, and tennis. Uchiha, you have shown extraordinary talents in these clubs. Have you decided which club to join? Club. To be honest, Uchiha Ming has not considered which club to join. He visited various clubs last week just to experiment with the copying ability of the 2 Megatama Sharingan. Uchiha Ming's physical fitness is now beyond ordinary people. Genin can fly over eaves and walls, jump back and forth on branches, and walk through mountains and rivers as if walking on flat ground. After being promoted to Chunin, his physical fitness has been further strengthened. Now Uchiha Ming can even cut down bullets. If he really uses all his strength, let alone the ball skills in the real world, even superpowers can be used. He can also copy the special moves of the power sports comics. He can really hit a killer tennis ball, the kind that punches through the wire and creates a hole in the concrete. With strength beyond the limits of mortals, plus the world champion level skills copied by the Sharingan, he can easily stand out in any sports club, but with honor comes responsibility and high exposure. It will be very troublesome just thinking about it. If you haven't thought it through, you should come to our Kyoto Club. With your archery skills, our Kyoto Club men's team will definitely dominate the country. The director has been asking me about you these days. It seems that he hasn't given up yet. Let's talk about it next time. It's only been a week since school started. There's no need to rush. Uchiha Ming laughed, but actually he had already made up his mind. Forget about the sports department club. It would be best to choose a club that can leave early to be a ghost member. If that doesn't work, then go to the literature and art department, library management department, etc., and review the lessons during the activity time. So at noon, Uchiha Ming came to the cafeteria and ordered a large braised pork cartilage set meal, which was unusual. Although he didn't even eat half full, he felt the few coins left in his pocket, and Uchiha Ming was a little headache. The meal money left by Uchiha Zionman before leaving was almost used up in just 1 week. This amount of money is enough for an ordinary male high school student to eat for more than half a month, but Uchiha Ming's appetite has increased dramatically due to his chakra training. Even if he only eats at cheap restaurants, the minimum amount is 3 people, and 5 people may not be enough. This money is not enough. Although he can call Uchiha Zionman to ask for it. The dignity of a time traveler makes him subconsciously deny this option. I can't live on the Bing Liang pills exchanged from the prop store. Although it is not difficult to make money with extraordinary abilities, it is inevitable to leave traces. It is better to keep a low profile now. It seems that I can consider working to earn food expenses. A black pill the size of a little finger appeared in Uchiha Ming's hand, which bounced into the air and was caught by him. When he opened his hand again, it disappeared. After being promoted to Chunin, the system opened a new function, the item store. The item store can sell some items and equipment used in the game, such as shuriken kunao senbon and other basic ninja tools, which can be bought by a little ninja jade, and the chakra samurai sword he used when he transformed into Uchiha Itachi can also be bought by a little ninja jade. It is precisely because of the excellent ductility of chakra metal to chakra that Uchiha Ming can chop several meters away with a sword and use the chakra extending from the blade as sword energy. Chakra metal is a special metal that does not exist in reality, and the quality of weapons produced by the system is even better. After Uchiha Ming used the chakra blade to cut off more than a dozen bullets, he went back to check carefully and found that there were no gaps on the blade. In addition, there are blood pills that are used as red medicine to recover from injuries, and blue medicine pills that replenish chakra, but they are all relatively expensive, and one needs a little ninja jade. Chakra samurai sword, priced at 1 ninja jade. Detonating talisman *20, priced at 1 ninja jade. €1. Puppet *black crow, priced at 5 ninja jade. Puppet *feng lu amber, priced at 20 ninja jade. €1. 7 ninja swords *beheading sword, priced at 20 ninja jade. 7 ninja swords *flatfish, priced at 50 ninja jade. €1. The prop store is full of things, but what makes Uchiha Ming most envious is the 6 paths ninja tools placed at the top of the prop store. Chapter 28 Chapter 029 Part-time Job Plan. Amanuma Spear. Hori Golden Rope. 7-star Sword. Banana Fan. Amber Purifying Bottle. €1. Just looking at the dazzling zeros on the price list, all the ninja jades on him were not enough to buy one, so he had to give up in disappointment. After a simple lunch, he returned to his seat and took a short nap. It was time for class again. After 2 classes in the afternoon, his stomach was empty and his head felt empty. After finally getting through the get out of class, Uchiha Ming planned to find a stall on the road to fill his stomach after school and see if there was a part-time job near home. He just didn't know if the remaining money could last until then. As soon as he left the classroom, he was stopped by his instructor, Ichiro Kaneshiro, who was guarding the door. "Uchiha classmate, are you free now? Can you help me deliver something to room 501 of the club activity building?" Uchiha Ming still has the most basic courtesy to teachers. He is just running errands and taking the file bag from Mr. Jinchange. The club activity building is behind the teaching building, across the sports field, facing each other from a distance. When visiting the club activities last week, Uchiha Ming also came to the club building several times. In addition to being a classroom for club activities, it also contains materials from Jinggyuji High School. The physics classroom and the home economics and sewing classroom are also in the club activity building. Take the elevator to the 5th floor and arrive at the door of room 501. There is a blank space under the house number, and there is no indication of which club department it is. It may be a room used by faculty or student union organizations. "Come in." Uchiha Ming knocked on the door and heard a response from inside, so he pushed the door open and entered. Inside the door is a spacious and bright activity classroom with exquisite and gorgeous decorations. The floor is covered with red cashmere carpet, a TV covering half of the wall, a huge refrigerator with 2 doors, a luxurious leather sofa, and a 2-meter-high wooden bookshelf filled with various books. It feels like I have come to the student union office. At the end of the room, there is a huge mahogany desk. Behind the desk, a girl with long black hair stands in front of the window, with her arms crossed in front of her chest, looking towards the playground and the teaching building. Looking down from the window, everything on the sports field is in sight, and the classroom lights of the teaching building opposite are also visible. It was time for school to end. Outside, the noise of boys and girls enthusiastic about club activities resounded, cheers and shouts, the ensemble of recorders and oboes from the nearby wind band, mixed with the pleasant piano sounds from farther away, the music symbolizing youthful vitality, blew into the classroom with the warm spring breeze, and ruffled the girl's hair. Like a master who had inspected her territory, the girl withdrew her eyes from the sports field, her posture remained unchanged, her hands crossed in front of her chest, and her eyes looked at Uchiha Ming sternly. "Good afternoon, Uchiha classmate." The black-haired girl had black hair that was long enough to reach her hips, delicate white skin, bright and lively big eyes, thin lips like a cherry blossom, and an extremely outstanding and correct appearance. She wore a black uniform like other female students, with a red ribbon tied into a bow on her chest to indicate her student status, a black pleated skirt underneath, and her long legs were wrapped in black over-the-knee socks. Uchiha Ming's eyes swept across the girl's face, from top to bottom, then upwards, and finally made a look of realization on his face. "I remember your name is Yukiao. I didn't expect that we were from the same school. Didn't you wear glasses or pigtails at school?" Sharply catching the movement of Uchiha Ming's eyes, the girl's original majestic posture almost couldn't be maintained, her expression was a little flustered, and then she immediately regained her previous calmness, and said sharply, "It seems that Uchiha classmate is really obsessed with me. That was my cross-dressing outside the school. And my name is not Yukiao, I use a pseudonym in the izakaya. I am Matsudera Cho from Class 2A. So you are my senior." Although Uchiha Ming used honorifics, there was no respect in his tone, and it was full of perfunctory. Japan is the most concerned about seniority. In club activities, even mediocre and incompetent seniors can order excellent freshmen around, boss them around, and even decide the qualification for official competitions based on seniority rather than ability. This system is applied to society. Which is the seniority system? So what if a newcomer has outstanding business and excellent ability? Want to be promoted? Just wait and see. This is the document that our class instructor, Mr. Jinchinch, asked me to send to room 501. I'll put it on the table first. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Uchiha Ming clearly remembered that Matsuo was very aggressive and narcissistic when she was in the izakaya, but now she is acting like a big lady and politely calls him Uchiha classmate. She is arrogant at first but respectful later. It feels that the newcomer has bad intentions, so it's better to leave first. Mr. Uchiha Ming has come all the way to deliver documents to the activity building. You must be very tired. Would you like a cup of tea or coffee? No need. Mr. Uchiha Ming put the file bag on the table and turned to leave. Mr. Uchiha, you can leave today, but you don't want to deliver documents to me every day, do you? Matsuo sighed. Senior, what do you mean by this? Uchiha Ming stopped and turned back to ask. You don't think Mr. Jinchinch just randomly asked a student to deliver things to the activity building, do you? In fact, I specifically asked him to ask Mr. Uchiha to make a trip. Mr. Uchiha doesn't want to deliver things to me tomorrow, do you? As a school teacher, how could Jinchinch listen to a female student? Even if Matsuo is the student council president, he doesn't have such power. As if she could see what Uchiha Ming was thinking, Matsuo smiled reservedly. In modern society, the only legal ways to control others are power, money, and love, and my mother is the chairman of the board of directors of this school, so I occasionally make 1 or 2 requests that are not too willful, and most teachers will not refuse. Can you sit down and talk for a while? Uchiha classmate, black tea or coffee? With such a big refrigerator, don't you have carbonated drinks? I want cola, iced. Pick up the can of cola covered with water droplets and pour it directly after drinking half a can, Uchiha Ming said bluntly. €euro, so what does Miss Matsuo want to do with a commoner like me? You don't want to do a commoner observation report, do you? €euro, deliberately emphasizing the word miss, Matsuo smiled indifferently at Uchiha Ming's teasing, then lifted her long hair and said in a clear voice. €euro, I came to Uchiha classmate just to consult about what happened at that time. How did I fall into the water? Although I couldn't see clearly in the lake, it seemed that something grabbed my feet and dragged me into the lake. €euro, then I don't know. I just saw you fall into the water and picked you up. I didn't see anything in the lake. You said you were dragged into the water by something, maybe a crocodile or a python. Uchiha Ming certainly couldn't tell Matsuo that she was dragged into the water by a monster, so he made up a story. Uchiha, please don't joke. How could there be crocodiles or pythons in the artificial lake of Nakano Park? That's hard to say. Isn't there a famous urban legend in the United States about crocodiles in the sewer? In a big city like Tokyo, it's normal for people to raise reptiles such as crocodiles, pythons, and green iguanas. It's also normal to throw them into the artificial lake when they grow up and can't be kept at home, isn't it? Uchiha Ming laughed. Seeing Uchiha Ming's joking appearance, Matsuo frowned unhappily and stared at him closely. I have already contacted the park's management staff on the weekend to drain the water from the artificial lake. There are no crocodiles or pythons, not even big fish. Uchiha Ming was a little surprised. Should we say that she is worthy of being the eldest daughter of a wealthy family? She can even do such a thing. He thought only fishermen would do such a thing. If it's not crocodiles and pythons, what else could it be? It can't be a kappa or a water ghost, right? Uchiha classmate is getting more and more outrageous. Matsuo looked back and forth at Uchiha Ming with a suspicious look. Anyway, that's all I know. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. Uchiha Ming took the remaining coke and drank it all, and planned to get up and leave. Please wait a moment. Matsuo said, repaying a favor is my family motto. Uchiha, if you have any difficulties in Jinggyuji High School, you can come to me. Chapter 29 Chapter 030 Support Department. Then I won't be polite. Uchiha Ming was immediately excited when he heard this, sat on the sofa, and said. Matsudera Sr., Jinggyuji's school rules require joining the club after school, but I am going to work part-time and don't have the time. Can you use your relationship to make a break? Power does not expire, and the same goes for favors. It is not bad to take this opportunity to finalize things. Work part-time. Hearing the word part-time, Matsudera sat on the sofa, holding her chin with her hand, with an intriguing smile on her face. Uchiha is a freshman and may not know that Jinggyuji is a private high school. Students need to apply to the student union to work part-time. The education committee will contact the parents and confirm that the family is in difficulty before it is allowed. It is quite complicated and tedious to pass the approval. Uchiha Ming felt cold when he heard this. The family conditions of the Uchiha family are not bad. He did not want to ask the Uchiha Immortal Gate for money, so he planned to work part-time. In this way, his plan to work part-time would definitely fail. It is not possible to work secretly without the school. The more formal high school students will contact the school for part-time jobs. Uchiha Ming can't work part-time in some grey industries. Uchiha does not want to participate in club activities, but wants to work part-time. This is not a one-sided thing, but two-sided. But if it is Matsudera Sr., there must be no problem. Uchiha, don't flatter me. Matsudera tidied up her scattered long hair, put it behind her ears, and smiled. Although my mother is the chairman of the board of directors of this kind of school, as a daughter, I should set an example instead of breaking the school rules. Oh! Uchiha Ming replied indifferently. In his opinion, this was just an excuse from Matsudera. But, Uchiha is my benefactor. Although I can't break the school rules directly, it's okay to make some small changes. Really? Uchiha Ming's eyes lit up. Uchiha, guess what club I belong to? Matsudera suddenly changed the subject and asked an irrelevant question. Uchiha Ming blinked his eyes in confusion. Why did he ask this? But he had no interest and said directly. I don't know. I'm not interested. You are really boring. Matsudera looked around the layout of the activity room and said with a smile. To lend a hand to the students of Jinggyuji School who are in trouble is the purpose of the support department. You can think of it as a handyman in the school. I set up this department because of my interest. Uchiha Ming almost laughed out loud. What is the second-year syndrome? Do you think this is the student union or the service department? He couldn't help laughing and said. So that's it. It's the support department, the support department. Senior Matsudera is so great. Matsudera raised her eyebrows and stared at him with a sharp gaze, which was quite oppressive. Uchiha Ming changed his words and praised him in a good tone. Uchiha Ming, are you interested in joining my support team? What does this have to do with the little twist that Senior mentioned before? Uchiha, you don't know, the support team recently received a request, saying that Takasaki, who runs an izakaya at home, is in trouble, and hopes that the support team can introduce someone to her. Matsudera said lightly with a rolling gaze. So what? That is to say, as long as Uchiha becomes a member of the support team, he can go to the client's home. Isn't it said that part-time work must be approved by the Board of Education? This is not a part-time job, it is a club activity to help the client solve the difficulties in running a family izakaya. Matsudera slyly winked at Uchiha Ming and said with a smile. Of course, the part-time salary will be paid to you in full. Isn't this just a loophole in the school rules, but in this way, you can also work in the izakaya legitimately. Uchiha Ming did not agree easily, but looked around the luxuriously decorated activity classroom thoughtfully and asked, Senior, this support department, is it a hobby club? Among the campus clubs in Japan, those that are recognized by the school and can apply for funding from the student union are called departments, those that are recognized by the school, but because of insufficient number of people, they can only apply for activity classrooms and cannot apply for funding, are called hobby clubs, and the lower level is the hobby club that is not even recognized by the school. No, it's a formal club. A euro. A euro euro a euro euro a euro. Are there other people in the club besides the seniors? A euro. A euro euro a euro euro a euro eno dot a euro. A euro euro a euro euro a euro euro. I see a euro. Uchiha Ming nodded. A euro euro a euro euro. Of course, the most prestigious clubs in Japan are sports clubs. The baseball club is undoubtedly the most popular club. After all, it is the first national sport. Sports clubs such as basketball, track and field, and table tennis are also very popular and have a high status. A euro euro a euro euro. After the sports clubs are the literary clubs. Among the literary clubs, the Wind Band is one of the few that can be compared with the sports club in popularity. After all, large-scale school celebrations and sports competitions require the support of the Wind Band. A euro euro a euro euro. After the literary clubs are electronic games, animation, chess, and cards, and other clubs established by students based on their own interests. Sometimes it is difficult to apply for the status of a formal club, and they can only exist as a club of like-minded people. A euro euro a euro euro. Matsudera Chiyo's support club is obviously of this type. A euro euro a euro euro. And the number of members in the club is obviously insufficient, and they can apply for such a luxurious activity room. Which is obviously because Matsudera is the daughter of the chairman and receives preferential treatment. That is, the power is a little willful. Then he reported the part-time salary, 1,200 yuan per hour, and provided an employee meal in the evening, and Takasaki Izakaya is less than 10 minutes away from the school. And this Takasaki classmate is also Uchiha Ming's classmate. In my impression, she is a beautiful girl from a small family, as gentle as a small animal, and it should not be difficult to get along with her. It sounds like a good condition, and Uchiha Ming is quite tempted. If you join the club and accept this commission, you only need to focus on part-time work, and you don't have to participate in other club activities. Matsudera glanced at Uchiha Ming, rearranged her collar, smoothed the wrinkles on her uniform, and said lightly, "Does that mean you can leave early?" Uchiha Ming was excited when he heard this. "Well, but come to the activity room after school every Friday. Don't worry, it won't delay you for too long." Uchiha Ming's heart was pounding. He was not interested in any clubs. What do you think? This way, it can be regarded as the best of both worlds. Matsudera handed over an application form for joining the club. Chapter 30 Chapter 031 Kita. The izakaya of Tsukaizaki's family is in Kitaku, Tokyo. It is not far from Jingyuji High School in Bunkyoku, and it takes less than 10 minutes to walk there. Takasaki went home to prepare things first. According to the agreement, Uchiha Ming had to arrive before 5:30. After walking out of Bunkyoku and arriving in Kitaku, it soon felt that Kitaku was much more depressed. If we use the common urban planning in Western novels to fit the city of Tokyo, then Chiyoda-ku, Chuo-ku, and Minato-ku, which are located in the central area of A the city, are undoubtedly aristocratic areas where only dignitaries can settle down. Cultural and educational areas such as Bunkyoku, which have a strong humanistic atmosphere and good public security, are considered urban areas, and Nakano-ku, where the Uchiha residence is located, is a lower urban area, to put it more harshly. Kitaku, Adachi-ku, and Arakawa-ku are Tokyo's slums. The latter few districts are at the lowest end of the discrimination chain, which can be summarized as poor transportation, poor public security, and poor economy. Kitaku is only slightly ahead of Adachi-ku, which ranks last, and struggles back and forth between the second and third. A euro Uchiha Ming came to the door of a izakaya on the second floor. This izakaya has not officially opened yet. The blue coarse cloth curtain outside the door is still up. Uchiha Ming looked up at the sign, which is Takasaki Izakaya. After confirming that it is correct, he lifted the curtain and walked in. The interior decoration of Takasaki Izakaya is very simple and natural. The bar that separates the cooking area and the dining area is followed by square dining tables. Guests can see how the chef cooks the ingredients at a glance. It is a typical izakaya layout, and there are handwritten menus with izakaya characteristics on the wall. What is different is that there are several water cabinets in the cooking area, but they are basically empty. Uchiha Ming looked at a glance and saw Takasaki Yu wiping the chair with a rag. Hearing the sound and seeing someone coming in. He was about to bow and say welcome, but when he saw that it was Uchiha Ming, Takasaki Yu said happily. Uchiha classmate, you are in the store, 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. Since it's your first time working, you have to be more careful. Is there anything I can help you with? Uchiha Ming rolled up his sleeves and prepared to help clean up. No. Takasaki Yu was a little confused, holding the rag and stammering. At this time, a girl with a huge shopping bag came in at the door of the izakaya. Get out of the way, don't block the way. Uchiha Ming moved aside, and the girl walked in with the shopping bag with great effort. Uchiha Ming took a look inside, and the shopping bag was full of vegetables and meat purchased from the supermarket. The girl came to the front desk of the cooking area, took out a bag of lively little octopuses from the shopping bag, and threw them into the water tank. Only then did she have time to free her hands. After looking at Uchiha Ming for a while, she looked at Gao Qiu suspiciously and said, "Sister, is this the helper you found? This pretty boy looks very unreliable. Seeing, how can you talk to Uchiha classmate like this?" Gao Qiu apologized to Uchiha Ming, "Sorry, this is my sister, Gao Kixing, she has always been so straightforward, but she doesn't mean any harm." Takasaki Seeing looks almost exactly like Gao Qiu, and they are of similar age, but her eyes are a little slanted, and her temperament is different from the well-behaved and cute Gao Qiu, and she feels a bit like a bad girl. "You just came out of my belly a few minutes earlier than me, don't always act like an elder sister. I was against you opening the store in the first place. Wouldn't it be better to wait until Dad is discharged from the hospital before opening the store? Just don't hire anyone." Gao Kixing snorted coldly. Seeing Takasaki Yu, who was uncharacteristically stern, scolded, "The doctor said that even if Dad recovers well, it will take at least next month for Dad to be discharged from the hospital. Before that, will our family just sit and eat up all the money? What if Dad doesn't recover so quickly? Even if we are the only two daughters, we have to run this store." Takasaki Seeing muttered a few words in a low voice and didn't talk back. "Sorry, Uchiha classmate, I made a fool of myself." Takasaki Yu bowed to Uchiha Ming, then stepped forward to open the shopping bag and count the ingredients inside. After taking out the cabbage, onion, beef, pork, and other ingredients, Gao Qiu rummaged through the bag again and asked Gao Kixing, "Didn't I ask you to buy some live fish? Did you forget? Why are you so careless? The specialty of our Gao-chi izakaya is sashimi, and many regular customers come here for this." That was when Dad was the chef. Finally finding an opportunity to refute, Gao Kixing said loudly, "You said that the helper you found has excellent knife skills, but who knows if what you said is true or not? If you find a fancy stand, the fish will be wasted. Live fish is not cheap, and it can't be left until tomorrow. Isn't this a waste of money?" Glancing at Uchiha Ming, Gao Kixing continued, "Now it seems that I am still very foresight." Seeing Gao Qiu's face turned red with shame, and when she was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. "Is anyone from Takasaki Izakaya here? I'm from Kirin Draft Beer Company. Our fresh-keeping transport truck is at the door. Can you come over? I'll be right there." Takasaki Yu greeted the door, then bowed to Uchiha Ming and said, "Uchiha, please wash these ingredients with my sister and process them briefly, and then I'll cook them. I'll tell you how to cook them. And scene, don't get angry with Uchiha, or you may not be able to open the store in time. After saying that, Takasaki Yu hurried to the door of the store. Tisk. Follow me. Takasaki Sing smacked her lips, then took the lead and walked into the front desk. Although Takasaki Sing had a sour face and looked a little unhappy, she was still very quick to tie an apron, then pick and wash vegetables. Although my sister is nagging, she is not someone who will be fooled by the sweet words of a pretty boy. Since she asked you to come here, she should have some skills, right? Can you carve onions? Takasaki soaked the vegetables in water, wiped her hands on her apron, and brought a bag of onions. Please leave it to me. Uchiha Ming picked up an onion and used the knife in his other hand to carve on the onion. It was done in the blink of an eye. It seemed that he was still not satisfied. Uchiha Ming picked up another onion and turned the knife quickly like a show of skill. After a few cuts, 2 onion flowers were placed together, one was already in full bloom, and the other was in bud. Takasaki was a little stunned. Although onion carving was not difficult, it was still eye-opening for her to be able to complete it in a blink of an eye like Uchiha Ming, and the movements were so pleasing to the eye. But Takasaki would not admit it. It's okay, it's just an onion, it's easy to cut. Cut the chicken, pork, and beef into pieces after cutting. Uchiha Ming put the whole chicken on the chopping board, the blade turned, and the skin and bones were separated in an instant. The knife light was like flowing water, and he was at ease. The sound of the knife cutting on the chopping board when cutting meat was crisp and rhythmic without any pause. Although he was just processing the ingredients, Uchiha Ming was like performing on stage, and his knife skills were very entertaining. It was originally estimated that it would take half an hour to process the ingredients, but Uchiha Ming finished it in less than 5 minutes. Takasaki processed the ingredients roughly again, and simply processed them into semi-finished products, and finally opened for business before 6 o'clock. Chapter 31 Chapter 032 Wasabi Octopus. A euro welcome. A young office worker in a cheap black suit walked into the store, glanced around the store, and then looked at Takasaki Tsuki and Uchiha Ming in the food area, frowned, and waved his hand to refuse. The Takasaki who was in charge of serving guests. Hot towel, turned around and left. Sorry, I have an appointment with a friend, and I went to the wrong store. How rude, you walked into the store and left without ordering anything. Gao Qi-Xin complained. I told you it's not okay, there are only a few young high school students like us in the store, customers will definitely think we are unreliable, why would they come to patronize? It has been almost half an hour since Gao Qi Izakaya opened, but there is still no business. There were customers who came in before, and when they saw that the chef Gao Qi looked so young, they just found an excuse and ran away. Although the cooking industry is not like Chinese medicine, the older you get, the more popular you are, but the most popular chefs are still those who are in their 40s and 50s, who are strong and experienced. 30 years old seems a bit young, not to mention a female high school student like Gao Qiyu. Although Gao Qiyu couldn't hide the disappointment on his face, he still encouraged his sister. Our Gao Qiyu Izakaya has been open here for 10 years. We have some regular customers. Besides, it will be the peak business period of the izakaya soon. There are only a few restaurants nearby. If they are full, customers will come naturally. Although he said so, Gao Qiyu's tone was not very confident. Seeing this, Uchiha Ming also sighed. This restaurant really has a bleak future. His first part-time job will not end so soon. But he is just an ordinary worker, so it's hard to say much. Suddenly, a bald uncle in his 50s with a protruding belly came into the store. After he lifted the curtain and came in, he hesitated at the door for a moment, and finally found a seat to sit down. Mr. Hasegawa, welcome. After wiping his face with the wet towel sent by Takasaki, the bald uncle asked. Why hasn't your store opened recently? And why are there only the 2 of you girls? where is Mr. Takasaki? My father is sick and can only come to the store in a few days. Before that, it's up to us two sisters. Mr. Hasegawa, what do you want to eat? Takasaki blinked her eyes, showing a pitiful expression, and asked in a delicate voice. If Mr. Takasaki is not here, then there must be no sashimi. Well, then I want a portion of edamame, a portion of wasabi octopus, and a cup of sake. The bald uncle did not look at the menu and familiarly announced the names of the dishes. The bald uncle ordered simple dishes that can be served, and do not require chefs to cook. It seems that he still has doubts about Takasaki-yu's cooking skills. This time, the order is probably because he is a regular customer and is embarrassed to turn around and leave. Uchiha Ming said secretly. But after all, it is considered to be open. Okay, I'll be right there. Uchiha-san, can I trouble you with the little octopus? Takasaki Tsuki asked. It's a piece of cake. Uchiha Ming took out a scoop net and fished out a few lively little octopuses from the water tank. After cleaning them with salt water, he cut them into sashimi and served them on a plate. Although it's called wasabi octopus, in fact, most restaurants use cheap horseradish sauce. The horseradish sauce was squeezed on the white and still twitching little octopus spines, and served together with edamame. Takasaki took out a small square wooden box, put a wine glass in it, and then poured the sake in front of him. When the sake was filled in the wine glass, it overflowed into the wooden box outside. The bald uncle first leaned over to carefully sip the sake in the center of the wine glass, then picked up a piece of the still-moving octopus tentacle, dipped it in horseradish sauce and stuffed it into his mouth to chew it, making a crunching sound. Because of the pungent taste of horseradish, the bald uncle seemed to wear a mask of pain, then took a big gulp of the wine glass, with a painful and beautiful expression on his face. Uchiha Ming felt his scalp itchy when he saw this scene. He couldn't even accept sashimi, let alone octopus sashimi. I heard that there is a more fierce way to swallow octopus alive in Japan. The fresh octopus doesn't even need to be processed. It is swallowed alive directly. The enjoyment is the octopus struggling in the mouth and the suffocation feeling of the suction cup sucking the throat. Mr. Hasegawa, there is also this dish of wine robbers. We are giving it to you. Wine robbers are made by salting seafood viscera for a long time. It has a unique sweet flavor. Although it has a strong fishy smell, many drunkards like it. It can make people finish the wine unconsciously, so it is called wine robbers. Then I won't be polite. Since there are such appetizers, the wine must not be enough. Little sisters of the Takasaki family, another cup of sake. Give me a portion of Nanban chicken nuggets. The bald uncle finally placed a relatively large order, and Takasaki-yu's expression became excited. The chicken had been cut before, so Uchiha Ming didn't need to do anything. Takasaki-yu was busy in the cooking area skillfully and soon served the Nanban fried chicken to the table. The bald uncle picked up a piece of fried chicken with golden skin, coated it with a secret sauce mixed with mayonnaise and tartar sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Biting through the crispy skin, the thick juice burst in the mouth while chewing. The fullness of the chicken, mixed with the rich flavor of custard and the sweet and sour fragrance, satisfied his taste buds and made him addicted to alcohol. He took up the wine glass and drank it all, then poured the remaining wine from the wood into the wine glass and drank it. The bald uncle gave a thumbs up. Takasaki's eldest daughter, your cooking skills are really good. The taste of this Nanban chicken nuggets is better than your father's. Thank you for your praise. Takasaki-yu bowed repeatedly with some fear. After eating such delicious fried chicken, I want to eat your signature sashimi, but it seems that you haven't restocked it today. The bald uncle asked. Well, I'm sorry, after all, my father is not here. Yes, the taste of sashimi depends on the knife. It's not easy to find a substitute for the skills of Mr. Takasaki. Perhaps it was the bald uncle who started it well. Takasaki Bureau Steakhouse finally got lucky and customers came one after another. However, at the golden business hour of 7 o'clock, only half of the empty seats were barely filled. Table 2, order a teriyaki chicken leg rice and a soda. Table 5, 2 additional grilled chicken skewers, a fried croquette, and a beer. Tsuki Takasaki calculated in his mind that although there was no profit from such a flow of customers, at least there was no loss, and the store could still be opened. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Takasaki is sick. It's rare for me to catch such a big sea bream. I also want the boss to make it into sashimi for me to enjoy. A middle-aged man wearing a fisherman's hat, a grey long-sleeved rainproof hoodie, and big shorts, dressed like a typical fisherman, came into the store and complained loudly. Otsuka, you didn't catch any fish this time? Did you buy this sea bream? The bald uncle looked at the big red fish in the bucket and joked. The fisherman sneered and grabbed the sea bream by the tail from the bucket and lifted it up. The big red fish, which was longer than his arm, struggled back and forth and almost broke free from his palm several times. Showing amazing vitality. Chapter 32 Chapter 033 Master's Knife. Where can I buy such a fresh sea bream? As soon as it came out of the water in Tokyo Bay, I drove here, otherwise it would not be so lively. The fisherman said with a proud face. Indeed, such a fresh sea bream must be delicious when made into sashimi. The bald uncle looked at the big red fish and his saliva almost flowed down. It's a pity that Boss Takasaki is not here. This sea bream can only be taken home and braised for my wife. It's really a waste of natural resources. The fisherman sighed, threw the fish back into the bucket, and was about to leave with it. Please wait a moment, can I handle this sea bream? It was the younger sister Takasaki who spoke. She opened her eyes wide and asked the fisherman with a serious expression. I usually learn knife skills from my father. I have cut fish and made sashimi several times. The fisherman and the bald uncle looked at each other, and the fisherman said with some doubt. You are so young and a girl, can you do it? My sister's cooking skills are not inferior to Takasaki's. Maybe my sister's knife skills are also excellent. Otsuka, let her try. Hasegawa, you bastard just want to take my fish. Finally, under Takasaki-an's sincere request and the bald uncle's help, the fisherman finally reluctantly agreed to let Takasaki-an handle it. Can you do it? Otherwise, let Uchiha come. After Takasaki-an brought the bucket to the front desk, Takasaki-yu said to her sister in a low voice with a worried look on her face. I admit that Xiao Balian is very good at cutting meat and vegetables, but sashimi is completely different from those things. I have been learning from my father for so long, so there must be no problem in handling a fish. Gao Kixing said with a look of dissatisfaction. But you have only helped your father before, and you have never made sashimi independently, right? So what? I have watched it so many times, so I will know how to do it. There was still a lot of stubbornness in Gao Kixing's tone, and she muttered softly, I will not lose to my sister. She took the sea bream out of the bucket and put it on the chopping board, and picked up the kitchen knife. The front desk of the izakaya was half open. Seeing that the store was going to make sashimi, some customers gathered around and sat at the bar to watch. Just like the Atami sushi, watching the chef making sashimi is also the fun of the diners. Seeing so many people staring at her, Gao Kixing couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and the hand holding the knife trembled slightly. Don't be nervous, Takasaki-an, think about what your father did. You can do it too. Takasaki-an encouraged herself in her heart, but when the time came, she still felt a little guilty and her mind was empty. To make matters worse, before she could gather enough courage, the big sea bream on the chopping board suddenly struggled and jumped up, and its tail hit Takasaki-an's chest hard. This tail directly hit Takasaki-an unconscious, her hair and face were splashed with water, and she didn't care to clean it up, and her whole body stiffened like a stress response. Little girl, can you do it? You haven't cut it after waiting for so long. If you can't, Don't waste everyone's time. Tears began to well up in the corners of Takasaki An's eyes. Takasaki Yu took a towel and wiped the water stains on her sister's body with a distressed look, and bowed to the customer to apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mr. Otsuka, we can't handle this fish now, please take it back first. Takasaki, wait a minute, let me do it. Uchiha Ming finally spoke, stepped forward and said lightly. Looking at Uchiha Ming, who was also young and unfamiliar, the fisherman's face was full of doubt. Little brother, can you do it? My sashimi will definitely satisfy you, the customer. Although Uchiha Ming's face was calm, his tone was full of unquestionable confidence. Without waiting for the fisherman to answer, Uchiha Ming walked to the chopping board and scanned the various knives neatly arranged at the front desk. As expected of a pub that specializes in sashimi, all kinds of disassembled knives are available, and they are well maintained, with the cold light of the blades shining brightly. Quickly going through the techniques of the sashimi celebrities he saw in the video in his mind, Uchiha Ming picked up the sea bream and smashed it on the chopping board, knocking him unconscious. Then he picked up a conical blade, which is the most common and traditional single-edged kitchen knife in Japan, and deftly gutted the sea bream and cleaned and scraped off the scales. Then he changed to the lighter and easier-to-use body knife, and used the classic 3-piece knife with ease to shave off the 2 large pieces of fish meat along the fish bones. Finally, he used the thin and long willow blade to cut the fish meat into thin slices of uniform size and as thin as cicada wings, and placed them layer by layer on the prepared plate in the shape of a blooming peony flower. Fresh fish meat is different from frozen or refrigerated fish. It has the texture of live fish. In order to preserve this taste, the sashimi chef must be decisive when cutting and cut all the way through. Although the steps seem complicated at first glance, Uchiha Ming's movements are done in one go, like flowing water. The customers are still amazed by his performance, and he has already completed the sashimi. Sea bream sashimi, please enjoy. The 41st generation descendant of the famous Shijo-ryu cooking school in the island country, Shijo Hikotaka, said, Japanese cuisine has a principle that its deliciousness cannot exceed the original taste of the ingredients. Another culinary researcher Okumura Hiru also said, Japanese cuisine should reflect the true taste of the ingredients and try not to use fire. Japanese cuisine is a culture that relies on kitchen knives. As a result, the status of sashimi naturally rises in this food culture. The sea bream at this time is still before the spawning period, and the fat is rich, which is a good time to taste it. Since this is also the season when cherry blossoms are in full bloom, the pink sea bream is also called cherry bream because of its color similar to cherry blossoms. Looking at the cherry-colored sashimi beautifully arranged on the plate, with circles stacked and fat lines like marble, the fisherman and the bald uncle were a little stunned. Although Mr. Takasaki is also good at sashimi, he is only a skilled worker and still a long way from being a sashimi celebrity. Otherwise, he would not condescend to such a small shop in the Kita district. But the knife skills displayed by the young boy in front of him are far better than Mr. Takasaki. Even the master chefs of the most famous sashimi shops are no better than him. I didn't expect that the master has such skills. It was wrong for me to judge people by appearance before. Now I won't be polite. The fisherman picked up the chopsticks with a solemn expression, picked up a piece of fish meat that was so thin that it was translucent, and put it into his mouth. The most original sweetness and beauty of the sea bream spread on the tongue little by little. Chew gently, and the elastic fish meat melts in the mouth without any effort. Delicious. To use a vulgar metaphor, it was as if the live sea bream was jumping between the tongue and teeth, and finally jumped into the stomach. Let me try it too. Looking at the satisfied and intoxicated expression on the fisherman's face, the bald uncle who likes to eat sashimi also had his appetite excited and picked up the chopsticks to start. The fisherman, who was still immersed in the emotion of the sea bream sashimi, suddenly became alert. I caught this sea bream, and this whole plate of sashimi is mine. You bald Hasegawa, don't even think about touching it. Watching the friendship overturned because of a plate of sashimi. Chapter 33 Chapter 034, Kenhara Yuji, who got a promotion and a raise. Monday, 7 p.m. Although it was already night, the Metropolitan Police Department headquarters in Kashomagaseki, Chiyoda-ku was still brightly lit. As an organization that governs more than 100 police stations in Tokyo and has more than 40,000 direct personnel, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department is undoubtedly a behemoth. I didn't expect that I would have to work overtime on my first day at the headquarters. If I had known this, I might as well have stayed in the Nakano police station. In an office on the second floor of the Metropolitan Police Department headquarters building, Kenhara Yuji, a middle-aged uncle with a depressed look on his face, looked at the pork chop rice served on the table and had no appetite. In the past week, he has eaten pork chop rice until he almost vomited. Since that thrilling day, Kenhara Yuji, in line with the sense of responsibility of a public official, truthfully wrote down his encounters with evil spirits and contacts with extraordinary people in the report and submitted it. I thought that such an absurd report of the third type of contact, which was almost equivalent to meeting aliens, would be rejected and even scolded by the director. Unexpectedly, as soon as Kenhara Yuji submitted his report in the evening of the same day, he was controlled when he went to work the next day. Then he was escorted to the Metropolitan Police Department headquarters for interrogation day and night, and even several waves of psychiatrists came to assess his mental state. After explaining everything that happened that day over and over again, the interrogators still did not let him go and repeatedly questioned him about various details. Although they did not use torture, the various surprise interrogations still made the elderly Kenhara Yuji a little overwhelmed. Most of his energy and spirit were exhausted, and he looked like he was about to die suddenly. After being detained for an unknown number of days and signing several confidential documents, Kenhara Yuji was finally released. Before he left the Metropolitan Police Department, he received a transfer order, transferring him directly from Nakano Police Station to the Criminal Investigation Division 4 of the headquarters. Of course, there were also good things. Kenhara Yuji's police rank was directly promoted from patrol chief to inspector, and his salary was also increased by 1 level. For a police officer like him who was not from a professional group, this was a crucial step. Inspector Kenhara, you should eat something. There is a very important meeting to be held next. The Criminal Investigation Division 4 and the Public Security Division 5 will meet. All investigators without any missions were summoned, and I heard that the Superintendent General will also be present. As the first police officer to come into contact with the extraordinary, you will inevitably be questioned. A male police officer wearing glasses and with slightly long black hair tied in a simple ponytail hanging in front of his chest, held a bag of bread, energy bars, and instant ramen in his hands and placed them in front of Kenhara Yuji. Thank you, Superintendent Uchiha. It was difficult for Kenhara Yuji to refuse the kindness from his immediate superior. He took out a fried noodle bread from the bag and ate it bit by bit. Uchiha Zionman smiled, returned to his desk, picked up a document and started reading. Looking at Uchiha Superintendent, who was nearly 20 years younger than him, but only less than 10 years younger, Kenhara Yuji touched his chin full of stubble. Thinking that he would be this man's subordinate in the future, he felt complicated. After swallowing the bread in a few bites, Kenhara Yuji opened a bottle of mineral water and took a sip, then hesitantly asked. Uchiha Superintendent, do you know why we have a meeting tonight? Uchiha Zionman put down the document in his hand, pushed his glasses, thought for a while and said. Last week, not only did you come into contact with a human supernatural, but Officer Otajiri of the Ministry of Public Security and a group of colleagues also witnessed another human supernatural, and even had a conflict. The appearance of a human supernatural is an unprecedented event for the Metropolitan Police Department. The reason for holding a meeting at this time must be because of the 2 human supernatural beings. Is it so exaggerated? Inspector Kamiya, after you joined the Criminal Department Investigation Section 4, the corresponding confidential files were also opened to you. You should know the original intention of the Metropolitan Police Department to establish the Criminal Department Investigation Section 4. Kamihara Yuji couldn't help but recall the origin of the Criminal Department Investigation Section 4. The Criminal Department Investigation Section 4 was originally responsible for investigating cases involving violent groups and organized crime, but after 2003 it was integrated into the Organized Crime Countermeasures Department. 10 years later, the Investigation Section 4 was re-established, and its scope of functions was completely different from before, becoming a special department to deal with supernatural events. In order to deal with the increasingly frequent supernatural events in recent years, we need to investigate and arrest unidentified supernatural object, that is, supernatural unknown objects. Uchiha Senman uttered 3 words clearly. This is the official name of the supernatural existence that appears in this country in the official internal documents. It is divided into 2 categories, the physical type A and the intangible type B. But privately, we, the investigating police, are more accustomed to calling type A monsters and type B evil spirits. Yes, yes, yes. That's how it should be called. Kanhara Yuji, who is not good at English, nodded repeatedly. I didn't expect that there are really evil spirits and monsters in this world. I thought that when I was a child, the story that my grandmother told me about Kappa stealing the buttocks jade was just a scare. As for Kappa, it's really just a story. So far, no monsters in folk legends such as Kappa, Zashikiwarashi, and Fuzangjin have been found. Uchiha Senman said with a hearty smile. Inspector Kanhara, although your confidentiality level is only level 1, the most basic information is still open to you. If you have time, you should read more. Although Type A is called a monster, it is somewhat different from the traditional concept of monsters. Not only is the appearance completely different from the monsters in myths and legends, but the Type A discovered now also has some supernatural powers, but it is not like the monsters in folk legends that can hide and escape, immune to physical attacks, and hot weapons are also effective against them. Even in the eyes of some scientific researchers, Type A is just a beast that has mutated for some unknown reason and can use special abilities. It should not be called a monster but a mutant beast or a supernatural beast. Is that so? Haha. I am already this old, and I still have to do on-the-job training. It's really a headache. Kamihara Yuji was a little embarrassed. Although the data room was now open to him, he was exhausted recently, so he just flipped through the beginning and didn't read on. Inspector Kamiya is only a few years older than me, and he is still very young. Kamihara Yuji racked his brains to recall the files he had read, and asked in some confusion. According to the information, we humans do not have extraordinary people. Master Dailu is the first confirmed human extraordinary person, and he also helped to eliminate evil spirits. In this case, why should Master Dailu be included in the wanted list? I am against the wanted monk named Dailu. This attitude should not be used for extraordinary people. We should contact them in a more appropriate way, but the 5th section of the Ministry of Public Security strongly advocates doing so, and I can't do anything about it. Uchiha Zionman's eyes showed a trace of haze, and he said helplessly. At this time, a female civilian staff member appeared at the door. Uchiha Superintendent, Section Chief Akagi notified you to go to the conference room for a meeting. Okay, Inspector Kanhara, you have to attend this meeting too, let's go together. Chapter 34 Chapter 035 Internal Fighting is a feature, you must try it. When Uchiha Senman brought Kanhara Yuji to the conference room was already full of people. The conference room seemed full, but it was clearly divided into 2 groups according to the left and right order. The police officers on the left saw Uchiha Senman coming in and greeted him warmly. The police officers sitting on the right had a bit of a cold look on their faces. I don't know if it was Kanhara Yuji's illusion. He felt that the sight from the right here was a hint of hostility. Uchiha, here, come here. A man in the front row on the left, who was as fat and burly as a bear, waved his fat arms and called out loudly. "This is the chief of the 4th Investigation Division. Akagi Shimao." Uchiha Zionman pulled Kanhara Yuji to sit in the front row and made a simple introduction. "Akagi Shimao, hello." Kanhara Yuji stood up and bowed. "Inspector Kanhara, the first person to come into contact with a supernatural being, right? Your name has been well known in our 4th Investigation Division these days." Section Chief Akagi stretched out a greasy fat hand, and Kanhara Yuji quickly held it with both hands. Shimao is considered a high-level official even in the Metropolitan Police Department headquarters, not to mention that he is the boss of his boss. Inspector Uchiha is our ace investigator of the 4th Investigation Division. You must learn from him and don't be like the previous deputy who was careless and died on duty. Kamihara Yuji held Section Chief Akagi's hand and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. How could he say such a thing when he first met? It was too unlucky. At this time, Section Chief Akagi had already pulled his hand back and looked at a middle-aged police officer with slightly dark bronze skin sitting in the front row opposite him. He smiled at Uchiha Senman. "Have you read the internal report on what happened on Saturday, Uchiha? Section 5 has lost face this time." "Ahem, Section Chief Akagi, we are not in our 4th Investigation Division office now. If Section 5 hears it." Uchiha Senman coughed lightly and pretended not to hear the gloating tone in Section Chief Akagi's voice. "Who told them that the 5th section of the Public Security Department wanted to eat alone? They found clues about the extraordinary person in the live broadcast incident on Saturday and ran over on their own. Not only did they not inform our 4th section of investigation, they also did not act together with the Special Assault Force as required by the regulations, and let the big fish escape." The higher UPS were furious. Kamihara Yuji was confused. Although he didn't understand it very well, he could tell that the 4th section of the Criminal Department and the 5th section of the Public Security Department didn't get along well. Uchiha Senman sighed at the puzzled Kanhara Yuji. Although the Public Security Department is nominally affiliated with the Metropolitan Police Department, it actually has a strong autonomy. For supernatural events, the Metropolitan Police Department restored the 4th section of the Criminal Department to be responsible for the investigation, and the Public Security Department established the 5th section. The two departments have a large overlap in functions, so the relationship is naturally not very good. This is also a historical problem. The Ministry of Public Security and the Criminal Division have a lot of overlapping business. Although the relationship between the two is not as fierce as the pre-war Navy and Army, they are still full of contradictions and conflicts. After many vicious cases in the past, the Criminal Division and the Ministry of Public Security did not cooperate with each other and investigated each other. Occasionally, they formed a special investigation headquarters for joint investigations, but they also pulled each other's legs and went their own way because of disputes over credits, old grudges, etc., making a lot of jokes. The contradiction between the 4th Investigation Division and the 5th section is not only a historical legacy, but more importantly, this involves the contradiction between the local faction and the American faction. Looking at several faces with obvious mixed race features in the 5th section, Uchiha Senman was also deeply troubled. Unlike our 4th Investigation Division, the 5th section has a tougher style, and there are often frictions between our two departments. Looking at Kanhara Yuji, who was still a little confused, Uchiha Senman explained in a low voice. As for the second half of the sentence, Search Section 4 has always been at a disadvantage, but Section 5 is different with the support of the Americans, there is no need to say more. Of course, it is not easy to discuss these complicated internal contradictions with a newcomer like Kanhara Yuji in depth. Anyway, he will understand them in future work. Coup. The front of the conference room was opened, and the head of the Criminal Department and the head of the Public Security Department, as well as the Superintendent General and his secretary walked in together, followed by a foreign man in a suit and leather shoes with blonde hair and blue eyes. The entire conference room was silent, and everyone stood up to salute. You should have heard about the 2 supernatural events that happened last week. This is the first time that the existence of human supernaturals has been confirmed in the 19th year of Heisei, and in the 15 years since the first supernatural event. This meeting is to discuss the next countermeasures. The Superintendent General with silver hair on his temples said majestically. Regarding the monk who appeared in the Shimonakano haunted house last Monday, April 4, there are only confessions and traces of explosions left at the crime scene as indirect evidence, but last Saturday, April 9, the ghost hunting live broadcast incident in the abandoned mall in Adachi District was the first time that a supernatural being was clearly captured. So the focus of this meeting should still be on the latter supernatural person incident. After distributing the information, the Secretary of the Superintendent General turned on the projector and played one video after another. Under the moonlight, the young man in a black-bottomed red cloud robe slashed out a stern sword, and the sword flashed, and the half-moon-shaped sword energy cut the mannequin several meters away in half. The young man in a black-bottomed red cloud robe stood on the archway and sprayed a huge fireball with a diameter of 2 meters into the air, which exploded in the air. Finally, he made a strange gesture with one hand and disappeared on the spot like a puff of smoke. The first video was taken directly from the live broadcast room, and it was shot particularly clearly, looking like a special effects sword and halberd blockbuster. The last video should be taken by a law enforcement camera, but because of the distance and the night, the video is very blurry and the camera keeps shaking, but it can be seen that the unique clothes and posture confirmed that it was the same person. Officers, please do not doubt the authenticity of the video. It has been authenticated by the technical department. Regarding the ghost hunting live broadcast incident, according to the traces at the scene and the analysis of the live broadcast content, the live broadcast personnel encountered a Type A attack, and were rescued by the mysterious young man in the video. In the end, 2 people survived. The secretary read the manuscript. Officer Odajiri of the 5th section discovered the abnormality at the first time, blocked the live broadcast room, and rushed to the scene to negotiate with the young man, but the negotiation failed and he was attacked. Finally, he disappeared in the siege of the 5th section police. Officer Odajiri's reconnection operation was successfully completed and his life is not in danger. He is still in the hospital. Looking at the mysterious young man's miraculous sword in the video, even the well-informed police investigators were dumbfounded, and then they flipped through the information sent down and whispered to each other. Is this the legendary sword energy? It's a pity that Officer Odajiri grew up in the United States and only learned American IAI, not Kendo. Otherwise, as a direct contact, he might be able to judge what style of swordsmanship the young man used. What a joke! Which style of swordsmanship can use sword energy and cut off the bullets of a semi-automatic pistol? Fishin Yujian style? Even if Miyamoto Musashi was resurrected, he would be shot into a sieve. Chapter 35 Chapter 036 Endless Argument. Could that red-eyed man whose eyes turn red be a monster? So far, no monster that can transform into a human has been found. Monsters are basically all strange and grotesque, and even human-shaped ones are rare. Humans cannot transform into monsters, and monsters cannot transform into humans. The current evidence is not enough to overturn these 2 iron rules. Could their extraordinary abilities also be like those of monsters, which are suddenly awakened? As for the origin of the extraordinary, the police officers of the 4th and 5th investigation departments also had their imaginations opened up, and speculated and discussed. There are 3 hypotheses within the Metropolitan Police Department about the origin of supernatural beings. The ancient theory is that supernatural beings have existed since ancient times and have been hiding in the dark for thousands of years. They were only discovered by humans after 2007. Of course, this hypothesis was quickly overturned. The other is the theory of another world, that is, they came from another world or a parallel world, but this hypothesis has also declined. The mainstream view now is the awakening theory, because various evidences show that monsters and evil spirits were born in this country after Heisei 19 for some unknown reason, and awakened supernatural powers, which is a big change that has not happened in 2000 years. But the extraordinary ages of these two humans are obviously born before Heisei 19. The red-eyed man looks about 20 years old, not to mention the monk named Glu. Even if he looks a little older and more mature, his age is at least 30 years old. Even if these two people may be ordinary humans who suddenly awakened superpowers, where did they live before, what are their names? It is impossible that there is no trace under the search of the Metropolitan Police Department. It is impossible for humans to appear in this world out of thin air. Wherever they go, they must leave traces. How could the two humans, the monk and the red-eyed man, appear in modern society out of thin air without leaving any traces? Quiet, quiet. The superintendent patted the table to suppress the noisy discussion. He put his hands on the table and said seriously, "You are all the elites in this country who deal with supernatural events. You also know that supernatural beings have not existed since ancient times, but only appeared in Japan 15 years ago. Two human supernatural beings that have never been discovered appeared last week. The message behind this is unprecedentedly serious." The superintendent's eyes were like a teacher who was looking for someone to answer a question. The police officers who were scanned by him couldn't help but lower their heads slightly and dared not look directly at him. The expert team is making character models of two human supernatural beings based on the existing information to evaluate the origins, purposes, abilities, and dangerous psychological states of these two human supernatural beings, but the most important thing now is to find them. Search Section 4 and Public Security Section 5, have you made any progress in so many days? This is too difficult. Section Chief Akagi and Section Chief Mori of the 5th Section of the Ministry of Public Security were both embarrassed. After obtaining the facial portraits of the first monk Dailu and the second red-eyed man, they had been comparing them in the database, but there was no result so far. They even issued a wanted order for the monk and collected clues from the public, but they did not get any valuable clues. These two extraordinary human beings seemed to have appeared out of thin air. With the increasing number of cameras and big data covering the whole country, the birth, aging, illness and death of a citizen are all under the control of the country. Even if they are illegal immigrants, it is impossible for them to leave no trace after setting foot on the land of this island country. Section Chief Mori, U, Section 5 of the Ministry of Public Security, were the first to rush to the scene. Don't you have any clues? Stared at by the death gaze of the superintendent, Section Chief Mori stood up with his head held high. The two survivors, a man and a woman, are still under the protection of Section 5. We have questioned them and sorted out their interpersonal relationships, but we have not found any connection with the red-eyed man. We can only look to the public and gather more clues. I suggest that this red-eyed man should also be included in the wanted order, along with that land, and a wanted order should be issued nationwide. Maybe we can find some clues. Section Chief Mori said firmly with a dark complexion. Section Chief Mori, is this not appropriate? Uchiha Mingxianman said coldly. Uchiha, what do you mean? Do you have a say here? Section Chief Mori looked at him with an unfriendly look. Superintendent General, please allow me to speak. Uchiha Xianman stood up and bowed to the Superintendent General. The head of the criminal department whispered a few words to the Superintendent General, who nodded slightly and said, "So it's Uchiha Superintendent. I've heard of your name too. Please go ahead." The existence of the supernatural is still strictly confidential and has not been made public. This red-eyed man has shown his face in the live broadcast room before. According to the popularity of the live broadcast room at that time, more than 300,000 viewers have watched him. If he is added to the wanted list at this time, what will those viewers who have an impression think? I'm afraid it will not be conducive to the development of the Metropolitan Police Department's confidentiality work. Uchiha Xianman said loudly. And I think that collecting clues through offering a reward may have little effect. Whether it is Dailu wearing a monk's robe or the red-eyed man wearing a red cloud and black bottom suit, their appearance features are very conspicuous. If they intend to conceal their identities, they should not dress like this. Obviously, they don't think that our Metropolitan Police Department can catch them. Considering the two extraordinary people's strange ability to disappear instantly from the scene, will our wanted order really be effective? Section Chief Mori said with dissatisfaction. Uchiha, this is just your personal opinion, and it is not convincing at all. Uchiha Zionman looked directly at Section Chief Mori without fear, then bowed his head slightly and said. This is indeed an immature idea of a euro mine. I opposed putting monks on the wanted list before. What the monks did not violate the law, and they even helped us eliminate evil spirits, which shows that they have good intentions for humans. And now this tough attitude may convey the wrong message, that is, we are hostile to the extraordinary people, which is not conducive to our cooperation with them. The monk may have helped us this time, but who can guarantee that he can do good things next time? Everyone has also seen that his power can easily burn down a house. If such extraordinary people suddenly attack in a big city, how much damage will it cause to the country? It is necessary to find the extraordinary people as soon as possible and put them under control. This is responsible for national security and the lives of citizens. Section Chief Mori sneered, pointed at Uchiha Zionman, and said bluntly, the second human extraordinary red-eyed man attacked the police and the helicopter of the Metropolitan Police Department unscrupulously. There is sufficient reason to believe that the extraordinary people are anti-social elements who do not obey the king. For such thugs, we should use a tougher attitude to make them cooperate honestly and surrender. Even if we want to cooperate, it should be our public. The Metropolitan Police Department should be in a dominant position to command them. He called them anti-social and thugs with fierce words. Section Chief Mori showed a tough attitude of never compromising, which is also the consistent style of Section 5. In his view, the extraordinary people who are out of the control of the country are the unstable factors of society. The blond foreign man sitting on the rostrum listening to the speech looked at Section Chief Mori with a satisfied and appreciative expression on his face. Uchiha Zionman frowned and said to the superintendent in a steady voice. Director, judging from the data in recent years, the frequency of supernatural events is increasing every year. Although our Metropolitan Police Department still has the spare capacity to ensure the safety of citizens, at this rate of increase, the police force will be stretched sooner or later. I think we can unite all the forces that can be united. For the newly emerged human extraordinary people, we should try our best to convey goodwill and sincerity and strive to cooperate with them. This is appeasement. Superintendent Uchiha's idea is too naive. Are these extraordinary people really on the side of us humans? We can't even be completely sure whether they are human. Section Chief Mori retorted disdainfully. The Superintendent General, with silver hair on his temples, frowned as he looked at the two people arguing fiercely. He coughed lightly. Enough, stop arguing, it's disgraceful. Superintendent Uchiha, and Section Chief Mori, you all have your own unique opinions. Please write a report and hand it in later. The Superintendent General turned to look at Superintendent Akagi Masaru and said. Superintendent Akagi Masaru, the first person to come into contact with the supernatural is in your investigation Section 4. Let him stand up and speak. Officer Kamiya, you are the first person to come into contact with the supernatural. What is your general impression of the monk named Jilu? Kamihara Yuji stood up with sweat all over his head, swallowed hard, and then said hesitantly. Report to the Superintendent General, Master Jilu is naturally a good person. After saving the evil spirits, he was afraid that the flames would harm innocent people, so he took back the flames on his own initiative. Then do you think our Metropolitan Police Department can reach a cooperative relationship with this monk? It should be. I think so. Master Dailu seems to be easy to talk to. He said this with some confidence, even Kanhara Yuji himself didn't know. The superintendent of police closed his eyes and thought for dozens of seconds before finally making a decision. Anyway, there are no clues in the past few days since the wanted order was issued, so let's take it back for now. Don't issue a wanted order for the red-eyed man, and of course, we can't relax the search for the extraordinary people, and we still have to continue. The Prime Minister and the Cabinet are paying close attention to this matter, and you must show results as soon as possible. Director. Section Chief Mori showed some dissatisfaction on his face, and cast a look of help to the blonde foreign man. The blonde foreign man who had been listening shook his head at him, still without saying a word. Section Chief Mori gritted his teeth and said nothing more. The investigation of temples and shrines in Tokyo was temporarily shelved 3 years ago, but now it seems necessary to conduct a thorough investigation again. This work will be handed over to the 4th Investigation Division. The meeting continued. Chapter 36 Chapter 037 Do I Look Like a Human? 5 hours after the secret meeting of the Metropolitan Police Department ended, it was already past 3 in the morning, and it was late at night. Late at night, walking on the streets of Edogawa District, a suburb of Tokyo, you can see people sleeping on the side of the road or squatting on the ground with their heads down to rest every few streets. These homeless people do not all look like vagrants. Some of them are well dressed and have clean heads and faces, looking more like office workers. In fact, this is exactly the case. 1/3 of Japanese people live in the Tokyo metropolitan area. The commuting radius of Tokyo, a monster city, covers the entire Tokyo metropolitan area. It is beyond imagination. Some people even spend 4 hours commuting a day. In Tokyo, there are often people who miss the last subway because they work overtime too late and cannot go home. They have to go to work the next day. They are reluctant to spend money on capsule hotels or cheap business hotels. They will choose to spend a few hours in internet cafes and all-night convenience stores, and finally find a place to take a nap until dawn before going back to work. Fortunately, the nights in Tokyo in April are not too cold, and it is not unbearable. Hiccup. In an alley in Komatsukawa-cho, Edogawa District, the dim light shines on the garbage dump. A middle-aged office worker with a tie on his head and drunkenness opens his eyes when the night wind blows. How did I get here? Oh, I blacked out after the 3rd round of drinking after get off work. Ugh. The middle-aged office worker struggled to get up from the garbage pile, and then vomited into the trash can. After vomiting, he looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he simply untied his belt and urinated. Japanese office workers are like this. They look decent, but they are alone to vent the pressure accumulated in their daily work. Who knows what they will do? Going to the custom shops in the Flower Street is a relatively normal operation, and there are many more bizarre ones. For example, the tram wolf, which has become the shame of the island country, or buying girls' stockings online to relieve loneliness. The behavior of urinating and defecating anywhere, which destroys public order and morality, gives the middle-aged office workers who are usually bound by work and family layers a pleasure of trampling on social rules. After vomiting and relieving themselves, the middle-aged office worker also sobered up a lot. He tied his belt and was now half drunk and half awake. Thinking that he had to go to work tomorrow, the middle-aged office worker planned to return to the rental house next to the company, take a shower, and change into new clothes. At least he would not go back to work with a full body of alcohol. Staggering and holding the electric pole to stand firmly, the middle-aged office worker staggered in the alley. After walking a few steps, he saw a graceful black-haired woman walking slowly with her back to him in another small path that forked the alley. The woman had thick black hair. Although she was wearing a loose and soft long skirt that could cover her figure, her soft waist could still be seen swinging like a water snake. It was just that her figure was too tall, and she looked more than 1.8 meters tall. Hey! Beauty, why are you still here so late? Do you need my help? Alcohol makes people brave. Under the influence of alcohol, and in the alley where no one could see anyone in the dead of night, the middle-aged office worker became bolder and made a move that he would not dare to do to tease women. If it were normal times, he would at most take a few glances and satisfy his eyes, but he would never dare to flirt with her. If the woman caught him and reported him to the police station and contacted the company, it would not be a matter that could be solved by a humble servant. I thought that the woman would be scared and run away when she heard his teasing, but she stopped, turned around slowly, and asked him faintly, "Do you think I look like a human?" This dark and cold voice that was neither male nor female made the middle-aged office worker shudder. Although she looked like a woman from behind, she was too weird from the front. Not only was she tall, but her heavy makeup could not cover her face that was as stiff and dead as a corpse. Her facial features were particularly prominent, as if something was holding her up under her skin and about to burst out. Especially the pair of yellow-white eyes were too big, and her pupils were vertical like reptiles such as snakes. Just being stared at was creepy. Could she have run into something dirty? The middle-aged office worker suddenly sobered up, and the remaining alcohol flowed out with cold sweat. "Ha ha ha! I have to go to work tomorrow." The middle-aged office worker laughed dryly a few times, then turned around and ran. After the hangover, his steps were a little weak, and he fell to the ground in a mess after running a few steps, but he didn't care about much, and rushed out with rolling and crawling. The middle-aged office worker swore that even in the high school sports meeting, he had never used his full strength like this. After wasting 30 years, he took out the fastest speed in his life. At this moment, even Bolt couldn't catch up with him. After running more than 10 meters, a voice came to the middle-aged office worker's ears again. "Why are you running away? Is it because I don't look like a human?" I couldn't help but turn my head and look at a deformed and ugly woman's face, which was different from he looked at each other. The woman opened her mouth wide, revealing 2 fangs like a venomous snake at the corner of her mouth, and bit his neck. The middle-aged man was bitten on the neck, and he made a hoarse sound, but he couldn't say a word. He just felt paralyzed and couldn't move. Looking from the corner of his eye, he saw a long neck connected to a body several meters away. Windwheel head? The middle-aged man thought of this famous long-necked monster in Japan. Legend has it that this is a beautiful monster that can stretch its neck at night, float in the air, reach in through the window and eat a man's internal organs. But it's too ugly, isn't it? The middle-aged office worker finally flashed this thought and fell into eternal darkness. Let go of his mouth and let the middle-aged office worker's body hit the ground heavily. The woman's head floated in the air, and the body behind her slowly walked over and retracted her neck. Isn't he really not human? Even a drunkard like this can tell something is wrong. I picked a beautiful woman and peeled off her skin to put on my face. If this sorcery can be improved, it might be able to deceive human eyes. The woman grabbed her eyelids with one hand, opened her vertical pupils like a python, and tore off half of her face, revealing the layers of white scales underneath. Forget it, since someone is dead, it can't be wasted. I will eat every grain of rice on the plate. The fat marinated with tobacco and alcohol has a special taste. The woman opened her mouth wide, and the 2 side lines at the corners of her mouth were cracked and extended to the back of her head. Her chin was dislocated, and her whole mouth was cracked to an extremely terrifying angle. She started from the middle-aged man's head and swallowed it down bit by bit. "Teacher, I'm sorry to interrupt your meal, but I have urgent information to report to you." From the gutter in the alley, gray-yellow branches like old tree roots emerged. The branches twisted and intertwined to form a humanoid monster, with green branches and vines on its body, like a puppet made of vines and tree trunks. At this time, the middle-aged man's shoulders were swallowed by the woman, and his 2 hands hung weakly outside his mouth. The woman nodded slightly, motioning it to continue. "Teacher, your old friend in the Metropolitan Police Department sent an urgent communication through a secret channel, saying that there is confidential information to sell to us, and the deposit is only 10 million. I won half yay. I won half." Raising her head and swallowing the remaining 2 feet, the woman has finished her meal. A man weighing more than 150 kilograms was swallowed whole by her. The woman sneered and said, 10 million. It's really a lion's mouth. That fat pig is asking for money again. What big move is the Metropolitan Police Department making? Is it planning to clean up Tokyo again, or has it caught some monsters with special abilities? This kind of information is not worth 10 million. Teacher, forgive me for taking the initiative. I have transferred the deposit to his lover's secret account overseas. After reading it, I think this information is very important. It is about human supernatural. The puppet monster said in a cold and emotionless voice. Human supernatural, the Metropolitan Police Department is really not giving up. Hasn't the search for more than 10 years proved that humans do not have supernaturals? It won't be another liar, or has the human experiment in Yokosuka port finally made a breakthrough? Neither. The Metropolitan Police Department finally found a real supernatural last week. I have sent the specific information to your email. The woman frowned, her Adam's apple moved, and she began to retch. There was a clearly protruding angular foreign object in her throat. Ugh! A slimy iPad was spit out from the mouth of the woman. She held the iPad with both hands, stuck out her long tongue, and swiped it across the screen skillfully. She opened the email, read it quickly, and then read it carefully from the beginning for the second time. The tongue clicked on a video, and the woman fell silent as she watched the mysterious young man with red clouds and black bottom spit out a huge fireball from his mouth. How much does our friend want for the remaining files? 30 million yuan. Send it to him immediately. I want to get the remaining files today. The woman made a decisive decision and said resolutely. Yes, teacher. The puppet monster agreed. This huge amount of capital outflow, in the tone of the conversation between the two monsters, seemed like 1,000 lies, just a trivial matter. Mr. Kiera, do you think my dream can come true? After a long while, the woman spoke faintly. If it's you, teacher, it can definitely be done. To save the monsters from human oppression and let monsters and humans live in peace, to realize this dream, I must seize this country. I originally planned to spend 10 to 15 years to complete this, but now the variable of human superhumans has appeared, our dream may be postponed, but even so, Mr. Kiera, you will definitely follow me. Of course. Teacher. The puppet monster fell to the ground, with a calm tone of enthusiasm. Okay. You go and inform the other monsters that although there is no scheduled date, the base will be moved to the 2 safe zones of B and F. For the next period of time, we might be in a bit of trouble. Yes, teacher. Chapter 37 Chapter 038 The Daimyo of the Relative Domain, 100,000 words, please read and collect. On Tuesday, the noon school bell of Jinggyuji High School rang leisurely. And students rushed out of the classroom to the cafeteria with laughter and play, or gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to share tables in the classroom or enjoy lunch boxes together in the vacant places in the school. Uchiha Ming carried a double-layer lunch box and walked into the cafeteria with Tanaka Hikaru. This lunch box was handed to Uchiha Ming by Gao Q in the morning when he waited for him at the school gate, avoiding the student's sight, and quietly handed it to him, in order to thank him for helping Gao Q out of trouble last night. Gao Q's cooking skills are very good. After all, it's a meal that was served, so it's a waste not to eat it. When he received the lunch box, it was still slightly warm, but it was completely cold after a morning. Uchiha Ming didn't like to eat cold lunch boxes like other students. The school cafeteria also has a microwave, which can be used to heat it up. When Uchiha Ming heated up the lunch box and sat down to eat, Tanaka Guang had already sat next to Uchiha Ming with a tempura set meal. Opening the lunch box, one layer was meatballs, fried bamboo rolls, grilled mackerel cubes, cold burdock and other side dishes, and the other layer was full of rice, sprinkled with seaweed rice seasoning. Uchiha, why did you suddenly bring a lunch box? It looks like it was made by a girl. Uchiha, you must have betrayed the idea of a euro being single and secretly had a girlfriend, right? Tanaka Guang said with wide eyes and a look of surprise. This lunch box was actually just bought at a convenience store near my home. Uchiha Ming said casually. As for whether Tanaka Hikaru believed it or not, he didn't bother to care and picked up the chopsticks. It should be because he had seen Uchiha Ming's appetite in the cooking class. This bento was very thick and full. A bento from a convenience store. Tanaka Hikaru's eyes rolled around with a look of disbelief. This precious fried shrimp is for you. Let me taste your meatballs. No, if you want to eat it, you can pick it up yourself. Seeing that Tanaka Hikaru hadn't moved his chopsticks yet, Uchiha Ming said indifferently. Very good, full and solid taste. Once you bite it, the meat juice splashes in your mouth. 3 fat and 7 lean, it's a bit crisp when chewed, it's because of the addition of water chestnuts. Tanaka Hikaru stretched out his chopsticks, picked up a meatball, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. This taste is very good, and the most important thing is that it doesn't taste like love. It seems that Uchiha, you didn't betray your brothers and get out of being single yourself. After eating the meatballs, Hikaru Tanaka tasted them with satisfaction like a gourmet. It tastes very good. Let me try a piece of mackerel. I like fish the most. Hitsu Tanaka took out another piece of grilled mackerel with chopsticks. As soon as he took a bite, his brows frowned. It tastes average. Compared with the meatballs just now, it is much inferior. It doesn't seem to be made by the same person. But this kind of thought. Hitsu Tanaka chewed the mackerel in his mouth carefully, and a complex expression appeared on his face. With shy gratitude, the girl's love seems to have just sprouted. Uchiha, you really have a girlfriend. Uchiha Ming was somewhat amused. Tanaka Hikaru, do you think you have a divine tongue that can taste the emotions in food? Do you think you are the male protagonist of a food show? Food is only divided into delicious and unpalatable. There is no such thing as intention. The so-called mother's taste is just the taste of habit and memory. Shaking his head, Uchiha Ming picked up a meatball and took a bite. It was really good. The taste of home style, with delicate changes on top, was endless aftertaste. Thinking of Tanaka Hikaru's words, he picked up the grilled mackerel and tasted it. It was just as what Tanaka Hikaru said, it was very ordinary, a little overcooked, and had a dry taste. Compared to the dishes I had eaten before, it was obviously inferior. Did Takasaki Tsuki fail? Anyway, it was edible. Uchiha Ming never cared about the taste. He picked up the lunchbox and devoured it in a flash. After eating, I heard Tanaka Hikaru talking nonsense, such as how his files on all the girls in the school were progressing so fast, and all the girls' body data would soon be in his control. How much do you know about the second-year student Matsuodera Cho? Tanaka Hikaru was also well informed and must know more. Matsuodera Senpai, she is a flower of the high mountain, a real lady from a noble family. When it comes to this, Tanaka Hikaru can be said to be excited, his eyes are shining, and he talks endlessly. The surname Matsuodera is extremely noble. If it was 300 years ago, it was still under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate. Senior sister Matsuodera of noble blood was qualified to add the word G after her name. Common people like us would have to lie down and lower our heads when we saw her carriage passing by. Matsuodera? Although Uchiha Ming didn't learn the history of the island country very well, he still had some understanding of the Tokugawa shogunate. The original surname of the old turtle Tokugawa Ieyasu was Matsuodera. Are you talking about that Matsuodera? The Matsuodera that only the daimyo of the close vassal can use? After the old turtle Tokugawa gained control of the world, the daimyo lords who were related to the Tokugawa family were called relatives. Except for the 3 closest families, the 3 nobles were allowed to use the Tokugawa family name, and the other relatives could only use the old family name Matsuodera. If this is true, then Matsuodera Cho is really an extraordinary lady. However, Uchiha Ming felt that it was just like that. As the saying goes, a phoenix that has lost its feathers is no better than a chicken. The Meiji Restoration after that, the Tokugawa family withdrew from the ruling center position. After more than 100 years of historical changes, even the Tokugawa family and the three nobles of the Gozank all declined, not to mention the separation. Sister Matsudaira is not only of noble blood, fair skin, and beautiful appearance, but most importantly, she has a rare kind heart. When she was in Jinggyuji Junior High School, Sister Matsudaira was famous for her willingness to help others. I heard from my mother that many grants and scholarships in Jinggyuji Junior High School were established under her proposal. Uchiha, why did you suddenly ask this? Could it be that you fell in love with Senior Matsudaira at first sight? But even a handsome guy like you would find it difficult to win him over. Tanaka Hikaru asked curiously. Uchiha Ming skipped the cause and effect and just said that he was invited by Cho Matsudaira to join the support department. What kind of campus love comedy is this? A single man and a single woman, living in the same room. How come such a good thing didn't happen to me? I also want to work less for 30 years. Can you really do whatever you want just because you are handsome? Tanaka Hikaru was gritting his teeth with envy, his eyes were red, and he slammed the table as if he wanted to eat Uchiha alive. Then do you want me to introduce you to someone and let you join the support club? Really? Of course, we are friends. There are only 2 people in the club, so we should be short of manpower. Even if you can't join the club, the purpose of the support club is to help classmates. Tanaka, I think you are the one who is in urgent need of help. It must be hard for you to have no girlfriend, right? But you are already in the archery club, so it's okay, right? What archery club? I don't want to play for a long time. Uchiha, you are really my brother, no, my reborn parents. Tanaka Hikaru said excitedly with tears in his eyes. Judging from his appearance, if it weren't for the busy cafeteria, Tanaka Hikaru might have thanked Uchiha Tsuki. Come on, there's still some time before the lunch break ends, and Director Matsudaira should still be in the activity building. Let's go without delay. Uchiha stood up and led the way out, with Tanaka Hikaru following behind anxiously. Uchiha, if I can successfully join the club, I'll treat you to a big meal this weekend. Arriving at room 501 of the club activity building, Uchiha Ming knocked on the door casually, waited a few seconds for a response, and then pushed the door open. The girl sat behind the huge mahogany desk, wearing frameless black-rimmed glasses on her face, and was writing something seriously. Uchiha, you're in a hurry to see me before the after-school club activities. Are you the tsundere type? Matsudaira raised her head and showed a charming smile to Uchiha. A breeze blew from the half-open window, ruffling her long black hair. Tanaka Hikari was stunned. Seeing Tanaka Hikari like this, Matsudaira Chiyo's eyes turned and her smile became dull. Who is this silly boy? Tanaka Hikari's face flushed, and he swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He opened and closed his mouth, but couldn't speak. I didn't expect that a person like Tanaka Hikari, who talks a lot, would be timid and stutter at the critical moment. Hey, this is my classmate, Tanaka Hikari from Class B. He heard that I joined the support department, so he came to see me. He has been in great trouble since he was born and needs help. Uchiha Ming coughed lightly and said. Oh, maybe I didn't tell you yesterday? The support department does not accept requests from boys for the time being. Matsudaira looked at Tanaka Hikaru with a scrutinizing look and chuckled, since it's a problem since birth, maybe it's better to consider changing your number and starting over. Tanaka is not a client, but wants to join the department. Tanaka is also a knowledgeable and well-informed person. He also likes to help his classmates, which coincides with the purpose of the support department. He is the talent you lack, and I want to recommend him to join the department. Since it's Uchiha's recommendation, I'll give him a chance. Uchiha, please go out first, I want to interview Tanaka alone. Uchiha. Tanaka Hikaru was about to back out, and he cast a look of help to Uchiha Ming. Uchiha Ming patted Tanaka Hikaru on the shoulder, whispered a word of encouragement, come on. and left the activity room. Uchiha Ming retreated to the door, and naturally he couldn't lean against the door to eavesdrop. He took out his mobile phone and casually scrolled through a few pages. A piece of news caught his attention. The Ground Self-Defense Force conducted a military exercise in Yamanashi Prefecture, adjacent to Tokyo today. Chapter 38 Chapter 039 Military Exercise. Yamanashi Prefecture is located on the west side of Tokyo. It is a typical inland prefecture with a forest coverage rate of nearly 80%. The world-famous Mount Fuji is located in the southern part of the prefecture. In order to compete for the ownership of Mount Fuji, Yamanashi Prefecture and Shizuoka Prefecture are eager to fight each other. In Mount Fuji, which is one of the national images of Japan, there are several ground self-defense forces stationed in Yamanashi Prefecture to the north and Shizuoka Prefecture to the east. In addition, there are even U.S. military bases. Uchiha Ming looked at the information he found on the internet and felt that something was a little wrong. It is only April now, and the ground self-defense forces exercises are basically held in summer and autumn, and most military exercises on the side of Mount Fuji are held in Shizuoka Prefecture rather than Yamanashi Prefecture. Since 1961, the annual Fuji Comprehensive Firepower Exercise held at the Higashi Fuji Training Ground in Shizuoka Prefecture at the foot of Mount Fuji is Japan's largest live-fire military exercise. The most important thing is that Uchiha Ming covered his left eye, and under his palm, the Sharingan had already opened. The crow he sent to monitor the movements of the Metropolitan Police Department had recently sent a message that the Metropolitan Police Department's troops were abnormally mobilized. One after another, large explosion-proof police cars of the Metropolitan Police Department drove out of the headquarters, joined a convoy on the way, and headed east. Now they have left Tokyo and set foot in Yamanashi Prefecture. Interesting. Uchiha Ming murmured to himself, controlling the psychic crow with his mind to continue following the Metropolitan Police Department's police car and transmitting the images he saw to him synchronously. Just then, a voice came from the activity room. Uchiha, you can come in. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw that Tanaka Hikaru seemed to have suffered a major mental blow. He knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground. Although his face could not be seen, his expression must not be very good. I failed the interview, Tanaka-san. Uchiha, I'm sorry. Tanaka Hikaru raised his grey face and said in a crying tone, then rushed out directly from the gap between the opened doors. What did you say to Tanaka Hikaru? Why does he look like he is in so much pain? Uchiha Ming asked absent-mindedly. Now his attention was focused on the crow following the Metropolitan Police Department's motorcade. Just telling the truth. Matsudaracho raised her beautiful face, looked at Uchiha Ming carefully, and smiled brightly. Uchiha, thank you for your hard work on your first day of work. How is the business of Takasaki Izakaya? Not so good. When there are the most people, it is only half full. Uchiha Ming's master knife skills did cause a little sensation among the guests of the izakaya. Some guests immediately expressed their desire to order sashimi. But they had to leave in disappointment because there was no stock. Hearing this, Cho Matsudara's smile also subsided, and she frowned thoughtfully. Is it true that traditional izakayas like Takasaki Izakaya are not good enough? The izakaya industry in Japan has long been saturated. With the decline in economic growth, the overall market has also begun to shrink, from 1.23 trillion yuan in the peak period of the 1990s to 1.0 trillion yuan in 2019. Not only are there traditional izakayas operated by families all over the country, but some catering groups have also joined the market. The CR4 of the izakaya industry, that is, the top 4 companies, have a market share of 28.8%. Under the competition of large izakaya chain companies with advanced business concepts, standardized operations, and lower costs of their own upstream and downstream industrial chains, traditional izakayas operated by families are also struggling. It is difficult for traditional izakayas to operate well relying only on the so-called human touch and fireworks. The Takasaki family's izakaya originally relied on the sashimi of the boss Takasaki as its main selling point. After the boss Takasaki fell ill, he lost one of his most important arms. It turned out that the Takasaki sisters alone could not do it. Matsudericho wrote and drew on a blank notebook. It seems that she still needs to change the business philosophy of Takasaki Izakaya, keep up with the times, redesign the menu, and then introduce suppliers through her own channels to reduce costs. Uchiha, if you have nothing to do, you can go back to the classroom first. Don't forget to report to the club once on Friday. Matsudericho waved her hand without raising her head, and was about to send Uchiha Ming away. Okay. Uchiha Ming waved his hand and walked out of the activity room, leaving Matsudericho biting the tip of the pen and frowning, thinking hard about something. After the lunch break, when he returned to the classroom, Uchiha Ming's mind was no longer on the classroom. He supported his forehead with one hand, half of his face was covered by his palm, and under his closed eyelids, the vision of the Sharingan had already contacted the psychic crow thousands of miles away. A Euro. Akukakibyu Mountains in the northeast of Yamanashi Prefecture. In front of the lush mountains, armored vehicles and wheeled vehicles were ready to fight. Oh, it's finally here. Watching the Metropolitan Police Department's riot police car escorting a heavy truck in front and behind and appearing at the end of the road, a slightly fat officer with a general's belly and wearing a self-defense force uniform put down his binoculars. After being inspected by the self-defense force members with live ammunition, the blockade was opened, and the Metropolitan Police Department's convoy slowly stopped on the side of the road. A dark-skinned and serious middle-aged man got off the first police car. He walked in front of the officer. I am Chief Mori of the 5th Public Security Section, responsible for the escort of this target. Well, I am the commander of this military exercise, Masahiro Muto. After being castrated by the American father, the self-defense forces are no longer a military in name, but it does not mean that the military rank system has been abolished. Although the self-defense forces are all civil servants, they also have their own set of ranks. The generals of the self-defense forces are equivalent to the rank of major generals in other countries. After a few simple greetings, Masahiro Muto, who looked quite blessed with round cheeks, turned his curious eyes to the heavy truck. Is this the protagonist of this military exercise? The heavy truck slowly drove to the planned open space. The side of the truck faced the forest of the Akukakibyu Mountains, and the thickened special steel plate was put down. In the steel fence inside the truck, a huge red-haired bear monster lay listlessly inside. Although this monster looks like a bear, no matter what kind of bear animal it is, it will not have a 2-meter-long tail with bone spurs. No matter how many times you see a monster, it's always shocking. Such a valuable living specimen, do you really have to use it as a target for the exercise? Muto Masahiro looked at the red-haired bear monster with interest and asked. Now is the time to show the self-defense forces military power. The purpose of this exercise is to stabilize the hearts of the people and deter the villains. Anyway, this Type A has no special abilities. After many live experiments, it is almost broken, so the higher UPS decided to use it as a waste. Section Chief Mori said casually. The exercise in Yamanashi Prefecture is also because it is close to Tokyo. Once an accident happens in Tokyo, the self-defense forces can immediately deploy armed forces to the city. The red-haired bear monster has been shaved in many places, revealing pale skin, and there are many traces of stitches. Please step back a little, General Muto. I'm going to open the cage. The anesthetic injected into this Type A is about to lose its effect. General Muto and Section Chief Mori retreated to the back of the steel chariot. The muzzle of the armored vehicle was aimed at the truck. The self-defense force members loaded their guns and stood guard. Pressing the button, the door of the cage slowly opened. The depressed red-haired bear monster looked at the forest outside, gasped excitedly, and tentatively stretched his claws out of the cage. Finding that he was not electrocuted like before, the red-haired bear monster rushed down the truck in one go. Looking back at the self-defense force chariot and members, the red-haired bear monster's only remaining eye showed deep hatred, but more fear. Without much hesitation, the red-haired bear monster rushed into the A Hokage mountains and disappeared not long after. Chapter 39 Chapter 040 Artillery Strike. It's okay, right? It won't really run away. I don't know how many big shots are watching this exercise. If it does, you and I will both be in trouble. Holding a telescope and watching the red-haired bear monster disappear into the depths of the forest, Muto Masahiro was a little anxious. Don't worry, Muto Masahiro, we have already implanted a positioning chip in this Type A. No matter where it escapes, we have it under control. Section Chief Mori said confidently. And even if there is an emergency, we have placed a dissolving capsule in its stomach. The shell will melt before 3 p.m., and more than 1,000 milligrams of potassium cyanide will be released at that time, and even Type A will definitely die. Then let's conduct the exercise according to the plan. Puff, puff, a huge roar came from the sky, and 3 armed helicopters loaded with heavy weapons departed from the North Fuji training ground and flew over the heads of the two. At Masahiro Muto's command, one 16-type-wheeled mobile fighting vehicle after another started and moved in the original direction. The 16-type-wheeled fighting vehicle is smaller than the average main battle tank and has 8 pairs of wheels, with the first 4 wheels being rotating wheels. It has good mobility and increases the ability to pass through soft land, especially suitable for island countries with many mountains and rivers. Half an hour later, 3 helicopters of the Air Cavalry Combat Group, which belong to the Ground Self-Defense Force and participate in the battle as auxiliary ground forces, have arrived over a forest on the west side of the A Hokage Mountains. Okay, I understand. Don't kill the target directly, but drive it to the predetermined coordinate location. Putting down the communicator, as the captain of the Air Cavalry Combat Group, he gave orders to other helicopters in the air channel. The target is in the woods below. First drop incendiary bombs on the east side and set fire to force it out. Puff puff. The 2 helicopters circled in the air and flew to the east of the forest, dropping incendiary bombs and accelerants one by one. Suddenly, incendiary bombs fell from the sky and exploded violently the moment they landed. The accelerant connected the ignition points into an insurmountable wall of fire. The flames rose into the air along the woods. The raging forest fire followed the wind from east to west, rolling unstoppably, as if it was the flames of hell to burn and devour everything. Countless small animals fled from the forest and broke out to the west. The captain's eyes were fixed on the bottom, but no target appeared as planned, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Was it burned to death in the first wave of incendiary bombs? Just when he was about to pick up the communicator to contact the command center to confirm whether the target was moving, he saw a conspicuous red monster rushing out of the woods. Okay, the target is found. Open the door machine gun and start driving the target away. Note that it is not to kill but to drive away. Understood. The machine gunner turned the door machine gun excitedly, with the muzzle tilted downward. The door machine gun is the least powerful weapon loaded on this armed helicopter, but even so, it can fire hundreds of bullets in an instant. It is a weapon used by armed helicopters to suppress ground troops and clean up miscellaneous soldiers. The machine gunner was excited. He didn't expect that he would have a day to fight monsters. Although this monster is not big, it is also a monster, right? Da-da-da. The bullets that were dumped swept past the red-haired bear monster a few meters away, and bursts of smoke bounced on the ground. Some trees were hit by the machine gun and broke on the spot. The machine gunner tried very hard to control the muzzle not to shoot the red-haired monster. After all, this is a machine gun bullet. Even if a whale suddenly appears on land with scales, the door machine gun can shoot it into a ball of rotten meat. Those monsters that can be unscathed by bullets or even missiles only exist in special effects films. His 2 armed helicopters also rushed over, opened the hatch machine guns, and drove the red-haired bear monster to the west. Once the red-haired bear monster showed a tendency to get out of control, a burst of bullets was immediately fired at it, forcing it to change direction. More than 10 minutes later, the red-haired bear monster had been driven to a bare hill near an abandoned wooden villa next to the hill. Call the command center. The target has been driven to the predetermined coordinate location. The captain picked up the communicator to report to the command center, and then floated in the air as if to avoid being affected, no longer moving forward, and the machine guns outside the cabin were still firing at full power, forcing the red-haired bear monster not to retreat. Seeing that the three steel monsters flying in the air finally stopped chasing it tightly, the red-haired bear monster had a gap to stop and rest, half walking and half running. At this moment, the red-haired bear monster saw several small black dots suddenly appear in the air, from far to near, and fell beside it in a flash. Boom! 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 The huge explosions sounded one after another. This wave of artillery fire had not ended yet, and another round of artillery fire roared. Flashes and smoke exploded on the ground in an instant, and the land was blown up into the sky, and grey smoke filled the air. 2 kilometers away, a row of 16 type-wheeled mobile combat vehicles were lined up, and the muzzles of 105 mm rifled guns were still spurting flames and firing one shell after another. Boom boom boom! Looking at the entire hill being plowed and the wooden villa being blown away in the first wave of artillery attacks, Muto Masabuki couldn't help but smile with satisfaction on his face. He turned his head to look at Section Chief Mori and asked, "Is the positioning chip on the monster still working?" After being driven to the coordinate location, the signal has been completely lost. Section Chief Mori's face was also full of smiles. The Type A had been reduced to ashes in these waves of artillery attacks, and no bones remained. The big guys above should be satisfied with this military exercise. Even monsters can't withstand the steel cannons of the self-defense forces. Section Chief Mori looked at the hill that was almost flattened, and a strong sense of pride and confidence emerged on his face. This round of artillery fire is not even the tip of the iceberg of human military strength. This is only a small part of the armed forces of the self-defense forces. Not to mention, Japan is not only the self-defense forces, but also the US military bases. All Japanese have not only a strong motherland behind them, but also a more powerful father country. This is also the reason why Section Chief Mori advocates being tough on extraordinary people. What if they can cut bullets with knives and spit flames? This kind of power is not worth mentioning in front of human military arms. Now is the 21st century, and it is no longer the barbaric and ignorant era of the past. The light of human technology shines on the world. In the past short 100 years, humans have made great achievements that surpass the previous 2,000 years. The steel giants that conquered the 4 oceans, the thousands of miles of railways that connected countries, the fighter planes that were faster than the gods in mythology. Humans have conquered the land, the sea, and the sky, and have set their sights on the more distant sea of a stars. And the so-called supernatural beings that suddenly emerged in this era, whether they were monsters, evil spirits, or extraordinary people, were nothing more than jumping clowns. Hisen, the section chief, didn't care whether the extraordinary people were sewer rats that had been hidden since ancient times, or mutants who suddenly awakened superpowers. They had to bow their heads and obey orders in front of the state machine. Otherwise, they had to suppress and suppress again until those freaks completely surrendered. Chapter 40 Chapter 041 SWTO. Under the clear blue sky, the land ravaged by artillery fire was covered with one gun pit after another, and the grey-white smoke rolled up into the sky from it. At this time, if a white dove symbolizing peace flew over, it might be very artistic. Unfortunately, what flew over was not a dove with pure white wings, but a black death bird. A crow with red pupils, not afraid of the smell of gunpowder, landed on the land, jumped back and forth for a while, and finally flapped its wings and flew into the sky. At the same time, Uchiha Ming, who was far away in Bunkyo District, Tokyo, put down his arms that covered his eyes, revealing a pair of deep black eyes. Thinking of the artillery attack that flattened the entire hill in an instant with the force of thunder, Uchiha Ming's face couldn't help but become solemn. This destructive power has exceeded his current strongest attack method, the Great Fireball technique. The destructive power of modern military technology is not inferior to the powerful ninjutsu in Naruto, and it is even better if we don't consider the last few gods who can rewrite the map with a wave of their hands. However, the imaginary enemy of modern human military power has never been an individual with powerful strength. Uchiha Ming is naturally not stupid enough to fight head-on with the regular army that is ready for battle. The biggest advantage is that the official is in the open, and I am in the dark. As long as the official does not find out that all the extraordinary people are my vests, I can dodge and move, and even hide behind the scenes to make trouble. Va! It is the space to take charge of the overall situation. The ninja in Naruto is highly skilled and agile, with strong mobility. He hides in the dark and suddenly attacks, kills with one blow, and then quickly retreats into the crowd and hides in the city. The Japanese official can't do anything to him. No matter how crazy the self-defense forces are, it is impossible to carry out artillery coverage in Tokyo, an international city. The Metropolitan Police Department can send the Special Assault Team, SAT, of Special Operations to carry out encirclement, and suppression is the limit. But it is not difficult for Uchiha Ming to escape the encirclement with the transformation technique and bird clone technique. Such repeated guerrilla warfare and decapitation tactics can greatly shake the social order of this country and cause violent social unrest. If it is more crazy, LV2 fire escape can only use sea-level ninjutsu, which cannot be compared with a round of artillery fire in terms of momentum and destructive power, but if it is upgraded to LV3, B-level or even A-level ninjutsu can be used, and the power is incomparable. Uchiha Ming is very confident in the lethality of the Hokage power system, but the only drawback is that the ninja is a bit fragile, thin blood, and average defense. Although Uchiha Ming is not afraid of light weapons such as pistols now. He only relies on agility to dodge or cut down first. If he is shot by a pistol, even if he is hit by a police pistol such as the Nanbu M60 at close range, he will bleed, not to mention machine gun bullets, sniper rifles, and the like. Like in the movie, the protagonist was shot several times, but he was still able to walk fast and jump, and he could fight the pursuers for 300 rounds. It was simply impossible. With Uchiha Ming's current physical condition, he might lose his ability to move after being hit by a large caliber rifle bullet. I really want it, Feijuan's immortal body. The strong vitality of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and the medical ninjutsu that can even be cut in half. And Orochimaru, although Orochimaru's strength is average, his ability to save his life is one of the best among the Kage level. It's just that Orochimaru's technique involves body transformation, and I don't want to become like him, a half-human, half-ghost. In order to be on the safe side, this life-saving ninjutsu should be obtained as soon as possible. Since the monsters in this world have abilities similar to Naruto's ninjutsu, it is very likely that they also have the above-mentioned abilities. If he can get them, it will also eliminate his worries. It's a pity that Uchiha Ming doesn't have the ninjutsu to search for monsters. He is not a perception-type ninja and can't find monsters to attack. It would be great if this system could have the function of automatically searching for enemies and fighting, or issuing tasks and giving him the target to solve. Unfortunately, there are none of them. The system now only has two functions, training ground and item store. He needs to advance to Jonin before the next icon can be lit up, but the next icon obviously does not have the function of automatically searching for enemies and issuing tasks. After school at 3 p.m., Uchiha Ming came out of the classroom and did not rush to Takasaki Izakaya, but came to the school library with his backpack. After school, although there were a lot more people in the school library, it was still quiet and peaceful. The rustling sound of writing and turning pages created a very inspiring atmosphere. It's a bit embarrassing to say that Uchiha Ming has not fulfilled his duties as a student for the past week. Instead, he has been secretly exorcising demons and playing tricks like a superpowered male high school student in a comic. You know, there will be another monthly test around April 28th. If he does too badly and his grades drop seriously, he will be embarrassed. He couldn't just copy the class monitor's test paper in the examination room with a pair of scarlet Sharingan open like Sasuke did in the Chunin exam. It seems that it is not impossible, right? After all, he now has the bird clone technique, which can share vision with crows. If there is a crow perched near the window, the test papers of other students can be seen at a glance. Stop, stop. Don't have such a perverse idea. Uchiha Ming didn't study just for the deviation value. Putting aside some messy distractions and calming his mind, Uchiha Ming took out his textbooks, pen and paper, and began to study seriously. After studying in the library for more than an hour, Uchiha Ming got up and rushed to Takasaki Izakaya, arriving at almost 5 o'clock. Hello, Uchiha, I have to trouble you again today. Dinner is ready, please come and eat first. Thank you for your lunchbox. It tastes great, I have already cleaned it. Uchiha Ming returned the clean lunchbox to Takasaki Yu. If Uchiha doesn't mind, please give us Takasaki Izakaya your lunchboxes in the future. That is to say, in addition to the original evening employee meal, his lunch meal was also taken care of. How can I be so embarrassed? Takasaki Yu bowed 90 degrees and said sincerely, now is the time to rely on Uchiha, please don't refuse. The Japanese are really too polite, bowing at every turn. Uchiha Ming is not a fussy person. It's just a lunchbox, so there is no need to make any excuses, so he agreed. At most, he will be more dedicated in his part-time job in the future, as a reward. The staff meal in the evening was also a typical family style, without any big fish or meat, but under Takasaki Tsuki's skillful cooking, it was also delicious. Uchiha Ming ate 5 bowls without hesitation. Takasaki-an, who saw Uchiha Ming's terrifying appetite for the first time, was a little dumbfounded. After dinner, they began to prepare for the opening. After Uchiha Ming changed into his staff uniform and went downstairs, he saw the Takasaki sisters wearing wide-sleeved coarse blue cloth kimonos, white aprons with the store name printed on them, snow-white headscarves on their heads, and youthful faces. They looked like the poster girls of izakayas. Chapter 41 Chapter 042 Gensen Society. Although the twin sisters were both, they dress the same, and their eyebrows and eyes are very similar, but you can tell who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister by their temperament. The elder sister Takasaki Tsuki, who lowers her eyebrows and looks calm, and the younger sister Takasaki-an, who raises her eyes and looks a bit fierce at first glance. Because of the master-level knife skills that Uchiha Ming showed in the store the day before, Takasaki Tsuki decided to resume the supply of sashimi after his consent and also bought a few live fish. The bald uncle named Hasegawa was the first to come in. In the competition with the fishermen yesterday, he only had time to grab a few pieces of sashimi and was not satisfied. Young general, give me a sashimi platter. I am not a general, but a part-time worker, but Uchiha Ming did not say this. He nodded and swiftly picked up a fresh fish. Takasaki-an helped him to prepare the shiso and radish paper and carvings as padding paper. Soon, a plate of sashimi was served. Uncle Hasegawa picked up the chopsticks and ate 2 slices in a row, then dipped 2 more slices in horseradish sauce, praising them endlessly. Brother General's knife skills are really amazing, it melts in your mouth, and the sashimi still maintains its elasticity, which is comparable to what I had at the famous sashimi shop Yun Taifang before. The most important thing is that it is cheap. With less than a quarter of the price, you can taste the knife skills of a sashimi celebrity. It's really a bargain. Thinking of this, Uncle Hasegawa also became generous. It's a pity to pair ordinary sake with such sashimi. Little sister from the Takasaki family, open a bottle of Junmei Jinjo now, and have one first. The rest will be left at the counter. Uchiha Ming cleaned the knives, and the kitchen knife was playing with the knife in his hand. The interest of boys in playing with weapons is engraved in their genes. Uchiha Ming not only did not find this part-time job of making sashimi boring, but was very interested and at ease. "Why, do you want to learn?" Uchiha Ming said to Takasaki-an with a smile. He had long noticed that when making sashimi, Takasaki-an had been peeking at him, looking like she wanted to watch but was too embarrassed to. Takasaki-an's cheeks flushed, she lowered her head, and said hesitantly, "Can I?" Uchiha Ming learned from Tanaka Hikaru that the Takasaki sisters were 3 months younger than him. It was really not easy for them to share the burden of the family at such a young age. Uchiha Ming was still very tolerant of girls younger than him. In the 21st century of information explosion, many well-known chefs will make videos on the internet to attract popularity, but watching through videos is definitely not as good as teaching on the spot. Of course, Uchiha Ming did not mean to cherish his own possessions. He did not plan to work in Takasaki Izakaya for a long time. Naturally, he was not afraid of teaching his apprentices to starve to death. It was just a piece of cake to give a few pointers. Anyway, these knife skills are copied by Sharingan. What so-called sashimi sage, sushi sage, and knife skills honed for many years, as long as he glances at them, they will be Uchiha. "Can I call you master?" Gao Kixing raised her head in surprise, her cheeks were stained with red, she blinked her big round eyes, and her eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was afraid of being rejected by Uchiha Ming. If Gao Kixing didn't act like before, angry with her sister, and pretended to be well behaved, she would still be quite cute. "Whatever you want." The business of the izakaya was slightly better than yesterday, but not much better. After 9:30, there were no customers, so they had to close. The door curtain of the izakaya was lowered to indicate that they would no longer accept customers. Uchiha Ming and the Gao-chi sisters were cleaning the izakaya. At this time, a young monk in a grey monk's robe walked in. "Good evening, ladies." Gao Kia was counting today's bills at the counter when he saw a young monk with a handsome face, fair skin, and a shaved head showing green stubble walk in. "Master, we are closed. I am not here to eat." The young monk bowed and smiled. Gao Kia picked up a 1,000-page bill from the cashier, hesitated for a moment, picked up another one, rolled it up in his palm, and then walked from the counter to the young monk, put his hands together and saluted, and then handed over the banknotes with both hands. The young monk waved his hand to refuse, and then took out a booklet from his body. "I am not here to beg for alms, but I feel that the two ladies have a connection with my Buddha. Please allow me to introduce the Gensin Association and the double-bodied Buddha we worship." Gao Kixing turned around and looked at her sister, both of them looked a little strange. They were actually here to preach, and it seemed to be a new religion. Japan is a multi-faith religious country. According to the religious survey report of the Ministry of Culture, the number of believers in Japan is even more than half of the total population. That is to say, many people have multiple beliefs at the same time, that is, pan-beliefism. This is not surprising. Takasaki Izakaya has a shrine of the rice god for praying for wealth in the store, but there is also a shrine on the second floor for commemorating the deceased mother. In addition to the traditional Shinto beliefs and the 8 major Buddhist sects, there are also a large number of so-called emerging religions. Relying on the relaxed religious order, a large number of emerging religions emerged after the war, and a considerable number of them are simply cults. In addition to taking the opportunity to defraud money and sex, they even extended their tentacles into the political arena. But both criminal police and public security police are afraid of being accused of violating religious freedom, and they turn a blind eye to these emerging religions. Otherwise, they would just pretend nothing happened if something serious happened. If something serious happened, then they could only a euro, they could only resign and apologize. A euro, the double-bodied Buddha is the creator of all things in the world. One Buddha has two bodies, and the good body and the evil body are fighting and entangled with each other. In this generation, the Dharma ending age has arrived. The evil body will destroy the world, and the good body will be incarnated as a human, that is, the leader of our Gensin society. The leader came to the world to save the world from the evil body. The young monk had already started to introduce the doctrine. A euro, well, I'm sorry, my family believes in the Pure Land Buddhism. Gao Qiu's voice was very soft, but one could also hear a firm refusal. A euro, those clay statues are all evil demons. Our leader is a transcendent person with real magical powers, and he is also the savior. Our Gensin society has a training ground in Tokyo. A euro, before the young monk finished speaking, Gao Qixing rushed out angrily with a single-edged kitchen knife. A euro, that kind of clay statue is all evil and heretic. Our leader is a real supernatural being with magical powers, and he is also the savior. Our Gensin society has a training ground in Tokyo. A euro, before the young monk finished speaking, Gao Qixing rushed out angrily with a single-edged kitchen knife. Get out! My family doesn't believe in any new religion. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Looking at the sharp knife with cold light, the young monk was very tactful and didn't pester him anymore. He immediately put the booklet on the table and turned away. Takasaki picked up the booklet and was about to throw it into the trash can, but was stopped by Uchiha Ming. Then he took it in his hand and flipped through it casually for a few times, and couldn't help laughing out loud. What a mess of nonsense, the dualism of good and evil, the theory of eschatology, the theory of salvation, and the theories of various religions were randomly piled together to make a mess. How low would one's IQ be to believe in this thing? After throwing the booklet into the trash can, Uchiha Ming didn't take it to heart. He would occasionally meet middle-aged and elderly women preaching to him when walking on the street. There are also new religions that say that Japanese women are Eve and Peninsula men are Adam. Only by combining the two can the original sin be washed away and the world be saved, and that all women should be married to the peninsula. In comparison, the so-called Gensin society, which is a doctrine stitched together for the purpose of making money, is not too far-fetched. Chapter 42 Chapter 043 Bone Swimming. The next day, which was Wednesday, was nice and the wind was gentle. Uchiha Ming left the library, walked straight out of the school gate, and walked slowly along the long downhill slope at the school gate. It is now mid-April. Because the weather this year is slightly colder than in previous years, the time for the cherry blossom front to advance to Tokyo this year is slower than before. Now you can still see cherry blossoms in full bloom in Tokyo. Japan is the country of cherry blossoms. Every spring, starting from Okinawa to Hokkaido, they bloom in sequence from south to north as the climate warms up. There is a name that sounds very literary called the cherry blossom front. There are indeed several cherry blossom trees in the courtyard of Jinggyuji High School. The flowers are blooming gorgeously and the petals are falling colorfully. Even people like Uchiha Ming who don't understand sentiment can't help but sigh that the beauty of cherry blossoms is indeed well deserved. The slope at the entrance is lined with maple trees instead of cherry trees, otherwise the scenery would be extremely beautiful. While thinking this, a black Toyota Century slowly approached from behind, with the window down, revealing a pretty face that seemed to be angry and smiling. Uchiha, good afternoon. The black luxury car slightly accelerated and was parallel to Uchiha Ming. Matsudaracho opened the door and talked to Uchiha Ming. I'm going to Takasaki Bureau Steakhouse, too, you can come up. Uchiha Ming also sat in the back seat of the car. The interior of the black luxury car is very spacious, divided into two rows facing each other. Matsudaracho sat sideways in the back, not wearing a school uniform but a black casual dress. A woman in a black suit with an ordinary look but sharp eyes was braiding Matsudaracho's smooth black long hair. Seeing Uchiha Ming getting in the car, he stared at Uchiha Ming carefully for a while with a very stern and thoughtful look, and frowned. "Is my car comfortable to sit in?" Seeing Uchiha Ming curiously looking at the luxurious interior of the car, Matsudara-cho said with a smile. "Not bad." At this time, Matsudara-cho's long hair had been tied into 2 braids. She closed her eyes facing the woman in the black suit. The woman took out an exquisite makeup box and used a powder puff to apply powder on her face. Matsudara-cho's originally white skin suddenly became slightly yellow. "I don't know what makeup tools and techniques the woman in the black suit used." Matsudara-cho's face also had some freckles. Finally, she took out a pair of thick round glasses from her bag and put them on her face. At first glance, she looked like another person. "What are you doing at Takasaki Izakaya?" Uchiha Ming asked. "I have visited other izakayas in the past few days, but it is not as good as field investigation. After all, without investigation, there is no right to speak." Matsudara-cho said as if it was a matter of course. "And I also want to see the Takasaki sisters, working in kimonos as poster girls." While talking, the black car had already driven to a place only 1 street away from Takasaki Izakaya, and the car stopped, and Uchiha Ming was hurried out of the car. "Uchiha, pretend not to know me in the store." After entering the store, as usual, I had dinner like yesterday, cleaned up and prepared, roughly processed the ingredients, and then opened the door. Customers came to the store one after another. They seemed to be nearby office workers and retired middle-aged and elderly people who came out for a drink after dinner. At almost 6 o'clock, Matsudara-cho walked in with her black suit woman and went straight to the front desk. "You can process sashimi here, right?" "Yes, but I will charge a small processing fee." I don't know if it was because of the disguise or because Takasaki-an had never met Matsudara-cho before, so she didn't recognize him. "Very good, then let me process this cherry trout." The woman in the black suit put a safety water tank at the front desk, in which there was a large blue-white fish with a slightly orange belly. Sakura trout is also a well-known salmon native to Japan. The belly of the fish is slightly pink and orange, the meat is moist and rich in oil. It is a high-end fish among salmon. As the word means, it migrates from the open sea to the sea of A Japan again when the cherry blossoms are in full bloom every year. At this time, the cherry trout has the most plump and firm meat. But cherry trout cannot be caught in Tokyo Bay. It is generally caught in Aomori Prefecture, Iwate Prefecture, and other northeastern regions or even Hokkaido. Also, grind this wasabi for me. I can't stand the pungent smell of horseradish. The woman in the black suit handed over another beautifully packaged rectangular paper box. "Master, fresh wasabi in Japan is very expensive." Takasaki-an looked at the cherry trout and didn't know how to start for a moment. She looked at Uchiha Ming for help. "Do as she says. You go and take care of the things for plating and carving, and I'll take care of the rest." Uchiha Ming said lightly. Uchiha Ming grabbed the jumping cherry trout, knocked it unconscious, removed the scales and internal organs with a sharp knife, and then put the cleaned cherry trout on the chopping board. Uchiha Ming's movements were like flowing water. He took out various knives to cut the fish body, and then sliced out slices of sashimi as thin as cicada wings. Looking at Uchiha Ming's knife skills that were so easy to lift, Matsudara-cho's face also showed an unconcealable surprise. The whole cherry trout was cleanly shaved off. Uchiha Ming raised the knife, ready to chop the fish head and bones, boil the soup and serve it, but was stopped by Matsudara-cho. "Wait a moment, I want to see the bones swimming." Uchiha Ming frowned. The so-called bone swimming means that some sashimi masters can make sashimi of fish meat while the fish is still alive, and then throw the fish with only the head, tail, and skeleton left into the water, and the fish can still swim, showing off their knife skills. He picked up the fish tail and threw the half-cherry trout into the sink. The meat on both sides of the fish was cut off, revealing the white fish bones, and the complete fish head and mouth opened and closed. Under the instinctive reaction, it shook its head and tail and swam forward slowly. This scene is not only horrifying but also cruel. If it is a normal and loving girl, she can't watch it at all. But Matsuo watched it with relish. What a cruel woman, Uchiha Ming thought. After letting the poor cherry trout swim for a few times, Uchiha Ming picked up a knife to end its pain, and then cut it up and gave it to Gao Qixing to make fishbone soup. Uchiha, you are really dishonest. You have such knife skills, why didn't you say it earlier? €. Faced with the cherry trout sashimi and ground wasabi sauce, Matsuo was not in a hurry to pick up her chopsticks, but said with a smile. This is not just professional level, even some sashimi masters may not have knife skills like you. With such skills, as long as a little publicity, it will be a piece of cake to revive this store. €. Uchiha Ming lowered his head and leaned close to Matsuo ear. This action made the black suit woman next to him brow jump. He whispered. I don't plan to work part-time for a long time. I'm just a temporary replacement. I will resign when boss Takasaki is discharged from the hospital. Since Minister Matsuo is kind and generous, he should know that it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Minister Matsuo should think about how to make this store go to the next level without me. €. Too close, Uchiha, your breath is blowing on my ears. Having said that, there was no trace of embarrassment or shyness on Matsuo face. She calmly reached out and pushed Uchiha Ming away, then took out her own chopsticks. Just when Matsuo was about to use her chopsticks, there was a sudden noise at the door. She frowned and looked towards the door. This is my father's shop, and it should be inherited by me, the eldest son. When will it be the turn of the two bastards? Chapter 43 Chapter 044 Tattoo. You two bastards, you want to embezzle our Takasaki family's property while your father is sick. I won't let you succeed. The person shouting at the door was a yellow-haired thug who looked to be about 22 or 23 years old. He was wearing a loose sportswear and low-waisted pants that exposed his belly. He cursed and rushed into the store arrogantly. You can't enter the store. It's open now, and Takasaki Yu was so anxious that beads of sweat covered his head. He was at a loss at the door. Since it's reopened, it must have made a lot of money. Hurry up and give me my share. I didn't make any money. It's just starting to resume operations. I don't care. Hurry up and give me my share, or you can't keep this store open, two bastards. The yellow-haired thug cursed and squeezed into the store. He pushed Takasaki Yu to the ground and raised his foot as if to kick him. What are you doing? €. A guest nearby couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to stop it. Look carefully, what is this on my arm? The yellow-haired thug rolled up his sleeves, and his arms were covered with large colorful tattoos. When the customer saw this, his face changed, he lowered his head, took out the money, put it on the table and left in a hurry. Hat. The yellow-haired thug raised his arm with a proud look on his face, showing the tattoo on his arm like showing a medal. It was a ukiyo-e style of a colorful tiger entangled with a dragon python, which looked very imposing. Other customers in the store saw this scene and turned their heads away for fear of getting in trouble. How dare this bastard run into the store? Takasaki An's eyes widened, and her eyes began to congest. She picked up a single-edged sharp knife from the front desk and rushed out. Uchiha Ming stopped her, then clenched his fist and was about to walk out. Sister of the Takasaki family, your hands are so white, it's not worth it to dirty your hands for this kind of garbage. Ashiu. Matsuo eyes turned cold and snapped her fingers. Yes, miss. The yellow-haired thug was showing off the tiger snake tattoo on his hand when he saw an expressionless woman in a black suit walking over. You bitch, don't meddle in other people's business. The yellow-haired thug cursed fiercely and raised his hand to slap forward. Just when the slap was about to hit the woman in the black suit, She quickly grabbed his wrist, walked quickly behind the yellow-haired man, twisted his arm behind him with a backhand twist. Ouch! Then the woman in the black suit raised her foot and kicked the yellow-haired thug in the foot with a sharp and fierce kick. The yellow-haired thug's knees softened involuntarily and she pushed him to the ground. "Takasaki, are you okay?" Cho Matsudera took off her glasses and walked over gracefully. Takasaki Tsuki had already climbed up. Although she was not injured, her face was rubbed against the ground and stained with a little dust. "Matsudera Sr., why are you here?" Taking out a handkerchief, Cho Matsudera wiped Takasaki Tsuki's face intimately and carefully. Probably because she was treated like a child by her senior, Takasaki Tsuki's face was slightly red and a little embarrassed. "What's wrong with this trash?" "He is your brother, the kind of brother in jeans." Cho Matsudera raised her slender legs in black silk stockings and wanted to use her shoes to poke his yellow hair, but she didn't know whether she thought it was dirty or had some concerns, so she didn't do it in the end. "Yes." Takasaki Tsuki lowered her head a little embarrassed. "You two bastards are not my sisters, two little bitches." The yellow-haired thug started to curse. "This bastard is not our brother. He is not registered as such. 2 years ago, he broke into the house and pushed down an old man who was at home and seriously injured him. The family paid a large sum of money. Dad has severed ties with this person." Takasaki rushed over and said loudly as if to distance herself from him, and then muttered a few words in a low voice. "And this person is not born from the same mother as us. It sounds like they have the same father but different mothers, and there are quite complicated family ethics behind them, but this is someone else's family affair, and Uchiha Ming can't say much." The unfilial son who was kicked out of the family took advantage of his father's illness to bully and blackmail the 2 young sisters who run the family business. "He is one of the top scumbags I have ever seen." Matsudera Cho yawned boredly and gave a look. The woman in the black suit nodded, and her hands and the knees pressing on the yellow-haired man's back were a little harder. "Ouch!" The yellow-haired thug cried out in pain, but even the gentle Takasaki Tsuki had no sympathy on his face. "Is this your bodyguard?" The yellow-haired woman in the black suit was well trained, which attracted the attention of Uchiha Ming. She was familiar with making up and dressing up Matsudera Cho in the car before, and thought it was her maid. "Well, it's the standard configuration of a young lady. In fact, the standard configuration of a young lady also has a maid, and I am no exception. I will introduce her to you, Uchiha, next time." As if she understood what Uchiha Ming was thinking, Matsudera Cho smiled at him. Seeing that these people didn't take him seriously and talked casually, the yellow-haired thug who was pressed to the ground slapped the ground with his only remaining hand, and then raised the tattooed arm and roared. "Let me go! Do you know who I am? I am a member of the Ijima family. Look at what this is. Are you a member of the Yakuza?" Uchiha Ming couldn't help but frown. The official name of the gang in Japan is Yakuza, and the members are also called Yakuza members. Like new religions, they are a big cancer in society. Takasaki and Takasaki Yu looked at each other, with worried and fearful expressions on their faces. "Are you scared? Let me go!" The yellow-haired gangster showed a smug expression on his face and shouted wildly. "Hey! That's it!" Matsudera Cho had a funny expression on her face. She raised her head and looked around, and finally her eyes were fixed on the kitchen. There was a pot of boiling water on the stove. Although the gas had been turned off, white steam was puffing out of the pot. Matsudera Cho walked into the kitchen, took out the kettle with difficulty, and then walked over with a malicious look on her face. "Aishu, hold him down!" Walking in front of the yellow-haired thug, Matsudera Cho stepped on his palm with a cruel smile on her face, and poured the boiling water on the colorful tattoos on his arm. "Gee! It's so hot! So hot! Help!" The yellow-haired thug's arm turned red like pigskin scalded by boiling water. The colorful tattoos on it also dissolved and were washed down along with the black solution. Sure enough, it was printed with tattoo paper. A gangster is a gangster. Why should he pretend to be cool? Matsudaracho looked as expected, showing satisfaction after sadomasochism. A little trick of pretending to be powerful. Can a little jerk like you use such a high-level tattoo? If you are really a gangster, the leader will chop off your little finger if he sees it. Looking at the yellow-haired gangster who was wailing and screaming on the ground, Gao Kyo was a little uneasy and whispered to persuade. Matsudara Sr., isn't it not good to do this? Working in the kitchen, she knew the danger of boiling water. If she was not careful, it might burn the skin and cause infection. Takasaki is really gentle. She also has sympathy for such a scum. Shiu, send him to the clinic for treatment. Although she said that, there was no warmth in her eyes, and she said in a long tone. I understand, miss. The woman in the black suit nodded, indicating that she understood Matsudara's hint, and walked out of the store with the yellow-haired gangster who looked like a dead dog. Thank you, Matsudara Sr., otherwise I don't know what to do. No, Uchiha is here too, and he will help even if I'm not here. Matsudaracho replied very handsomely. It's delayed my time to eat sashimi, and I don't want to disturb my appetite because of this kind of thing. Matsudaracho returned to her seat, picked up a piece of cherry trout sashimi and tasted it, nodded slightly, then picked up another piece and dipped it in wasabi sauce and put it in her mouth, with a satisfied smile on her face. It's delicious, Uchiha. Is the matter just now resolved? Although the Takasaki sisters may not be able to hear Matsudarachiyo's meaning from the subtle changes in tone, this can't be hidden from Uchiha Ming. As long as Ashiu is a little more ruthless, he can scare these little hooligans out of their wits. I have seen many such rubbish who are barking and fierce but weak. Matsudaracho leisurely enjoyed the sashimi. If they are really members of the gang, will it be a bit troublesome? Tokyo is not Mexico City. For a normal functioning society, the yakuza are just weeds tolerated to grow on the edge of the courtyard, not poppies that grow freely in the atrium with sufficient light and fertile soil. Matsudaracho said disapprovingly. This is not the 1990s before the bubble economy, or the 10 to 20 years after the war when social order was chaotic. For our country, the gang is a night trash can. It is taken out when needed, and it is an eyesore when it is not needed. Now the economic recession period is too long, and the country's tolerance for gangs is getting lower and lower. Nearly 5 minutes later, the woman in the black suit also returned to the izakaya. Uchiha Ming noticed that there were still a few bloodstains on her trouser legs. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll talk to Takasaki next time about the business plan of Takasaki Izakaya. After Matsudaracho left, Uchiha Ming took a look at her plate and found that most of the sashimi was left. Only the belly sashimi of the cherry trout, which was rich in meat and fat and the most oily and plump, was eaten by her. This woman's mouth is really picky. A week passed like this, and the yellow-haired gangster didn't come to harass her again. Uchiha Ming went to class during the day, studied in the library for 2 hours after school, and then rushed to Takasaki Bureau Izakaya to work for 3 or 4 hours. Because he is now mainly responsible for the production of sashimi, other miscellaneous work has also been reduced a lot. At noon that day, Uchiha Ming opened the lunch box as usual, took a bite of each dish inside, and his face was a little subtle. Why is the taste getting more and more ordinary? On the first day, only the grilled mackerel was special in the lunch box given by Takasaki Yu. The others were delicious. Since that day, the delicious dishes have become fewer and fewer, and the dishes with ordinary taste have become more and more. Today, all the dishes in the lunch box taste as ordinary as the grilled mackerel on the first day. When eating the staff meal at night, Takasaki Yu's cooking skills were kept at a very high level. Why did he fail when it came to the lunch box? Was he expressing his opinion to Uchiha Ming in a tactful way? Like many people watching videos while eating, Uchiha Ming squinted his eyes while eating, and as usual, he used his eyes scattered over Tokyo to patrol the city. Suddenly, Uchiha Ming frowned. He saw the bastard yellow-haired man from Takasaki's family who had not appeared for a long time, and the young monk who had come to preach before, hiding in the corner of the street and pointing at the izakaya. How did these two scums collude with each other? Chapter 44 Chapter 047 Heading to Sanzu River. To be on the safe side, Uchiha Ming placed one or more crows in his home, school, and workplace, as well as important places such as the Metropolitan Police Department, to monitor any abnormal situation at any time. It was noon, and the Takasaki Bureau Tavern was not open yet. The yellow-haired gangster and the young monk talked and gestured for a few words, and then walked into a barbecue restaurant not far away. Two scums gathered together, and they were near the tavern. Which was definitely not a good thing. Unfortunately, crows were too annoying for the restaurant, so they couldn't follow them in to listen to what they were talking about. After a meal, the two men came out of the barbecue restaurant with greasy faces and bulging bellies. The young monk did not wear monk's robes like the day he came to preach, but wore casual clothes and a hat to disguise himself. The two said a few words at the door of the store and were about to separate, and saw the yellow-haired gangster holding the young monk's sleeve tightly, begging with a flattering face. The young monk was impatient with his entanglement, and casually took out a few fukuzawa yukichi and threw them on the ground. The yellow-haired gangster picked them up with a smile on his face, then spit at the back of the young monk, took the money with satisfaction, and stopped a taxi. Uchiha Ming's mind changed, and the crow that had been resting on the power line followed him. A euro, a euro, a euro, a euro. The yellow-haired gangster took a taxi to Edogawa District. Edogawa District was named after the Edogawa River flowing in the east and the Arakawa River in the west, sandwiched between the two rivers. Like Adachi and Kita, Edogawa is at the bottom of Tokyo's urban contempt chain, with chaotic public security and poor economic development. After getting off the taxi in Minami Kasaicho, the yellow-haired thug waited on the phone at the intersection. Soon, a white van with the words Nishino Freight Company printed on the outside drove over. The yellow-haired thug got into the car. "How is it, did you get the key to the pub?" There were 4 men sitting in the back seat of the van, one of whom was a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh and a scar on the corner of his mouth. If this man was 20 or 30 years younger, he would definitely be a vicious villain who stopped children from crying at night, but now he is old, with grey hair and many wrinkles on his face, which makes him look a little funny. "Brother Zukao, the key is here." The yellow-haired thug took out a bunch of keys like offering treasures. Inogoka Yoshio took the key, nodded with satisfaction, thought for a while and asked again. "Didn't your father sever the father-son relationship with you? Why did he give you the key? After all, I am the only son of the old man, and I haven't seen him for several years. As long as I kneel down and cry and express my desire to change my ways, he will still be soft-hearted and say he will give me one last chance." The yellow-haired gangster said with a proud look on his face. "In this way, I have also made a contribution, so I can join the Ijima family, right?" "Yet." Inogoka Yoshio responded casually with a perfunctory look on his face. "Is the group going to take action against those two bastards? Count me in too." And the bald head of the Gensen Society said that they will send the people to Saitama Prefecture at 6 o'clock tonight before the ceremony begins. The yellow-haired gangster still had bruises on his forehead that had not subsided, his right arm was wrapped in bandages, and his face was full of resentment. He couldn't wait to speak. "You are still a newcomer and have no experience. Don't participate in this operation. The team is looking forward to young people like you. There will be more important tasks for you in the future. You should stay at the headquarters first. Then the money we agreed on. When the final payment of Gensenhui arrives, your share will naturally not be less." With a few words, he sent the yellow-haired gangster away. Zukao Yuxiang spat and said disdainfully. "He can even sell his own sister. This kind of scum wants to join our Jideo. Who knows if he will betray us next time? Yes, we Jideo are the most chivalrous and righteous. How could we want such garbage? Several yakuzas who are also not young, about 50 years old, echoed. Zukao Yuxiang looked at these yakuzas who were as old as himself and was speechless. The problem of aging plagues Japanese society, and gangs are naturally no exception. According to statistics from the Metropolitan Police Department, the number of gang members has dropped from 70,000 at its peak in the 1990s to 18,000 now, of which more than 40% are over 50 years old. Not only that, the government's crackdown on gangs has become increasingly severe. The 2000 Ramp Exclusion Ordinance directly stipulates that gang members cannot open bank accounts, cannot take out loans, cannot sign contracts, etc., and has passed a series of exclusion and discrimination policies against gangs. The economic downturn will never end. Ordinary people have a hard time, and the lives of the gangsters are not easy. Yoshio Inoguchi touched the dim tattoo on his arm and couldn't help but recall the glorious years when he first entered the industry in the 1980s. Those years were really the golden years of the gangsters, and they could do whatever they wanted. When the money from the Gensen Society arrives, the first thing he has to do is to go to the tattoo shop and touch up the color of the tattoo. The white van drove along the central ring highway of the capital. By the way, why did the Gensen Society want us to kidnap these two female students? Yoshio Ikuchi still had concerns about this matter. It was no longer the era when the Yakuza could do whatever they wanted, and this was Tokyo, not some rural place. Once the Metropolitan Police Department caught any clues, not only the Iijima family, but also the Makoto group above them might be swept away. But the deposit given by the Gensen Society was too much, and the boss had lost a large number of goods in the group, so he was desperate and needed money to turn around and save his life, otherwise they would not take this risk. Maybe those bald men are tired of playing with female believers and want to try twin high school girls. That's great. The new religion has money and women. I also want to join. Several middle-aged and elderly yakuza started to make dirty jokes. I know that. One of the four men, a fat man in his 30s, said, picking the acne on his face with his hands. Seeing that the attention of others had been attracted, the fat man smiled triumphantly. He smiled and said, I have a fellow villager who is a believer of the Shokusen Society. He has participated in many ceremonies. So I know a little bit. The Shokusen Society worships the twin Buddha. They believe that twins are the best sacrifices. Twins, why? It seems to be related to the teachings of the Shokusen Society. But this is also normal. We have a custom in Japan since ancient times that twins are ominous, and even twins are killed. The new show The Spirit on Myoji I followed this season, the heroine was a twin born in the family of the shrine's chief, and was regarded as a warning from the gods against natural disasters. And became a living sacrifice. You are indeed a young person, you know a lot. Among this group of yakuza who are over 50 years old, the fat man in his 30s is naturally considered a young man. And it sounds like this fat man is actually an otaku. It is quite rare for otaku to be yakuza. There is a saying that the aging of gangs is inseparable from the popularity of otaku culture. Those young people with dark personalities, who were excluded by school and society and could not find jobs, were originally reserve members of gangs, but with the popularity of otaku culture, they became otaku instead. Just like after the launch of Krypton Gold card drawing mobile games, the business of pachinko parlors declined. It is said that the leader of the Gensen Society has extraordinary powers. The fat man lowered his voice and said in a mysterious tone, that fellow villager once told me after getting drunk that the leader of the Gensen Society has been obtaining extraordinary powers by sacrificing living people. Extraordinary? How is that possible? Which of these fraudulent leaders doesn't brag about his boundless magical powers? It's different. Although I haven't joined the religion, the Gensen Society is well known in my hometown. The Gensen Society has been able to develop to tens of thousands of believers in just a few years, relying on the leader's several appearances at the Dharma Assembly, showing extraordinary powers. Which of those stupid believers didn't say that? A Yakuza said disdainfully. Although he was not well educated, he was still full of superiority in IQ to the believers of new religions. Okay, stop talking. Whatever the Gensin Society wants to do is none of our business. We just need to deliver the goods. Yoshio Zukao interrupted the conversation impatiently. Check, have you brought all the anesthetics, towels, sleeping pills, handcuffs, and masks? Having not done this kind of kidnapping work for several years, Yoshio Zukao felt that his skills were a little rusty, although he did this a lot when he was young. The other gang members checked their pockets and nodded to Yoshio Zukao. Then proceed according to the plan. We will open the store door and hide on the second floor. Once the sisters come in, the four of us will fight 2 against 1, quickly knock them out, put them in the car, and send them to the Gensin Society in one go. Don't come back later. Take the money and hide in the countryside to avoid the limelight. The other Yakuza responded in succession, their faces full of excitement and cruelty. ITO, when you take action, drive the van to block the store door, and be careful not to be seen by the outside world. ITO Yoshio turned his head and warned the driver. But ITO did not reply, but stepped on the accelerator without saying a word and continued to drive the van forward. A crow suddenly jumped out from the passenger seat and looked at him with scarlet eyes. Crow? When did ITO raise a crow? But now is not the time to consider such trivial matters, ITO Yoshio shouted. ITO, did you hear me? And why are you driving so fast? ITO turned a deaf ear to it, but instead intensified it, stepped on the accelerator hard, and the van sped along the road at an exaggerated speed like Grand Theft Auto, rushing onto the Arakawa Bridge. ITO felt uneasy and quickly grabbed Ito's neck from the back seat and yelled. You are crazy. You are driving so fast. You are going to Sanzu River, right? Sanzu River? Yes, this is the death car leading to Sanzu River. Ito turned his head, his eyes were sluggish, his face was expressionless, and he spoke in a strange and indifferent tone, which made Ito's scalp numb. Before he could do anything, Ito stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, turned the steering wheel, and the van knocked over the guardrail of the Arakawa Bridge, and the whole car rolled into the Arakawa. A huge wave exploded on the wide Arakawa River. But it soon returned to calm. Even if there were more dregs, it could not stop the Arakawa from continuing to flow forward. Chapter 45 Chapter 046 The beginning of the Wujiashin incident. Things are really becoming more and more complicated. Uchiha Ming opened his eyes and muttered to himself. His right eye still has 2 megatama, and his left eye has 3 black megatama rotating. Sharingan LV2, 50/100. The 3 megatama Sharingan in Uchiha Ming's left eye is naturally not because of emotional stimulation that the brain secretes special chakra to open the eye, but entirely because of the system's points. It turns out that there is this bug in the Naruto game. It probably takes 100 proficiency points to upgrade the 2 eyes of Sharingan to LV3, and only 50 points for the other eye. The system also inherited this bug. Although only one is a 3 megatama Sharingan, it is also a hypnotic eye that can cast illusions. It turns out that Uchiha Ming saw the yellow-haired gangsters and the monks of the Gensin Society and the gangs hanging out together, and they were going to stage a plot where the trash brother colluded with outsiders to seize the family property. If it was just the former, Uchiha Ming would not have needed to take action. He would have notified Matsudera Cho of the news. With her energy, she would definitely be able to protect the Takasaki sisters. But I didn't expect that they were kidnapped because they were twins, and it involved a new religious movement. The Orthodox Society, anything related to religion is very tricky to get involved with. Not to mention sacrifice, it is simply a cult behavior. More importantly, the words supernatural and sacrifice touched Uchiha Ming's sensitive nerves. Unlike those low-level gang members, Uchiha Ming knew that there were monsters and evil spirits in this world, and there were real supernatural powers. Could this leader who claimed to have real magic power really be a supernatural person? But according to the six-handed monster he met, there were no human supernaturals such as Onmyoji in the world, only Uchiha Wajifa. Is the six-handed monster's intelligence wrong, or is the world changing, and after monsters and evil spirits, human supernaturals are beginning to appear? When Uchiha Ming thought that the situation might be beyond his imagination, he felt uneasy. Monsters and evil spirits were fine, but if humans also began to master supernatural powers, it would definitely be bad news for him. The leader will show his magical powers at the Dharma Assembly. There is a Dharma Assembly at 6 o'clock in the evening. Uchiha Ming tapped the table with his index finger and pondered. After school, Uchiha Ming called Gao Qiu directly to ask for leave, then went out of the school gate and came to the North District. He turned into an ordinary student with ordinary appearance, went to an internet cafe, and asked for a computer. Japan's management of household registration is very loose. Because of the vigilance against the strict household registration management system established during the military period for conscription after the war, it became politically correct to oppose the strict management of household registration. You don't need identity proof to go to the internet cafe, just pay money. Uchiha Ming turned on the computer and searched for information about Gensinhui. These new religions are legal religions established with official permission. Because they need to preach and understand the principle of keeping pace with the times, many of them have their own websites, and even open Twitter to communicate with believers, and believers can also raise funds electronically. The homepage of Gensinhui is very well made and novel, much better than the monotonous home pages of some county officials in Japan that have remained unchanged for more than 10 or 20 years. Uchiha Ming browsed the information on the homepage. The Shoshinokai was a new religion registered in Shishibuya County, Saitama Prefecture, and obtained the qualification of a religious corporation. The registration history was only 3 years, but the website said that the Shoshinokai had more than 200 monks, 100,000 lay people, and 300,000 believers registered in the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology's Religious Affairs Division. Of course, the Shoshinokai would definitely brag on its homepage. It is hard to say how much water there is in it. The entire Shishibuya County population is not that much. But even so, even if it is only 1/10 or 1/20, for a new religion with a registration history of only 3 years, the development momentum can be said to be in full swing. Uchiha Ming raised his eyebrows, wrote down the address of the Shoshinokai headquarters, and left the internet cafe. Let me go meet this leader and see if he is a charlatan who deceives the world or a true extraordinary person. €1. In Yako's town, Shishibuya County, Saitama Prefecture, the 1,300-meter high Mount Ryukao was named because of the armor enshrined in the Take-Nori. There is a huge Japanese courtyard at the foot of Mount Wujia. The main gate and some towers inside have obvious Buddhist style. Under the eaves of the main gate hangs a plaque titled Gensinhui. The characters are flying and dancing, and you can tell at a glance that it was written by a great calligrapher. A young monk with a delicate appearance, wearing a white monk robe, waited anxiously. It's almost 6 o'clock. Why haven't the Ijima family come yet? Damn it, they didn't run away with the money. I knew that Yakuza was a bunch of scum. Trash. Borers. The young monk cursed loudly with anger. At this time, a Subaru drove over, and a 30-year-old young monk with thick eyebrows and big eyes and a couple got off the car with a pair of children around 10 years old. Master, the 2 lay Buddhists are willing to donate their children to Gensinhui. It is really a great merit. Go in here first, and the Dharma assembly will start soon. The couple walked into the courtyard with their ignorant children under the guidance of a monk with a pious look. Brother Kimura, haven't you completed the task assigned by the leader? I brought the twin boys here. The young monk said provocatively. Damn, the twin sisters will be here soon, Brother Ida. Monk Kimura lowered his head and said unwillingly. €1. You can't even do such a small thing well. It seems that you will soon fall out of favor. When the leader gave me the initiation last night, he said that after this sacrifice, he would also pass on the extraordinary power to me. I will soon have magical powers like the leader. Brother Ida patted Monk Kimura's creamy white face, with a smug look on his face, and then walked away. You bastard! There were several monks holding sticks to guard the door next to the young monk, but they all looked straight ahead and pretended not to see or hear. These two people were the most favored disciples of the leader, and they were not comparable to ordinary monks like them. In the next half hour, cars drove in one after another, and the believers entered the courtyard. Dozens of cars parked in the parking lot outside the manor. It was finally 6 o'clock. The sky was gloomy, covered with dark clouds, and a drizzle fell, but this could not dampen the enthusiasm of the hundreds of believers who gathered. They all stood in the courtyard of the manor. The design of the Buddhist hall of the Gensin Society is very special. It is a semi-open building structure. The hall floor was not paved with wooden tiles, and the soil was exposed directly. The murals on the first floor of the room were painted with bright red and green colors, depicting a picture of Buddha suppressing evil spirits. A clay statue of Mingwang Buddha, 2 meters tall, with angry eyes and a terrifying face, sat cross-legged on a lotus platform. Master! 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 Amid the fanatical calls of the believers, a fat monk with a big belly and wearing a gorgeous purple cassock appeared on the top floor of the attic. This master, who looked fat and greasy, looked like an office worker facing a midlife crisis, except that he had no hair at all. There was actually a circle of golden Buddha light behind his head. It was shining in the darkness, dazzling. The master waved his sleeves and jumped directly from the attic, which was 7 or 8 meters high. He was not afraid that his belly would fall to the ground like a ripe and swollen tomato and become a puddle of mud. I saw a golden Buddha palm condensed in the air, catching the fat body of the leader and carrying him to the ground slowly. Chapter 46 Chapter 047 I like it too, please read it later. Leader. Leader is showing his spirit. Leader has magical powers and boundless magic power. Seeing the golden Buddha palm floating in the air and the Buddha light behind the leader's head, most of the fanatical believers knelt down immediately, and some believers who were attending the Dharma assembly for the first time hesitated for a moment and knelt down involuntarily. Layman, layman. The leader raised his hands and pressed twice, and the whole scene was miraculously quiet. The Dharma ending age is coming, and the evil body of the double-bodied Buddha is about to destroy the world. At this time, I, your leader, as the good body of the double-bodied Buddha, came to the world to save the world. The leader raised a fat hand and waved his arms, spitting, and announced loudly and passionately. SHH! He shouted, raised a hand and pressed it against a rockery as high as a person in the courtyard. A fist shadow appeared out of thin air and smashed the rockery into pieces. Some people slander and defame our Gensin society as a heretic. Look at this Buddha light, look at this Buddhist Dharma. Is this what a heretic can have? Our Gensin society is the only correct belief, and those people are heretics. I know that some of you have lost all your property, your wife and children, and suffered the cold eyes of relatives and friends for the Gensin society, but that is just a test before you get salvation. Those who slandered Gensin society as a heretic are jealous of your salvation. They are demons sent by the evil body. The believers kneeling on the ground were moved to tears and pounded their heads. Savior! Savior! Long live the Orthodox faith! Gwa, Master, we will follow you till death. After the fanatical emotions at the scene were vented, the noise gradually subsided, and the master nodded with satisfaction and whispered a few words to the monks who followed him. The monks brought up several people who were tied up tightly and gagged, including men and women, old and young. These people are all trying to betray the Orthodox faith, want to leave the church, and even want to inform the police and TV stations. For such people who are tempted by the evil body and do not repent, they must be purified by the Dharma of this master. The master raised his palm, like slapping a fly, and the golden Buddha palm slapped them one by one, smashing these people into meat paste. Among the hundreds of believers present, there are many friends and relatives of the deceased, but the believers were unmoved, but cheered enthusiastically. This is undoubtedly a magical power. The leader who can use this extraordinary power must be the true Buddha and the Savior. Looking at the devout believers who are devoted to him, the leader's fat face is also full of pride. He has Buddha's light on his head, and he paces back and forth among the believers. Wherever he goes, the believers bow their heads with great piety, and some even kiss his footprints. All the laymen present are devout believers who have been tested. But a rat has sneaked into our midst. The leader stopped in front of a middle-aged man who pretended to be fanatical but full of anxiety. His eyes were full of teasing and malice. I am loyal to the leader. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, the illusory golden Buddha's palm grabbed him, lifted him into the air, and tightened the force little by little. You can't kill me. I'm from the Metropolitan Police Department, I'm from the 5th Public Security Section. Facing a life and death situation, the middle-aged man didn't care about hiding his identity and shouted out loudly. What, someone from the Metropolitan Police Department? For the first time, the leader, who had the power of life and death like a god, showed a panic expression on his face. He thought it was a reporter or something like that who didn't know how to live or die. The leader had killed people who wanted to make big news, but it was different for official people. Seeing the change in the leader's face, the middle-aged man also forced out a flattering smile. Now his life and death all depended on the leader's thoughts. Even if the Ministry of Public Security could arrest the leader later, so what? His life was really gone. The middle-aged man thought of a solution and persuaded again. In fact, there is no conflict between the leader and the government. We can cooperate. We in Lesson 5 have been looking for the leader, a great monk with real magical powers. In the recent restart of the investigation of religious forces around Tokyo, Lesson 5 discovered the Gensin Society, a religious group with rapidly expanding power, and some very bad rumors. The most important thing is that some people swear that they have seen the leader appear. But such remarks are not uncommon in new religions. Those believers all regard their leaders as gods. Lesson 5 did not care too much, but tried his best, so he was sent to infiltrate the Gensin Society. Unexpectedly, the leader of the Gensin Society turned out to be a genuine extraordinary person, a big fish. Don't be afraid, leader. We, Lesson 5, can help you get rid of the crimes you have done. We will not hold you accountable for the past. Although he had been in the organization for a short time, the middle-aged man found that the Gensin Society had done a lot of evil things in private, and the leader was guilty of many crimes, such as killing people to silence them, stealing money and killing people, bullying men and women. He did not do anything to women. After all, the things between the abbot and the little monk were also considered the traditional culture of Japanese Buddhism. But so what, the dead were just some civilians. As long as the leader surrendered and was honest and obedient, he, as the only extraordinary person in the hands of the government, would naturally enjoy preferential treatment. Even if it is exposed later, at most he can just step down and apologize and forget about it. Everyone makes mistakes when they are young, so why do they keep harping on it? The Buddha said that if you put down your butcher knife, you will become a Buddha immediately. The 5th lesson always gives people a chance to reform. Hearing this, the leader's eyes flickered and he was moved. The middle-aged man couldn't help but smile. As long as this extraordinary person is incorporated into the 5th lesson, the status of their 5th lesson will definitely rise, completely suppressing the 4th search department, and even merging the 4th search department into the 5th lesson. The department will be upgraded, and he who has made great contributions will also be promoted. But at this moment, something strange happened, and the middle-aged man was directly crushed by the golden Buddha's palm, and blood splashed all over the leader's head and face. The leader was also confused and shocked, as if he had not expected such a thing to happen, but he quickly understood and glanced at the statue of Mingwang Buddha in the Buddhist hall with a look of shame, anger, and resentment. Then the leader turned around with a gloomy face and walked out of the believers. The handsome brother Ida hurriedly approached him with a flattering face and sang his praises. As expected of the leader, you have boundless magical power. What can a mere mortal government do to the leader? As long as the leader shows his magical power, the Metropolitan Police Department will kneel down at the leader's feet. Pa! The leader slapped Brother Ida in the face, making Brother Ida stagger. Brother Ida covered his cheek in disbelief. When he was initiating the initiation last night, the leader was so gentle that he said he would pass on his magical power to him. Why did he turn his face against him today? How are the sacrifices prepared? The leader looked very ugly and asked in an angry voice. The male twins have arrived. But the female twins that Brother Kimura is responsible for have not arrived yet. Brother Ida hurriedly gave Kimura some eye drops. A bunch of trash. Forget it, let's not wait any longer, let's start the sacrifice. I'll go change my robes. The drizzle gradually got heavier. Monk Kimura, who had been looking around at the entrance of the Gensenhui headquarters, had completely given up. Yakuza was indeed a bunch of useless people who could not even kidnap 2 high school girls. He thought they were local tyrants and could be of some use. If he had known this, he might as well have led the monks to kidnap people. At this time, a figure wearing a hat covering his entire face and a white monk's robe walked out of the night to the main gate of the Gensenhui. Where did you come from, you wild monk? Get out! Our Gensenhui does not accept people to hang up. A gatekeeper monk yelled. I am not here to hang up, but I heard that the leader of the Gensenhui has profound Buddhist teachings, so I came to discuss it. The leader is busy with all kinds of things, and you can't expect a wandering monk like you to see him. Monk Kimura pouted and signaled the monk next to him to drive the man away. Buddhism? This is Buddhism. A strong monk with a face full of flesh, who looked more like a yakuza than a monk, held a stick as thick as his wrists in both hands, and hit the monk in the bamboo hat with a stick fiercely and viciously. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The stick was grabbed by the monk in the bamboo hat, and then he pulled it back, and the stick was taken away. Then the stick hit the strong monk's bald head with a thunderous force, and his head was knocked into the abdomen. I also like this way of discussing Buddhism. Chapter 47 Chapter 048 Killing to Protect Life, Killing Karma is not killing people, please read it later. Dead, dead. A monk who was guarding the door shouted. Kimura opened his eyes wide and looked unbelievable. Not only was the monk in the bamboo hat ruthless and killed him with one blow, but he also knocked the monk's head into the abdomen with one stick. What a strange power! Monk Kimura suddenly felt something was wrong and quietly retreated behind the crowd. Come on, beat this wild monk to death. After Kimura gave the order, the 4 or 5 gatekeeper monks at the door rushed up with sticks and grinned. They were outnumbered, how could they survive under the beating? The monk in the bamboo hat broke the sticks in their hands with a seemingly light flick of the stick, cracking their knuckles and bleeding. Then the stick swept them away with the force of wind and thunder, and they fell to the ground, breathing out more than breathing in, and it was obvious that they were dead. Thief bawled. Kimura's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated back to the courtyard. On the way, he met a group of monks who heard the commotion and came to support, and they also held sticks in their hands. Brother Kimura, what happened? Monk, there are monks. The monks who came to support were confused, and some scratched their shiny bald heads. What monks, aren't we all monks? Oh my, there are monks coming to our door. Enemy attack, it's an enemy attack. Kimura stamped his feet anxiously and shouted loudly. His shrill cry attracted the attention of other people patrolling in the courtyard. The monks came to the rescue. Seeing that there were more than 50 or 60 monks gathered, Kimura's courage grew. The monk with a bamboo hat was indeed scary, but could he fight against 100 people with 3 heads and 6 arms? He looked at the wooden sticks in the monk's hands, his eyes flashed with ferocity, and he said viciously, "Throw away all the wooden sticks, use knives." Send the knives down, this time the enemy is not ordinary, I will cut him into pieces. Several monks rushed into the warehouse in the courtyard and took out bundles of samurai swords and katana wrapped in straw ropes and distributed them. A group of monks, like wolves and tigers, rushed towards the gate with knives in their hands. The rain gradually got heavier. The monk with a bamboo hat, wearing his spectacles that completely covered his face, walked over leisurely with a bloody stick in his hand. "Quick, kill him!" Kimura shouted angrily with red eyes. Now the Dharma assembly has undoubtedly begun. He has already lost a lot of points for not bringing the twins as sacrifices. If he lets this monk in the bamboo hat break into the Dharma assembly and disturb the sacrificial ceremony of the leader, then he will be really finished. One after another, monks holding swords rushed over in the drizzle with hideous faces, shouting and slashing. How can these monks be pure in mind and body? They are clearly a group of evil spirits. The monk in the bamboo hat walked steadily, leaving footprints on the ground, rushed forward, and pulled out a stick. Clang clang! The wooden stick was not cut off by the sword, but it broke the sword and the owner's arm, and then the stick was either hit on the chest, smashing a hole as big as a face in the chest, or swept across to smash the person several meters away, or simply smashed the bald heads one by one. A staff was wielded by the monk in the bamboo hat with great vigor. Anyone who was touched by the staff would either die or be injured. In an instant, dozens of people fell to the ground, and the rest of the monks collapsed completely. They were just lured by the leader's magic and money, not dead soldiers. It was quite good that they could hold on until now. The monks with collapsed morale began to flee everywhere. The monk in the bamboo hat threw away the staff, formed a seal with his hands, and then raised his bamboo hat to reveal a mouth. When he opened his mouth and spit out, fireballs flew into the air like flowers scattered by a fairy, turning the fleeing monks into firemen and making shrill screams. The rain was heavier, and silver threads fell from the sky to the ground, as if to wash away the sins of the world. The ground was lit up like torches, and the sparks were scattered. Even the rain could not extinguish them. Black clouds, rain, fire, white-robed monks wearing bamboo hats, a monk lying on the ground watching this scene, took his last breath. Eradication of evil, perhaps this is the true Buddha. A euro, a euro, a euro, a euro. The noise in the front yard was so loud that it could not be covered up, and the believers standing in the drizzle could not help but whisper to each other. The leader with Buddha's light on his head frowned and looked towards the front yard frequently. A pile of firewood had been piled up in the courtyard. A pair of boys who looked exactly the same were tied to a wooden stake back to back. They looked at their parents holding torches with innocent eyes, and asked when the game would end. They wanted to go home. What's going on? Why is there such a loud noise? The fat and big-eared leader looked dissatisfied, and said to Brother Ida, "Go to the front yard and see what that idiot Kimura is doing." "Yes, leader." Brother Ida lowered his head and hurried away in small steps. Then the leader turned around, showing a hypocritical and compassionate smile on his face, and said in a shocking voice, "Layman, only by sacrificing the ominous twins to the twin Buddha can we weaken the power of the evil body and save the world before the end of the Dharma era. Come on, two laymen, please use the sacred fire to purify this pair of evil spirits." Brother Ida hurried to the corridor and saw Kimura crawling over with a pale face, screaming. "People are dead, many people are dead, the law enforcement team is wiped out." Upon hearing this, Brother Ida, who had wanted to laugh at Kimura, became serious. "There are dozens of people dead, how is this possible? Who is the offender? With so many people dead, even the Gensin society cannot cover it up, and it will definitely shock the whole country. This cannot be done by a gang. Under official suppression, they have to be cautious. This scale of fighting has not been seen for many years. It is okay for gangs to secretly kill a few people, but how could they blatantly attack the headquarters of the Gensin society? The gangs come to make money, not to fight and kill. Killing so many people, what good would it do them? not to mention that the authorities would investigate afterwards, and no matter which group it was, they would be uprooted by the authorities. Could it be the Metropolitan Police Department? Because the leader killed their undercover, so they started killing people. But it has only been a short time, and the Metropolitan Police Department has taken such swift action to avenge their companions. Is this still the Metropolitan Police Department that he knows is only late and apologizes? Even if they are wrong, how can the Metropolitan Police Department face the accusations of national public opinion after killing so many people? Even if the chief of the Metropolitan Police Department steps down, it may not be able to cope with it. Yes, neither of them. Ghost. A monk, he, hit with a stick, evil body. He is not a human, he must be the evil body of the double-bodied Buddha. Kimura shouted incoherently. Kimura saw that the situation was not good and slipped away quickly. He did not have time to see the scene of the monk in the bamboo hat spitting fireballs, otherwise, he might have completely collapsed now. Baga. Brother Ida grabbed Kimura and slapped him several times in a row. What nonsense, even if it is the evil body of the double-bodied Buddha, don't forget that our leader is the reincarnation of the good body. Evil cannot defeat good, and we still have the leader behind us. I don't know if it was the name of the leader or the effect of these slaps. Kimura's eyes gradually recovered and he stopped yelling. Seeing this, Brother Ida nodded and asked, "You said it was a monk? Not the Metropolitan Police Department? Yakuza?" Yes, yes. Since it's just a monk holding a stick, what's there to be afraid of? Even if it's Mao Qing, how many bullets can he take? What do you mean? The Dharma Protection Team is destroyed, and there is still our Purification Team. Our Purification Team is the most reliable last line of defense for the leader. Senior Brother Yida said with a fierce look on his face. At the same time, the monk in the bamboo hat had come to the corridor from the front yard, leaving a row of wet footprints on the ground. As long as you walk through the long wooden corridor, you can reach the courtyard. At this time, 7 or 8 monks suddenly squeezed in from the other side of the corridor. These monks were different from the previous monks who looked big and strong. Each of them had regular features and a muscular body. And they all held modified hunting rifles in their hands, and the 2 leaders held pistols. Senior Brother Yida looked unkind looking at the white-robed monk in front of him wearing a skylight. The skylight is shaped like an inverted straw basket, woven with rattan or bamboo strips, with only a few rows of large holes on the front. It is the typical dress of the Puhua sect monks known as the Void Monk. Could it be that the temple in Shishibuya County, Saitama Prefecture, was dissatisfied with the Shokunin Society's encroachment on faith and launched a religious war to wipe out the Shokunin Society? But how is this possible? Even in the Warring States period, there were no such fierce monks. Stinky monk, stop, don't move. Who are you? Why are you here? Brother Ida raised his pistol, without aiming, and there was no way to dodge in the corridor, not to mention that there were several shotguns here. Japan prohibits illegal possession of guns by civilians. It is a country with strict requirements for gun management, and the severity ranks among the top in the world. With the financial resources of their Gensin society, they only got 3 pistols, and the rest can only be made up with shotguns. But even so, a gun is still a gun. The lethality and attack range of hot weapons far exceed all long and short cold weapons. Feeling the cold touch of steel in the palm of his hand, and looking at his companions around him, Kimura, who was almost scared before, was re-injected with courage. The gun is the power of a man. Someone can do something earth-shattering with a homemade broken gun. How can he, Kimura, holding a real pistol, not be the shield of the leader? Speak. Who sent you? What do you want to do? Kimura threatened. Haven't I been discussing Buddhism with you, the Gensin Society, in a way that we all like? The monk in the bamboo hat took off his ceremonial robe, revealing the deep wrinkles on his brows and a pair of dark eyes under his thick eyebrows. We have finished communicating Buddhism with ordinary monks, and the next one should be the leader. You should go and listen together." A trace of red light flashed in the monk's left eye. "What a joke! How could I let a dangerous person like you go to see the leader? I will kill you here." Kimura was about to pull the trigger, but he was shocked to see that the other monks silently put down their guns, dispersed in an orderly manner, stood on both sides, and revealed the aisle. "Are you going to betray the leader?" Kimura was about to shout this, but found that he was one of them. When the monk in the bamboo hat walked past Kimura, he looked at him with disdain, as if he was looking at an ant. "You don't have to go." Kimura picked up the gun and put it to his chin. Bang! Evil body! Sure enough, it was evil body. Chapter 48 Chapter 049 Buddhist Exchange, please read later. "Come on, two laymen, please use the sacred fire to purify this pair of evil spirits." The leader, wearing a red robe with gold thread inlaid with pearls and jade, looked at the couple holding torches with a compassionate expression on his face, but his eyes were full of cruelty and mockery. In addition to lynching traitors, his favorite thing was to hold sacrifices and let the relatives of the sacrifices light the fire themselves. This was not only a test of obedience, but also meant that the believers cut off all the ties of the past and could only be devoted to him from then on. This feeling of being absolutely believed in, this feeling of wantonly playing with other people's feelings, like the previous life and death, made him have the illusion that he was already a god. The couple's faces changed from cloudy to bright, and facing their sons who were crying loudly, their hands holding torches began to tremble. The mother finally couldn't hold on any longer, threw the torch on the ground, knelt in front of the leader, and kowtowed repeatedly. "Merciful leader, please forgive me. Please forgive me. We regretted it and won't offer sacrifices anymore." The leader didn't even look at the mother kneeling on the ground, but stared at the father, squeezing out a few words on his expressionless fat face. "What about you?" The children's father held a torch and gritted his teeth to take action, but failed several times and finally collapsed. He fell to the ground and choked with sobs. "Please forgive me, master. I am willing to donate all my property in lieu of. Press down these two sinners who betrayed the orthodox faith." The master kicked him over and shouted. The other monks who were watching rushed over and tied up the couple and pressed them aside. The master, with a bloated belly, bent down with difficulty, picked up the torch, and preached loudly and passionately. "Money, family affection, and even life in the secular world are nothing but bubbles and illusions, like dew and lightning. Only the salvation of this master is eternal. You only need to believe in me, follow me, and obey me to be saved. Nothing else is needed." Hundreds of believers cheered loudly, not caring that the ground was wet with rain and muddy, and they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "That's the feeling," the master thought happily in his heart. Many of the hundreds of believers were only forced by their relatives and friends to attend the Dharma assembly. At first, they looked at him coldly and cursed him on the spot, or dared not speak out, and were submissive and disapproving. However, as long as he displayed his magical powers, they would eventually bow down at his feet and become his loyal believers. This is extraordinary. This is Buddhism. I am God. The leader picked up the torch, swung it vigorously, and threw it on the firewood. Boom! In the dark clouds, lightning flashed, and lightning snakes shuttled through the clouds. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The original drizzle had already developed into a heavy rain. The firewood had long been wet by the rain, accumulating a lot of moisture. With the increasing rain, the torch fell on it, and the flame flickered a few times before being extinguished by the rain. "You bastard! God damn it!" The leader was so embarrassed that he wiped the rain off his face and started to curse. He quickly waved his hand to find a few monks. "Go get the gasoline, no, go to the kitchen and get all the oil." The rain was getting heavier and heavier. And the leader couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his sleeves and went to the temple to take shelter from the rain. As for the other believers, they could only stay in the courtyard to get wet. Otherwise, how could they show their firm faith? Bang! A gunshot was clearly audible even in the rain and reached the leader's ears. Did they use a gun? The leader was shocked. It was a secret that the Gensin Society had a private collection of firearms. In order to be on the safe side, he made plans for the worst-case scenario. Only a few of his trusted disciples and monks who had received initiation were gathered together for shooting training. What happened in the front yard that had to be solved with a gun? At this time, he saw a monk in white with thick eyebrows and big eyes walking out of the corridor. "Who are you?" Seeing this unidentified monk whose robes were obviously different from those of the Gensin Society, the leader frowned, feeling a little uneasy, and shouted sternly. The Ida who was sent out also disappeared, and the sound of the gunshot made his eyelids jump, and he had a premonition of the coming of the end of the world. Looking at the fat and stupid leader in front of him, Uchiha Ming, who had transformed into the land, couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. Although this was the first time he met the leader face to face, his spies had been monitoring the leader in the air, and the fat pig in front of him deserved to die even if he was caught and set on fire. "Amitabha, I am here to discuss Buddhism." After killing so many evil monks, Uchiha Ming's blood gradually boiled, and the murderous aura had not subsided, and it fluctuated further. "Evil demon, look at my Buddhism." The leader was startled and raised a hand to press Uchiha Ming. Shh! A golden Buddha's palm more than 1 meter long appeared above Uchiha Ming's head, and it slapped down with a bang, splashing mud and water, and smashing a half-meter deep hole the size of a door panel on the ground. Did he kill it? The leader opened his eyes wide. Just then, a monk in white with thick eyebrows and big eyes walked out of the corridor, exactly the same as the previous one. Is this the leader's dharma? Then it's time to see the poor monk's dharma next. Uchiha Ming waved his sleeves and took out a shiny black pistol. Bang! A bullet shot through the leader's shoulder. Uchiha Ming's eyes flashed with embarrassment. He was originally aiming at the leader's bulging belly, but after all, it was his first time to touch a gun, so it was good enough to hit it. "Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Come and protect me." The leader covered his shoulder, screamed loudly, and then stumbled to the Buddhist hall. Several monks saw the pistol in Uchiha's hand and immediately fled. Some fanatics were about to rush over, but Uchiha Ming's 3 megatama in his left eye turned, stared at him, and then let out a deafening lion roar. "Get out!" The movements of these believers paused. With only a 3 megatama, it is not enough to control dozens or hundreds of people at a time. It can only shock them for a while. Uchiha Ming opened his mouth and spit out a beam of fire from his mouth, drawing a barrier of flames from far to near, separating him from the believers. Then he used the phoenix fire technique to spit out fireballs to engulf the fleeing monks. He took the gun and chased after the leader. On the road, he saw a man and a woman tied to the ground, and pointed at them casually. The knife cut the ropes on them, and the two knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the back, then rushed back. At this time, the leader had already rushed to the Buddhist hall, under the lotus platform under the feet of the Mingwang Buddha statue, and saw that the murderous pursuers had taken out their guns and aimed, and shouted anxiously with sweat on his forehead. Evil body, why don't you show up quickly and come out to eliminate the enemies of Buddha?" A cluster of fire came out of the muzzle of the gun, and bullets were shot out from the rifling. "Oh my!" The leader could only close his eyes and wait for death, but found that the bullets did not fall on him, but shot on the Mingwang Buddha statue, making holes one after another. Kaka! The face of the angry Mingwang statue cracked, and the mud at the corner of the eye fell off, revealing a green monster eye that was constantly rotating. Chapter 49 Chapter 050 Ashina School Buddhism, Seeking Follow-up Reading. The temple of the Gensin Society did not install electric lights, but set up rows of long burning lamps. The candle light flickered, and the light and darkness intertwined, illuminating the ferocious faces of the Buddha and evil spirits on the murals, as if they were alive and about to jump out of the murals to choose people to devour. The wind and rain were gloomy, and with a muffled thunder, a beam of lightning illuminated the face of the clay statue of Ming Wang enshrined in the temple. Half of the face was still a solemn and angry Ming Wang statue made of clay, and the other half was a ferocious face made of flesh and blood, with fist-sized green demonic eyes looking down at the hall from a high position. This strange and terrifying scene had the atmosphere of a storm in the stories of gods and ghosts. Evil body! Evil body, come to the rescue! The leader slapped the lotus platform and shouted. Got it! A muffled voice came out from the half-fleshed face of the Ming Wang statue, and the green demonic eyes turned and stared at the leader. Kill this evil demon! No, catch him and I will punish him with my own hands. The leader's face showed ecstasy of surviving a disaster, followed by strong hatred. He turned around, facing the statue with his back of 3 layers of fat, and gnashed his teeth. This evil demon actually hurt the precious Buddha body of this leader. He really deserves death. He must torture him with his own hands to relieve his hatred. Got it! Pieces of mud and tiles fell off the Ming Wang statue, and a thick arm reached down and grabbed the leader and lifted him up. Evil body, what are you going to do? The leader's face was purple and red, and his bald forehead was covered with cold sweat due to pain. He screamed loudly. Evil body? Do you really take your bullshit doctrine seriously? You are just an incompetent and weak human being. The giant hand lifted the leader in front of his eyes, and the mud and tiles on his face were completely peeled off, revealing a face with green face and fangs. You are useless. The spies of the Metropolitan Police Department have already caught up here, which means that the news has been leaked. You and Jensen Hui are useless. I originally planned to kill them to silence them. The monster's voice became more and more terrifying. Evil God! The leader with a bloated head was held in his hand. And the digestive fluid and blood in his abdominal cavity were squeezed out together, and he kept leaking out from his mouth and nose. His face and body were covered with blood, and he spoke incoherently. Most importantly, how dare you secretly embezzle the funds I donated to the teacher? Why do you think I play house with you? It's to raise funds for the teacher's great cause. There is so much money missing from the account. Do you think the monster can't count? Even the monster's money is dared to be swallowed. Humans are really not afraid of death. The monster hiding in the statue roared, and 4 fingers thicker than ordinary people's arms tightened, and the leader's internal organs were burst out like a frog run over by a car on the road. Then the giant hand fell down, and the rest of the body fell to the ground, and the leader covered the floor. Clang clang, broken stones and tiles fell from the Ming Wang statue to the ground, dust flew, and the monster completely crawled out of the statue. This is a monster with a height of more than 10 feet and a huge body, like a sumo wrestler with big arms and a big belly. Green face with fangs, a pair of fist-sized green eyes, black skin with blue lines all over, and a rosary made of skulls on his neck. He looks like a ghost in Japanese folk tales, or an ogre in Western legends. Uchiha Ming calmly watched the monster and the leader fighting each other, and when everything was over, he put his hands together and made a Buddhist salute. Amitabha, are you the real double-bodied Buddha? Uchiha Ming had long known that the so-called supernatural power of the leader was just a double act with the monster behind the scenes, and all the supernatural powers were the work of this monster from beginning to end. Double-bodied Buddha, let's just treat it as such. The monster, no, the double-bodied Buddha stared straight at Uchiha Ming. The flames outside, and this old face, you bald donkey, are you the human transcendent that the teacher asked us to pay more attention to in the communication? It seems that the gift prepared for the teacher is here, my luck is not bad. I also think I am lucky. The twin Buddha gave me an unexpected surprise. Before Uchiha Ming came to Jensen Hui, he thought that the leader was probably just a charlatan. Unexpectedly, he actually colluded with monsters and pretended to be a god. Relying on the power of monsters, he established Jensen Hui in a short time and attracted a large number of believers. More importantly, this twin Buddha monster seems to be related to the mysterious Tokyo Monster King. You want to attack me? Just discussing Buddhism. Since it is a twin Buddha, Buddhism should be better than the leader of Gensin Hui. I like to discuss Buddhism the most. Humph, the Dharma. The Peacock King swallowed the Buddha into his stomach, so you should also come to my stomach to listen to the Dharma. The two-bodied Buddha sneered, took a step, and his huge body rushed over like a truck, shaking the whole temple. From the monks holding sticks at the door of the Gensin Society, to dozens of monks holding knives, and then a small team of monks holding guns, it was like playing a Japanese RPG game. After passing through many levels, this Wujiashan Gensin Society copy is finally about to usher in a boss battle. Amitabha! Just then, Uchiha Ming shouted loudly, and a red light flashed in his left eye. The side door of the temple was suddenly knocked open, and 5 or 6 monks holding shotguns rushed out in a swarm, holding their shotguns and shooting at the two-bodied Buddha. Bang bang bang! Boom! A large number of sparks erupted from the muzzles of the hunting rifles. Countless lead balls, pushed by gunpowder, made the fat belly of the two-bodied Buddha bloody. Some deer bullets also made fist-sized craters on the body of the two-bodied Buddha. These hunting rifles can be used to hunt wild boars and brown bears. As long as they are still flesh and blood, they are all equal in front of bullets and will bleed. Wow! The two-bodied Buddha screamed in pain, clenched his fist and swung it, and a golden fist shadow directly knocked 2 people away. The remaining monks had no expression on their faces, their eyes were dull, and they continued to rush forward to shoot again without fear of death. The monks controlled by Uchiha Ming's Sharingan had no consciousness of their own and could not make very delicate movements. Their shooting accuracy was seriously reduced, but the hunting rifles in their hands were all shotguns, and the huge body of the two-bodied Buddha was an excellent target, and they could hit it without aiming. Bang bang bang! The sound of raindrops falling on the eaves could not cover up the fierce gunshots. A monk rushed to the double-bodied Buddha, raised a double-barreled shotgun and shot at the monster's face. The shotgun in his hand sprayed a lot of lead bullets, which made the originally ugly face bumpy and bloody. It hurts so much, go to hell! The furious double-bodied Buddha immediately tore the monk into pieces, then roared, and a circle of golden Buddha light suddenly surged from his body, covering his whole body. No matter how much the other monks shot, the lead bullets would be bounced off by the circle of golden light. The double-bodied Buddha raised a palm and slapped it, and a golden light palm smashed the remaining monks into meat paste. Are these bald men from the Gensin Society here to avenge their leader? €. The blood-soaked and panting double Buddha picked up a shotgun from the ground. The shotgun was like a chopstick in its huge palm. It took a closer look and cursed. €. Or Frankie Spas 12? A bunch of good-for-nothings in the Metropolitan Police Department actually let that fat pig get this kind of gun. The gun blade ban law is bullshit. €. Chapter 50 Chapter 051 Talents of the Immortal Clan. The law for the prohibition of the possession of guns, cannons, swords, etc. is referred to as the Gun Blade Prohibition Law. It absolutely prohibits civilians from owning handguns. Civilians are only allowed to use hunting and competitive hunting rifles and air guns under the strict approval of the Prefectural Public Safety Committee. There are also strict regulations on hunting rifles. The double-bodied Buddha monster has thick skin and a thick circle of subcutaneous fat. Other old-fashioned hunting rifles hit it, although the skin and flesh are torn and the face is full of flowers, which looks terrible, but it is only a superficial injury. However, this Frankie Spas 12 almost blew its belly and broke its intestines. Firearm identification is a compulsory course for the monsters in the organization. Shotguns like Frankie Spas 12 should be prohibited by the Gun Blade Prohibition Law. It's just that the Gensin Society didn't know how to get it, and it almost got it seriously injured. The group of trash in the Metropolitan Police Department, incompetent, dereliction of duty. The two-body Buddha could not help but jump into a rage, cursed, and broke the gun directly. Next, the two-body Buddha took out a handful of lead from the wound with one hand and threw it on the ground, and picked up a remnant from the ground with the other hand and stuffed it into his bloody mouth and chewed it. The granulation at the wound squirmed and soon stopped bleeding. The two-body Buddha ate 2 bodies in a row, and most of the injuries on his body had recovered. The two-body Buddha turned around, still chewing between his teeth, and there was a sound of broken bones. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The two-body Buddha, who ate people without spitting out bones, had a ferocious face and stared at Uchiha Ming fiercely. "Amitabha, you evil beast, how many people have you eaten?" Uchiha Ming, the fake monk, did not intend to pray for the souls of these evil monks of the Gensin society. He just saw that the two-body Buddha was so skilled in eating people, and he couldn't help but ask coldly. "Look at how many skulls are strung on this rosary." €1. The twin Buddha lifted the skull beads around his neck. There were more than a dozen skulls. He licked the smallest child's skull with a ferocious look on his face. €1 emery than this. I like it best when it is fully cooked, burnt, and crispy. Human skulls are very strong and fragile. They can't be melted by a bonfire, but they can be crushed by just a snap in the mouth. Sometimes I can't help it and I chew the skulls to pieces. €1. €1. When we were in Tokyo, our teacher didn't allow us to eat people in order to conceal our tracks and avoid attracting the attention of the Metropolitan Police Department and the public. But when we came to a rural place like Shishibuya County in Saitama Prefecture, we didn't have so many concerns. There was also the Gensin Society that cleaned up the traces after the sacrifice, so I could eat as much as I wanted. This was also considered an expatriate benefit. Ha 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 ha, €1. The twin Buddha's mouth was full of blood, and he laughed wildly, like a devil in hell. €1 Amitabha. €1. Uchiha Ming lowered his eyes and chanted the Buddha's name. His tone was neither sad nor happy. €1. Don't chant, bald donkey, you will soon become one of my prayer beads. The double-bodied Buddha stopped laughing, and a pair of fist-sized eyes glared at him fiercely. The golden Buddha light behind him was shining brightly, covering every part of his body with golden light. The golden Buddha light looked extremely sacred, but it was a demon wearing it. It was this perfect appearance that allowed the monsters and the leader to collude and deceive countless believers. The demon king Posun said to the Buddha, "When the Dharma ends, I will ask my demon sons and grandsons to infiltrate your monks, wear your robes, and destroy your Buddhism." The leader of the Gensin Society and a group of evil parties are such demon sons and grandsons, but there are more demon sons and grandsons in Japan than just the Gensin Society. Just now, I was careless for a moment, so I was injured by a broken gun of a human. Don't think that the Makarov PM pistol in your hand can penetrate my golden bell cover. Having said that, the double-bodied Buddha's eyes were still fixed on the pistol in Uchiha Ming's hand. Uchiha Ming frowned and looked at the gun in his hand, feeling quite strange. This monster knows more about firearms than he, a human. Uchiha Ming is almost military blind, and his knowledge of firearms is only able to identify pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, and other types. It is absolutely impossible for him to name the types of pistols like the twin Buddha. This monster is too advanced with the times. Don't worry, I won't use this gun. Uchiha Ming flicked his sleeves and threw the pistol along a high parabola to the twin Buddha. In fact, the bullets were empty. Uchiha Ming didn't know how to reload, and the pistol in his hand was like scrap metal. The twin Buddha's eyes couldn't help but turn to the right along with the pistol. "Since you are not afraid of bullets, what about explosives?" Before he finished speaking, Brother Ida, whose monk robe was bulging with explosives, rushed out of the side door at lightning speed and rushed to the feet of the two-body Buddha without hesitation. The fuse on his body had burned to the bottom. Boom! Fire splashed, smoke filled the air, and a huge explosion was heard. Large-caliber hunting rifles and explosives, the leader secretly made these things, probably with ulterior motives, not to deal with foreign enemies, but to prepare for the possibility of a falling out with the two-body Buddha. But, although the smoke filled the air, Uchiha Ming still saw clearly that the golden light shield of the two-body Buddha flickered a few times under the impact of the explosion, and finally remained motionless. Ha 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 ha, what can a mere explosion do to me? My golden bell can even block a tank's shell. The two-body Buddha showed a smug expression on his hideous face, and the golden Buddha light on his body increased a little. But from the tone of the two-body Buddha, Uchiha Ming could still vaguely feel that he was powerful but weak. Like the six-handed monster, the two-body Buddha was full of fear of human guns and explosives. It's just a few shotguns and low-quality explosives made by primitive methods. Stop bragging. Next, I will let you, the monster, see the real dharma of this poor monk. You bald ass, I will beat you into a pulp. A circle of Buddha light emerged behind the two-body Buddha, and the golden arms spread out one after another like lotus flowers. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Ming raised his eyebrows. This kind of chakra, this kind of momentum, is indeed the talent of the immortals. The golden palms in the void slapped down on Uchiha Ming. Boom boom. There were large pits more than half a meter deep on the ground of the temple. Even a truck would be smashed here. But Uchiha Ming was elusive and appeared behind the twin Buddha, holding a kunai in his hand and chopped at the Buddha light on the twin Buddha. Clang! After the crisp sound of metal hitting metal, the kunai broke on the spot. Go to hell! The twin Buddha turned around and clenched his fist. A golden fist shadow flew over. Uchiha Ming took a few steps back slowly but quickly. The fist shadow passed through the afterimage he left and smashed the wall. Well, the attack power and attack range are good, and the defense is impeccable. Uchiha Ming muttered to himself to the twin Buddha as if no one was around. From the perspective of cold weapons. If the twin Buddha appeared in the battlefield of ancient cold weapons, it could sweep the battlefield with its own strength. When the soldiers saw such an invulnerable monster with infinite power, their morale would collapse on the spot. Like the big monsters in Japanese legends, it would be easy for them to conquer a small country. Unfortunately, the times have changed. In the 21st century, only this level of extraordinary power can compete with the army head-on. You bald donkey, you are not a mouse, don't run around, if you have the guts, fight me head-on. Seeing that his attacks were in vain, the twin Buddha was anxious and cursed loudly. Humph! Then give it a try, my Buddhist teachings. Uchiha Ming made a seal with his hands, and spit out a fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters, which slammed into the golden Buddha light on the twin Buddha. The golden Buddha light flickered sharply for a while, and then it was broken, and the flames burned the twin Buddha so much that he screamed. It rolled on the ground vigorously to put out the flames, and then the double-bodied Buddha raised his head and saw a scarlet full moon rising in the temple, and 3 black megatamas were rotating in the red moon.